Abdul Ali Khan sir. Thank you very much. The panel has been spot on, elaborating on some crucial aspects of the book. Among other things, the book speaks about the plight of Kashmir and looking back at the evolution, expansion of this crisis. Are we any wiser of how we make such pursuits in a more result-efficient manner, which could be acceptable to all parties and all stakeholders concerned? So we will take this round in reverse order, requesting Dr. Crawley to, if you have any takeaways to offer, that there are people who are still finding their plight unsettled, unresolved. The scholarly attention, the attention of the media, the attention of international fora is not very much at par with what the people there would expect. So, is there any light at the end of that very long tunnel?
I think the conclusion of the war attachment, the declarations of the call, attachment agreement, for reasons that was made on the opposition of the Foreign Ministers or to the agreement. But the fact that the attachment declaration
result of the confidence building measure was when the insurgents were no longer active and began to reserve. The result of an international arbitration is not acceptable to either side. So we get more definite results to an arbitration report, but they are again acceptable. At the end of the day, it is bilateralism, perhaps through mediation, perhaps directly, which has a better chance of succeeding.
Thank you very much.
Well, I certainly would agree with previous speakers. I think that I don't see much evidence, and use the word, this idea of wiseness or wisdom, really, at least on the part of the two, I suppose, states involved. And I think you talked about arbitration, you referenced the English, treatments. And I suppose in that case there was something that both India and Pakistan wanted and needed, thought that they could gain from that kind of bilateral cooperation. And I just wonder, today, for me as, again, I'm a historian as opposed to sort of current political commentator, but I just wonder, in a sense, what do India and Pakistan really want? Do they actually need Kashmir to remain an issue? Because that serves them well in the present, in different kinds of ways. So I just wonder really where the incentive is to solve the problem. And we're talking about India and Pakistan coming together to address this, but what about Kashmir itself and people in Kashmir? And it's almost like they're a third party, but sometimes they're in the room and sometimes they're not in the room. And I just don't personally feel particularly optimistic that the kind of bilateral possibilities that you said could work well with that sort of arbitration system in place are looking likely to happen in relation to Kashmir. But that's my impression.
Thank you. On part of people who were making decisions, the book captures moment of haste, use of whim and wishes, ambition. Over the years, has that thought process about resolving outstanding issues become any less visceral and more cerebral, so to speak? What measures could make decision makers take a thoughtful and less impulsive approach? An approach which is not dismissive of the costs or the consequences and takes full consideration of the implications of the people, as Professor Ansari has mentioned, and their concerns on board. So how would today's eminent panel would like to look at the way decisions are taken, and is the approach getting refined and crystallized to help us arrive at something more meaningful for the people who are the stakeholders? In any turn, whosoever would like to contribute?
I will only say, I think I kind of addressed what you've just been asking in my earlier response, so I don't want to repeat that. But I would say sometimes we have this feeling that as time passes, as events become more distant, they become less emotionally charged, they become less, they matter less. But I think that we can also all appreciate that just, history is the past is a very emotional place, a very emotional space. And I think, emotions are part and parcel of this equation, and they seem to be either sort of waiting in the wings, or they can be sort of brought to the fore very easily when it comes to Kashmir. And I think because of this emotional great emotional charge that the issue of Kashmir possesses. And we have to remember, obviously, if we think about it historically, as one of the other panellists mentioned, this issue of Kashmir emerged, didn't it, just at the moment when these two new states of India and Pakistan were being created. So what happened in 47-48 is very much bound up in those founding moments, those foundational experiences. And so in a way, thinking about Kashmir today almost automatically takes maybe some people at least back to the kind of underpinning, a kind of rationale for their being in the first place. Maybe more on the Pakistan side than the Indian, but I think equally on the Indian too. So I think emotions are as live an issue or challenge, and I think politicians on both sides of the borders are very happy, very willing, very eager to play on those emotions for their own priorities and reasons. So that's all I can say, really, thinking about it.
Dr. Crowley.
Yes, I'd just like to make a couple of points. One thing arising out of what Ansari said, there was one thing in the book which was new to me, though it had been published before, that the Iranian ambassador in a talk with Ayub had mentioned the idea or possibility of Kashmir becoming independent. And both Ayub and Bhutto at the times, they sort of answered, but they said it must never be mentioned that that was considered as a possibility. When you think of it, the whole breakup, post-Soviet Union breakup of countries in Central Asia, there must have been an idea that there has been an idea that Kashmir could viably become independent, but of course neither India nor Pakistan would ever consider it. I was very interested that the Iranian ambassador at that time, a close ally of Pakistan, had raised the point. But on the question of emotions, I think we come back to what Dr. Bajwa was saying about the sources of this. One is impressed by the accounts and conversations behind the scenes where the issues are so fraught and yet people are discussing whether they're ambassadors or presidents. Ayub Khan himself seems to have been a very cool interlocutor for the British and American ambassadors, even though the substance of what he was being told was often deeply offensive to him or deeply unwelcome to him. And that I think was an encouraging aspect of the way in which one sees behind the scenes in which a conflict like this is conducted. I think that another thing that would be really helpful for approaching things rationally is that if records which were kept at the time were published on both sides. India did publish an official history of the war, Pakistan didn't. Obviously a lot of information came through your interviews, but no kind of official assessment of the outcome of the war came from the Pakistan side. And I think it's not surprising, and there are several instances one can think of where Pakistan governments have promised an inquiry and it's all run into the sand, that nothing has actually happened. But as a way of grounding a debate in reality, it seems to me that provision of records, publication of official records, is something that can contribute and should contribute a lot. The other thing that has changed is that both India and Pakistan are nuclear powers now. Now you'd think that that would make people more emotional and more excited about it. Actually, it seems from your account that both the United States and Britain were really worried about the possibility of nuclear conflict in 1965 in a way that I think in 1971 or in the Kargil conflict or today, they're both nuclear powers. They both have everything to lose from a nuclear conflict. And so perhaps people, the international community doesn't worry about it so much. It has to be a very sobering condition for debate.
Taking this question from where Dr. Ansari ended, law offers no solution to the Kashmir dispute. It's far too emotive, and that is why I feel that it cannot be resolved either through arbitration or through any international forum playing any meaningful role. When you look at the conduct of both parties, Kashmir is perhaps an issue about which the late Kushwant Singh rightly said that if it didn't exist, the politicians on both sides of the divide would have invented it. It provides an excuse to hide behind and at times walk away from the real issues which affect the people of Pakistan. And also when you look at the conduct of how both sides have behaved at different periods of time, you will see some truth in what the famous Pakistani journalist, late Aida Rahman, said, that if this conduct was to convert it into a movie, it would bomb at the box office because people would say it's too fantastic. It couldn't really happen, in fact. But the result is probably that both sides have dug in their heels and there are no legal, definite solutions. Possibly a building of bilateral relationships, possibly confidence building measures, possibly a situation which the late General Musharraf was exploring with his Indian counterparts into opening up the borders, facilitating a greater exchange of visitors from either side, making in the Kashmir area in particular an undertaking which was easier said than done, particularly when we have now the terrorist threat looming in the background, that if you open up the borders and people cross over and meet one another and develop links where their economic interests get connected, their trading ties get strengthened, that will not result in an ideal situation of Kashmir either voting for one side or the other, and one doesn't know these days with the change in the demographics what that plebiscite would yield, and if it did take place, whether the result would be acceptable to either or both sides. But it would create a situation where the border may perhaps over the years become unnecessary. That's an approach which never really took off because of the other war which General Musharraf started at that time, which was with the judiciary, which consumed everything. And we see that when we read Dr. Bajwa's book as well, that there was some discussions about Kashmir being resolved or some mechanisms to be put in place, but the death of the late Jawaharlal Nehru put an end to that. So history is in large parts chance and accident. And chance and accident does not always say Pakistan and India is resolving this issue.
Yeah. May I request you for a follow-up, Makhdoom Saab? It was on 4th of December 1964 that it was announced that the Indian government intended to extend certain provisions of the Indian constitution of the India-controlled Kashmir, where there was an ongoing debate inside the Indian Parliament, I'm quoting here from Dr. Farooq Bajwa's book, to abrogate Article 370 in order to bring about Kashmir's integration into India. It's happening in December 1964. If all this has been in the plans for the nearly 6 decades now, were the Pakistanis surprised to eventually see it happening in recent years? And is it such development where it leaves us?
go back to what Dr. Ansari said and what Dr. Conway said, that when you look at the things, one of the possibilities at the time was Kashmiri independence, or Kashmir being an independent state. Nobody talks about it now because there was a debate going on about it. It had been going on for several years. But the way Pakistan and India has handled it, one thought that the status quo would continue forever. India has moved away from the status quo in one direction. Pakistan, till today at least, maintains a fig leaf of independence for what we call the Azad Jammu and Kashmir areas and what we call the Gilgit-Baltistan region. That they have relatively autonomous governments. Not independent, but autonomous. Not autonomous even in times of crisis, as we have seen, because when things change in a major way on the national plane in Pakistan, then Gilgit-Baltistan and Kashmir face the consequences or fallout effects of that, as we have seen in the recent past in the governments of both areas being under challenge. Surprise when it comes to international relations, and as Dr. Bajwa points out towards the end of his book, when he lists the 5 fundamental errors which happened and which could have been possibly avoided. Surprise results from being not fully prepared, from at times
the Pakistan Army was actually more modern than the Indian Army. And the honest truth is that many Pakistanis who feel very bitter about the Americans not helping them shouldn't. Because A, the Americans had given plenty of weaponry in the 50s, but also they'd made it clear that this weaponry was to be used against communism, not to be used to settle the Kashmir dispute with India. So there was no doubt about why the weapons were given. But anyway, to come on to Tashkent, what happened was that the Americans basically, during the war, sat on their hands and said to Pakistan, okay, you want to go settle this militarily? Good luck. And it didn't go well for Pakistan. And by the middle of September, it was obvious to Ayub Khan and the Pakistan Army that they were not going to be able to win this war. So now they had 2 choices. One was to fight on and do a Chinese-style guerrilla war, or the second one was to accept a ceasefire and then hope desperately that at the peace treaty or at the peace conference to follow, you could persuade India to follow the precedent of Kutch, which was arbitration. Now, there's a simple rule, Sarah, as a historian, would, I hope, back me up on this one, that if you don't do too well on the battlefield, you're not going to do too well at the peace conference. And that's exactly what happened with Pakistan. Because it didn't do too well on the battlefield, there wasn't too many cards to play, because you can't really threaten the Indians that we're going to fight on and we'll capture Delhi, because the honest truth was both sides knew they couldn't. So the Soviet Union stepped up as the only arbitrator and said to both sides that we will act as the honest broker in this war, because they'd stayed relatively neutral, as America had. And for those of you who are surprised why Tashkent, Tashkent now is obviously is part of the independent country of Uzbekistan. But in those days was part of the Soviet Union and was geographically quite close to both India and Pakistan. It's just across the border from Afghanistan. So the Soviets said, why don't you both come here and we'll have a chat about how to resolve this issue the best we can. So both delegations agreed, went off to Tashkent, and as William said, the Pakistan side was very sensitive in calling it an agreement, and the Indians didn't even want the word Kashmir mentioned at all in the declaration. So in the end, the Soviets, with quite a lot of good diplomacy, Gromyko, who was a very seasoned Soviet diplomat, was the host, and he managed to persuade both sides to come to a wording of a document at Tashkent, which was sort of the bare minimum acceptable to both sides. It wasn't, but having said that, the honest reality was that the Indian delegation was far happier with the eventual signing than the Pakistan delegation. And it led directly to the downfall of Ayub Khan a few years later, because having gambled on a war and lost, and not having succeeded at Tashkent either, there wasn't much he could show. So that really is the background to Kutch to Tashkent. I'm sorry if I'm taking up too much time, but I'll be very quick. I think, in my view, Pakistan and India have come twice very close to resolving the issue. Despite what the pessimism is, the reality is, behind the scenes, we came very close to resolving this issue twice. One was after the 1962 China-India war, which India lost badly. And Nehru was persuaded by the Americans that, look, have serious conversation with Pakistan and just resolve this issue once and for all. And I think he really wanted that. I think the evidence is that he wanted, and the evidence is, which the Pakistan historians have sort of ignored, is that India, for the first and last time possibly, offered Pakistan territory inside Indian Kashmir to resolve the dispute once and for all. They didn't offer the capital, Srinagar, but they offered about 400 square miles of what they call Indian Kashmir, which was under Indian control, to Pakistan, and said, okay, we'll give you this, and let's just call it an international border. And the Pakistan side refused. It was Zulfikar Bhutto, as foreign minister, who was leading the Pakistan team, and he refused that offer, which he probably later regretted, I don't know. But the honest reality is that this was a genuine, serious offer by Nehru, which Pakistan could have accepted in 1963, and that would obviously have resolved the issue. The second time, which, as Makhdoom Saab mentioned, was the Musharraf Vajpayee talks. And that, I believe, the Pakistan side this time was ready to sign. The Indian side had agreed to, and then at the very last minute didn't show up to the signing ceremony. And that, I believe, these were two times when it really looked like we could have done it. I'm sorry, I'm taking up a lot of time.
No worries. There is a question from the audience.
Thank you so much. My name is Ishwar Khan. I'm a PhD student with Professor Ansari and doing my PhD in political.
Lucky you.
Before the question, just a cheeky note. I'm really thrilled that I'm asking a question to Mr. Bajwa, who is commenting about the war from Mr. Khan. So my question is, as good as the war is there any one good answer to the question, did we win the war of 1965?
No. Very simple.
What is about the celebrations and everything in Pakistan?
I think you're referring to the 6th of September. Yes, so the 6th of September in Pakistan, if for some of you who may know, is a national holiday. That was the date when Indian troops crossed the international border of Punjab, the Radcliffe Line, to attack Lahore. And the Pakistan side managed to hold them off through one way or the other. So that's now a national holiday in Pakistan. So, no, this is, I mean, look, every country needs a mythology. Every country in the world does it. It's not unique to Pakistan. And so, but the honest truth is, if you count a war by having certain objectives, then any of the objectives that Pakistan had at the beginning of the war it didn't achieve. So by that measure, it can't be counted as a victory, in my view.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a very stimulating, insightful, and rewarding session. I thank you for your audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Sarah.
Well, thank you for giving the opportunity. I mean, I think the thing that you said really clearly there was the
Eh?
Yes, I'm sorry, we'll have to just manage.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're ready? Okay. In the old days, this used to be an overflow hall. So that when the big hall was full, we used to put loudspeakers here so people could still hear the talk. But I gather some things have changed, and the big hall is now the overflow hall. Since the organizers paid me the tribute of imagining no one would come, they booked an overflow hall. Never mind. Look, I've been writing and talking about Pakistan now for a very long time. And I mean, a lot has changed and a lot hasn't changed. But just to give you an idea, I've written a trilogy on Pakistan, 3 books, reflecting the different periods in the country's history. The first 2 were banned by the military governments in Pakistan and pirated by radical progressive publishers and sometimes not so radical publishers who just wanted to make money. And these, I always used to give my permission, saying, yeah, I don't care if it's pirated, just get them out there. So they have been available for some time. But I still carry on writing because I think it's extremely important that we at least learn one art, which is the art of telling the truth. I've basically never liked people on left or right whose aim is to please whoever's in power, whichever politician, whichever army general. And now we've reached a limit. It will go on. I don't want to be falsely optimistic. It will go on. So just very briefly, let me summarize the history of our country. When it was founded in 1947 by the Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, it was one country. The 2 institutions which have run this country, with one becoming increasingly more and more powerful, are the army and the civil service together. Jinnah's Pakistan was destroyed in 1971 when the results of a democratic election were voided by the military and backed by some politicians who should have known better, and a big civil war commenced. I remember I was explaining in a lecture in Islamabad, an Iqbal Ahmed Memorial Lecture, many years ago, as to why I hadn't visited Pakistan for such a long time. And I said that the stain of what happened in East Pakistan, now Bangladesh, was still there, and the pain. And I said the notion that officers were telling their men, we are going to East Pakistan because they've become Muslims only recently, and we need to change their genes via rape. This was told to the Jawans going to fight there. And this is now still being denied. I mean, in the last book I wrote, actually defending Pakistan against the United States absurdities. But since then, when Imran read the book, he said, I agree with what you've written on Bangladesh, but you come to power and you forget all that. And so the official line is we had to do what we had to do because of India. Now, India had its own motives. And this is a very important part of our history, the destruction of Jinnah's Pakistan. That is effectively what they did. And in fact, if the truth be told, there were more people in favor of Pakistan in what became Bangladesh than there were in the Punjab or the frontier province. That's the reality. They were chucked out. And then it stumbled from one mistake to the other. The only prime minister, the only civilian politician in our country who had the chance to really make changes, including in the structure of the army, and its role was Zulfikar Ali Bhutto. He tried a bit, but basically failed. He didn't push it far enough. And when you mistake an institution like the army as simply an aggregate, a collection of individuals, you make mistakes. So in fact, he fired some liberal generals and replaced them with someone who he thought would be his stooge for life, General Zia. And I remember saying to him via Benazir, because I was once in Pakistan, and after he'd been harassing me a bit, he let me out again. But Benazir said he wants to know what you think is going to happen in Pakistan. And I said, tell him from me, either he's going to be assassinated or there'll be a military coup. And she said, assassinations we can't pretend. Look, American presidents get assassinated. But a military coup, never. Because Zia is in our pocket and she did this. So I really lost my cool. I said, you tell him from me, no Pakistani politician now is got any general in his pocket. Just understand that. If you don't understand that, you can't understand this country, what it is, what its structures are. And that's, he believed in that, and the guy, the snake who he promoted about 5 other generals, was the one who finally hanged him. Since then, the country basically, let's be frank with each other, has been, we have elections, rituals, Benazir won, great, all that, we were very pleased, but the structures of the country didn't change. She herself told me I can't do anything. I'm surrounded by a bureaucrat like Isaac as president and by the army, so I said, look, I know it's difficult, and I'm not suggesting you do anything crazy, but supplying villages and cities with schools to educate girls, by having clinics in there, this doesn't even require that much money. I said, why can't you do that? Who is going to do it? I said, you're the elected prime minister. If you say you can't do it, it's really tragic. It means we can do nothing, even on a very macro level. So that's been the history. Effectively, the elite, which is now, they fight with each other, but they run the country like a fiefdom. The attacks made by successive governments, backed by the military, or maybe pushed by the military, to attack one of the finest and most intelligent groups that has emerged in the country for a long time, the Pashtun Tehreek. Self-defense, young people, men, women, trying to create once again a non-violent area in Pakhtunkhwa. What is wrong with that? Why do you arrest them? Why do you lock them up? Why do you kill them? Every time something decent has arisen, problem. And this is going on. Now, so effectively, people saying the military runs Pakistan. Yeah, it does. You shouldn't imagine anything else. There is no political party capable of confronting it stupidly. If they think a bit, they might succeed. But in order to confront such a gigantic force now, which is armed fully, you have to win some of them over. And you have to wait for upheavals. Armies are never toppled without big upheavals. This is the situation in Europe. It happened in Portugal, and this is the situation elsewhere, in other parts of the world as well. When does the army split? The Pakistan army has kept and maintained a unified high command since the early 1950s. There was an attempt by the Chief of Staff, General Akbar Khan, who hated the fact that the army was still under control of the British, and organized a half-baked coup attempt with the Communist Party, pre-Nasser in Egypt. And that is what the aim was, to create a radical military progressive coalition. But that was nobbled very quickly because these people, A, were not numerous, though they were powerful people. I mean, after Ayub Khan, he was the top general. But that failed. And after that, there's been nothing. And people sometimes say to me, but the uprising in 68, 69. Now, I know that, but that was a difference. Because one reason they stopped the uprising and capitulated, and then the military dictator resigned, and they organized the country's first ever general election, was that the army units, especially young majors, colonels, were refusing to open fire on Punjabi kids. They said, "Ye kya hai? What is this? You are ordering us now to shoot our own people?" And there was within that corps of the army people who were sympathetic to the students. There were different times. That was the last time anything like that happened. Now, to talk about the present situation is really a bit demeaning. I mean, you have two parties which are effectively dynastic parties. One which came into being because of the tragedy of the Bhutto family, and the other which was created by General Zia-ul-Haq, the Sharifs and the Bhuttos. They dominate politics now. The Bhuttos less so, but Asif Zardari, I hear, has plans, which I'm sure involve a great deal of money as well. So that's what's going on. Imran jumps up. And initially he promised reforms, this, that, modernization. Young people followed him. And then what happens in Pakistani politics happened very quickly in his case. The PTI tops, the leaders, were basically plants. They planted themselves, they were planted by others, and they were politicians who had served, some of them had served in every single government for the previous 20 years. PPP, Muslim League, ISI, all the other political parties that dominate the country. That's basically what happened. And you see the speed with which they've been removed. I mean, none of them had the guts to say, no, I'm going to stay in. So they've left the Karkun, the party workers, the kids who tweet and send messages on the net. They're all exposed. They're being attacked. They're being locked up. The reports I get from Pakistan these days are horrific. So any political party under attack in this way, especially its younger members, has to be defended. Not because one agrees with them politically, I don't, but it is not for the army to do this. The army says it is. Why? It says why. You want me to finish?
I would like for your question now, if you would
Yeah,
like to have
let me finish on this point then. The army says it was attacked, and I have to admit that what happened was unbelievable. That Imran or whoever, I don't want to, it's the cases in the courts or will be, decided that they were going to attack individual generals and had put attacks on the GHQ. That had never happened before. And while on one level it's quite astonishing, on another level you have to say, how stupid are you? What were your plans? Did you think by doing this you were going to divide the unified high command of the army simply because some generals come and ring you and come and chat with you, say, we love you, we support you? It doesn't work like that. So we're in a complete and utter mess. The elections now, quite honestly, don't matter a damn. I mean, one reason they toppled him, one reason amongst a few others, was that they thought he would win again after being toppled, and that is what the army never likes. Whether it's Bhutto, one reason they hanged Bhutto was that when he came out to participate in the general elections or the next one, the crowds without any information at all. I remember well, in Lahore he was greeted, Bhutto, by 250,000 people when nobody even knew he was coming, and the army said it's either him or us. That's what happened. So he was offered a chance to leave. They said, you can go, but you have to go. Like Nawaz Sharif went to Saudi Arabia after trying to topple Musharraf, another act of stupidity. So Bhutto said, I'm not going to leave, this is where my country is, do what you want, and they did. So what they will do with Imran, I do not know. It's very difficult to determine. They will offer him a way out, I'm sure of that, because they don't want unnecessarily bad publicity, and they want to end this business. But if he doesn't agree willingly to come into exile, anything could happen. So on that happy note.
Thank you, Mr. Tariq. We do have 5 minutes for some questions, so if anyone has some, the gentleman, if that's okay, raise his hand first if you want to go ahead.
Yes, Sayyid Qabr maybe said we went off the track 70s onwards. Don't you really think it started happening in 1949 with a very weak prime minister coming out with the objective resolution? And that laid the foundation to the rot that ensued onward.
I'm sorry, my hearing is not good, but so if you could just repeat it in a sentence, I'd be...
You mentioned that we went off the track 1970s onwards.
Yeah.
Now, isn't it a fact that what really happened was the objective resolution that was moved by a very weak prime minister in 1949 to consolidate his hold? He was a migrant. He came to a new country. He had no constituency. And to please the powers that mattered, he came up with the objective resolution that actually put us on the path to destruction.
Yeah, this is, of course, partially the case. And the first prime minister of the country was assassinated in Rawalpindi, Liaquat Ali Khan, which was an atrocious crime. Never discovered, but of course, things that are never discovered officially are often known unofficially. And basically what happened, in my opinion, this is what I have written and not yet been contradicted, is that the Muslim League in the Punjab, which was effectively always very weak, joined by the Unionist Party that had collaborated with the British to become a more powerful organization, left power in the hands effectively of the Punjabi landlord layers, immediately after partition. All the modernists in the Muslim League were sidelined. And Liaquat was a problem because without him, with him, they couldn't maintain total control. And so they bumped him off. I mean, if you look at how he was killed, it's amazing. The guy standing behind him, behind the assassin, Najaf Khan, a senior police officer who reported directly to Khan Qurban Ali Khan, the Inspector General of Police. The minute he shot Liaquat dead, he was shot dead himself. Lee Harvey Oswald type operation we saw later, but we pioneered it. We're quite imaginative in that way. So that's effectively what happened, and then the Muslim League and the old collaborators had complete control. I mean, imagine that the frontier province was a Congress province. Ghaffar Khan and Dr. Khan Sahib maintained non-violence in that province. And they had to brutalize them to get the Muslim League into power. Similar things happen in Balochistan on a different level. So, yeah, but things could have got better. That's what I'm saying. There was, I think, in the 50s, a possibility that there could be improvements. There was a progressive force. There was a general feeling we should modernize ourselves. This book, which Nader Chima and Stephen Lyon have brought out, Pakistan Left Review, is a book of the 60s. It's very good, by the way. And I'm not saying that because I have a couple of essays in it. But it is genuinely a very good collection. And there is another book circulating, whose name I just given to me, on the 50s in the progressive movement there. So all we can do, I mean, you fight for whatever you can, but at least make sure the history is out there for a future generation.
Thank you. We had the gentleman next over here who had a question.
I taught here for 36 years, before that in Pakistan. So last year I decided to go back to Pakistan, and I taught in government college, Bogota, GC, FC College, Al-Khan University. Pakistan's political instability has been chronic, as you very rightly described. But Pakistan also baffles people. And how come with all these crises, and 1971 and last year terrible floods and earthquakes, it has survived. So I wanted to look at Pakistan. How come it has been able to survive, good or bad? My feeling is that most of we people, writers, political scientists, we focus on high politics, on state within the state, dynastic politics. I think tragedy with us is we have ignored the society. And I think there are networks in Pakistan. I've traveled on Khyber to Gurgaon to Karachi to Bahawalpur and based in Lahore. I think those networks, whether they are with relatives, they are with friends, they are with neighbors, they are with muhalladar, they are with masjid or Bada people, they are keeping that country afloat. And I think this thing has been ignored by us, by writers, by critics, because we have been prisoners of this narrative, mega narrative, that Pakistani state means generals, few dynastic politics, and bureaucrats, and judges sitting in Islamabad. Don't you think it's time to look at the indigenous realities of Pakistan? I would even go back to Indus Valley civilization. This has been said.
Sorry, could we ask a question?
Yeah, I get the question, and I think, you are right to a certain extent. We need a lot more histories. We need a lot more histories and discussions from below. I mean, one initiative which I have backed because I thought it was extremely positive is the Indus medical people, the doctors from abroad, from Europe and the United States, who give up 2 months holidays each year to go and work free in the hospitals being built by this organization, a voluntary organization which would treat you first come, first served, not on the basis of money. So there are these possibilities, but they can never compete with the state. I said to them, have you been to see Imran? And said, we can build you a health service. And they said, yeah, he says build it, but we've got no money. So they said, how can we build it if we've got no money? I mean, I said, what you should have said is tax Riaz Malik. The taxes that guy should be forced to pay should actually build a modest but decent health service in schools for the country. This is never done.
Sir, over there. If we could keep the questions short and everything so everyone gets a chance. Thank you.
You mentioned the Pashtun Air Force Study, and you mentioned about them as a peace organization, which they are. What you did not mention is they're also non-religious, which is unusual for a Pashtun community organization.
Mentioning who?
The Pashtun
They are
movement.
non-religious.
The
Pashtun movement that you mentioned.
Yeah.
He's saying you didn't mention that they're not religious.
Well, they are already in enough trouble without me publicizing their non-religiosity. So they aren't, of course they aren't. And lots of people in the country aren't religious in that sense. And the religious groups, I mean, they're believers, but they're not religious fanatics. That's what people tend not to understand about Pakistan, that no religious party has ever won anything coming close to a majority. Despite all the talk, despite the terror attacks, despite the backing of the Taliban, they have not managed to come anywhere close, and that speaks well for our people, really. So one shouldn't lose hope, and one shouldn't lose confidence that something can happen, provided we even have a moderate reformist outfit at the top. Things can change. They haven't changed. I mean, there are many, many things I've written down which I don't want to repeat now. But the fact that some of the private schools in Pakistan do not take in kids who have the money because their employer said, we'll pay for your children to go to school. I know of 2 cases like that. And when the guy took his driver's very clever young daughter to register her at a school, they said, so how should we put down her name, sir, mentioning his name? He said, no, she's not my daughter. She's my chauffeur's daughter. But she's so intelligent that I want her to be educated. They said, sorry, we can't do that. I.e., this utterly vicious class system. It's not even money. This is how we reproduce ourselves.
Thank you, but we've ended the session as the next one needs to start. So thank you, Sir Tariq, for your session.
Oh, okay, good, good. Sorry to मैंने अभी रास्ते में अपना आंसर लिख दिया है more or less. I work and when I head back, usually at 11. Speaking of regiment, at 11 a.m. every day.
Hello, everyone. If we can just settle down. Thank you. So this is the panel for the book launch towards People's Histories in Pakistan. It's edited by Kamran and Asad, and the moderator is Chris. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand it over so we can get into the session. Thank you very much.
Okay, can you hear me all right? Yeah. All right, welcome everyone. It's a great privilege to have you all here to celebrate the fantastic new book, Towards People's Histories in Pakistan, Inaudible Voices, Forgotten Pasts, and we're very lucky to have two co-editors here, Kamran Asdar Ali and Asad Ali, and two of the book's contributors, Mavish Ahmed and Humaira Iqtidar. So the organizing premise of this book is to record and reflect on, I quote, the history of those who are inaudible in the grand narratives of national history in Pakistan. And this question of audibility, inaudibility, I think generates some really interesting methodological experiments and discussions in the volume, which we can talk about. But before raising some questions for discussion, I'm just going to briefly formally introduce our speakers. So I'll just go from left to right here. So Humaira Iqtidar, let me get this out, is Professor of Politics in the Department of Political Economy at King's College London, and her research brings together post-colonial theory, comparative political theory, and Islamic thought with a focus on modern South Asia. Mavish Ahmed is Assistant Professor in Human Rights and Politics at the Department of Sociology at LSE. She's the co-founder of the left-wing magazine Tanqeed, a co-convener of the research collective Archives of the Disappeared, and co-founder of Revolutionary Papers, which is a project I think maybe you'll say a little bit about. Kamran Asdar Ali is Professor of Anthropology at the University of Texas, Austin. He's the author of many books. One that I'll kind of signal here is The Communism in Pakistan, Politics and Class Activism, 1947 to 1972, which came out in 2015. And finally, Asad Ali is a sociocultural anthropologist who's taught at the Pratt Institute, Rutgers University, and the University of Harvard. And his principal work examines the intersection of language, emotions, and politics in Pakistan. And we'll, again, I think, hear a little bit about that. So I wanted to, the way we're kind of organizing this panel is for me to ask a few questions to the contributors and editors, have their responses, a bit of discussion together, and then we'll leave plenty of time for Q&A, so please do to note down anything you'd like to ask or hear more about.
Okay.
Just to open then with the editors, Kamran and Asad, I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about how this volume came together, why you felt it to be a necessary historiographical intervention in Pakistan, and I'm particularly interested, maybe you can say a little bit about the plural aspects of the title, this idea of people's histories rather than a people's history. Please go ahead.
Maybe, yeah. First, thank you to the organizers of the Pakistan Literature Festival for sort of inviting us to, helping us do. And thank you, Chris and Humaira, Mavish, from both of us for, working with us on Mavish and Humaira for under duress or otherwise contributing. Exactly. Entirely under duress. But just because we have people like Mavish and Humaira and other contributors, Asad and I felt confident that we could bring together a volume that could speak to some of the how should I say, some of the historical experiences of people who live in what is today called Pakistan and in South Asia that has not been basically brought together in the way we had imagined it. And I don't know how successful we have been or not. But one of the inspirations for the book was also, if some of you know, Howard Zinn's book, A People's History of the United States, that basically looks at issues of the history of what is today called the United States, but that area from 1492 to the present, but in terms of an alternative history, a non-nationalist history of class conflict, of race relations, gender, and of minoritized people. But again, we thought after looking at that, and the other inspiration was, of course, the subaltern history work that in Indian historiography starts in the late 70s, early 80s, and it sort of went on for more than 30, 40 years, and sort of, and both of us are products of that history, of these two pivotal moments in the history, and how the debates within history, and how to represent those who have been marginalized or silenced within historical narratives. But one of the major issues in terms is that also the issue of most histories are nationalist histories, right? So in the whole way how we could displace the nation state, yet of course being imbricated in it, right? We can't totally disentangle ourselves from the issue of nation state, but yes, not have sort of the primacy of nation state as the mode of history writing. So what about other kinds of ways, the lived experiences of people that never gets represented or recorded? So that was also an impetus, and but yet cannot be rescued from the nation either. So it's a kind of entanglement, yet trying to sort of get out of that. And another way of thinking about is about you know, there are events that happen and then events that are represented. So what happens and what is said to have happened, the representation of history. Those were also questions for us, that who writes, whose history should be written, what are the kind of, again, just to reiterate myself, silences in the writing of nationalist or non-nationalist history. So, and of course, these are some aspects of it. The other issue was methodological, and that's why we have an eclectic group of people who more or less are from social science and humanities, but have various different kinds of methodological inputs and archives or libraries that have used. So it can be oral history, it could be various different unused non-national archives, private collections, newspapers, even fiction, right? And ethnography. And so using all kinds of different methodologies to sort of encourage people to and we can talk about the different papers, but encourage people to contribute, to come up with some kind of a coherent group of set of papers for all of you to read and perhaps critique. But go ahead, Asad. On the issue of plurality, right?
I'll say a little bit about both things. Well, thank you. And, you know, well, thank you all for coming as well. I'm just going to read out, just to reiterate what Kamran said, to bring the point home. The first line of the book, which is, history writing in Pakistan has for the most part been the writing of Pakistani history. Now that would seem kind of like obvious. Obviously the history writing of Pakistan should be Pakistani history. But our next line is, as if the nation is the only subject of history, the only horizon of possible futures, right? In other words, we're trying to, as Kamran said, move away from the nation state and the writing of a kind of conventional positivist history, which is, we've heard that history so many times in so many variations. And we want to move away from that towards histories of what we say are peoples in the plural and not people in the singular, because the people in the singular is very often romanticized and then set up as an opposition to the state. So you have people's history versus the state. And as Kamran's saying, is very often the two histories are entangled and imbricated. So we need to, you know, tease out the tensions and overlaps that exist between these different kinds of history. And the other thing, of course, is that we're a collection of people who are not really historians. We're kind of anthropologists, sociologists, political scientists. And I think that was kind of useful because we don't think of history necessarily in the same way as traditional historians might. In other words, we bring different notions of what the past, what constitutes the past, and how we can relate to the past, and then to be able to bring out those different aspects of the past in different ways, and therefore, to bring out different aspects of the past in different ways, so therefore to pluralize the very conception of history by drawing upon the kind of sociological differences of how people live history, right? So then by emphasizing the plurality of history, you get away from a singular conception of history, both of the nation or of the state, and you open up a field to different conceptions of how people live their lives and engage with visions of the future and how they can engage in political and social struggles. So there are two things about the second question, about the question of plurality, is that often the people is considered as a kind of political category, but we're also treating it as a sociological category, and we're working those two things in relationship to each other. So there's always, therefore, a tension between them, and that way you don't allow the people in the singular to be constituted, because whenever you constitute the people in the singular, you also have the enemy of the people that is constituted as the other to that people. And that's always a potentially dangerous move, right? So by pluralizing histories, we try and work against that particular danger, but at the same time trying to see how people do mobilize the people as collective political projects towards particular ends. So that's what I'll say about the kind of differences. That was the kind of emphasis that we tried to bring to the question of history, to pluralize it internally, to pluralize it sociologically, and to pluralize the questions of temporality. In other words, how does one think about time and the past? And it's not always in the kind of positivist vein of a series of causal events that lead to a particular end, right? So different kinds of relationships to the past, whether they're memories or whether they're through different kinds of archives such as song or architecture even. There's different ways of evoking the past into the present, and that's what we're trying to do in this volume.
Thanks. I think that's a really nice segue to the next question I wanted to ask, which was, about this kind of multiplicity of archives, right? This sort of plural entry points into the past. And I think it's also important to, when we're destabilizing the nation state in our histories, we're destabilizing the National Archive, but we also have to build other archives. And I think Mahvesh has this really wonderful image of one of her co-contributors, Emmett Salim, scouring through book markets, trying to collect these things that have fallen out of official histories and official archives, and developing a book dust allergy. So he has to wear a mask when doing it, but continuing on that labor. So the work of crafting these alternative archives is substantial, it's significant, right? It's an active process. So maybe, Mahvesh, maybe you could say a little bit about, maybe not so much the archiving, but this alternative infrastructure of print production that maybe falls in the cracks of the state or through the cracks of the state, but points to this really vibrant left discourse, revolutionary papers that must be taken into account by people who are interested in political thought, political histories.
Yeah, I mean, I think that...
Introduce your paper.
I will begin by... Actually, I'll show it because it's quite a visual paper. So this is the chapter, it's called On Progressive Papers in Pakistan, and it's co-authored with Hashim bin Rashid, a friend, intellectual, and political comrade from Pakistan, who I've also organized with a little bit in the left, and Emmett Salim, who's really an important figure, both as a political worker on the left, Communist Party of Pakistan, the National Awami Party, an archivist. Actually, let me get back to the archivist, but he's a Punjabi poet. He's written histories in Urdu, and as a researcher in English with SDPI in Islamabad. And very importantly for the purposes of this, has over the last 40 years personally taken upon the role of being a chronicler of the Pakistani left history. So Tariq Ali, as he was going out, was just saying to me, he has my mother's papers, Taira Mazhar Ali's papers, among many other things. And so he has about 40,000 items in a building outside of Islamabad, which I worked with him over the period of a year to index and create a search catalog, which is a different set of stories. But what it is that those 40,000 items, and they're obviously not the only items, they're not the only material legacies of the left in Pakistan. There's others around the country that have private collections, Many political workers who still have, boxes in their basements. Well, they don't have basements in Pakistan. That's just an English term there. But boxes in their rooms or some other place, lying around with papers. I mean, I remember, naam nahi yaad aa raha, but I think former Justice Minister in Benazir Bhutto's government and a member of the HRCP who died a few years ago. And in one of my first sort of trips to Pakistan, beginning to do this kind of work, I remember talking to him saying, I have papers of the MRD movement against Zia that are just lying there, like pictures and minutes. And that's not even that long ago, that's just the 80s. So yeah, that's the chapter is about that. The chapter specifically goes through 10 magazines from Ahmed Salim's collection and includes the images. So I'll just show you one of them, which is Surkh Parcham, which is a cyclo-style pamphlet produced by the Communist Party of Pakistan by hand. Ahmed Salim himself was politicized as an 18-year-old in the Communist Party of Pakistan, and his first responsibility by the party was to help print them by hand and distribute them to members. So everybody would get 15 to 20 copies, and they would go to everybody's house and distribute them. And that brings me to try to answer, and let me just say there's a bunch of other magazines here that you can flick through once you get the book, which I would recommend. So let me just get to your answer about alternative infrastructures. So there's many different ways, what we say in the chapter is that the various formations of progressive left politics, the boundaries of which many people debate, which is something that is brought up in the introduction. Those formations, especially because they existed and had to exist under conditions of repression, neglect, marginalization, had to build their own sets of networks, infrastructures is what we call it, their own sets of relations, their own sets of magazines and newspapers, sometimes with the patronage of sort of wealthier members of the left, and sometimes without, just doing it by hand, a group of political workers getting together and deciding to put together a pamphlet and printing it. And that act of trying to both organize together, but also to create materials like magazines, or specifically magazines and journals, meant that alongside the formal national infrastructures, which might be like networks of universities or schools or national archives, which are also neglected, which is a separate point I'll get to. Then you have today still many rich multiple levels of alternative infrastructures of intellectual thought and political practice within Pakistan. And what the chapter tries to do is look at the magazine and the circulation of these magazines as one way to think about alternative infrastructures. Now, what's interesting is that the magazine is not just an alternative sort of set of materials that tell us alternative histories. Like, they're not just repositories of other histories of Pakistan. They do include that. So, for example, when you have the 71 war and you have total censorship on any kind of proper reporting about what's happening in Bangladesh, then Ahmed Salim is writing Punjabi poetry in solidarity with Bengal in these papers. And you have many kinds of essays being written, poetry, short stories, and also just political essays being written in these magazines, which are there for us to read and access. And one of the things that I'm also involved with, and you mentioned a project, Revolutionary Papers. One of the things I'm also involved with is trying to bring back some of the contents in these magazines from the past, digitize them, and open them up as alternative sources for Pakistani history. And I can speak about that later. But the other thing that's also interesting about how magazines play a role in creating sort of alternative politics, infrastructures, etc., is that the very making and creation of them have played a key role throughout Pakistani history and also today in politicizing people on the left. So as I mentioned, Ahmed Salim himself was initially politicized because he had the responsibility of distributing magazines by hand. And what that introduced within him is a discipline, a political discipline, in showing up, picking up the magazines, and then making sure they get distributed. Now, when I was a couple of years ago involved with some organizing on the left in Pakistan, I remember the older comrades coming to the meetings saying that we're all very, very lazy as a younger generation. We don't show up on time, we don't do the work and responsibilities that have been given to us, and they're used to being told that you have to show up on time, you have to leave on time, you have to carry out your responsibilities. And one of the ways that many of them were disciplined into that practice was through, for example, the distribution of magazines. Now that's still the case if you look at some of the political movements that I think are very much part of progressive politics today in Pakistan. One of the ways that they've been very successful in ensuring that kind of political practice and discipline is actually still through the distribution of magazines. So my other work is on Balochistan, and I look a lot at Baloch nationalist movements in particular. And Baloch student activists and the Baloch student organization Azad and the Baloch Student Action Committee, which have been two major student organizations recently, one of the key political activities that they give to new members of their organization is to pick up and distribute their political magazines, which is Sagar and Azad for BSO Azad, and for BSAC, it's a magazine called Navish. So these are still incredibly important. That's one bit. The other bit is, of course, that the magazine also becomes, there's also a discipline in ensuring that you read it as part of your own political education and part of your own politicization. So I'll stop now, but I hope that's
fascinating. Thank you, Navish. And I think actually is a nice way to connect back to Kamran's work and his own particular contribution to the volume, which is about legacies of the left, right? The legacies, the long-term duration over time of leftist organizing. But as Kamran argues in the piece, and as is kind of highlighted by Mavish's points about the fragmentary or dispersed nature of some of these archives, we don't have a direct relationship to that past in a sort of teleological, progressive connection. It's instead, as Kamran argues, about navigating, in some ways, destruction or ruin, right? There's debris of these histories. So maybe you could say a little bit about how you approach that through your interest in communist organizing, and how you kind of handle that in terms of sources methodologically.
No, thank you. And just because one of the things that for people like myself and others who are writing history at this moment and sort of trying to think about the history of the left, so 1988 becomes a very important, 88, 89 becomes, and also authors have written that how the kind of quote-unquote promise of a future, of a progressive future in 88 sort of goes into, because of the, as all of you know, because of the history of Soviet Union and others. So, so how does one sort of think of that moment, not as a wasted 70 years, but also of moment of where those histories have to be rethought, right, in different ways, but not in the teleological way in which we were sort of, some of us were sort of, the kind of deterministic future, but rather, so that was one of the efforts. And also, having said that, there are ways in which, there was a promise after the 19th century, after the 18th century, French Revolution in the 19th century, there was a promise after 1917 of a sort of, but today in the early parts of 21st century, our future is sort of, a very different kind of, the kinds of debates that were happening in the long 19th and 20th century, we still have not. So those were sort of kind of the impetus. But then also a history that goes back to different kinds of archives that Mahavish is talking about in terms of really recuperating human experiences, and not always the history from above, but also human experiences of actors and people who sometimes don't leave traces of their histories, right? So in that sense, I've talked about certain people, but there is, just in terms of Pakistan, there is a certain kind of way, and some of us, all of us are part of that journey, but some specific histories of either the interwar period like Ali Raza, or the post-partition like work of Anousheh, or of Azhar, of Ahmed Azhar's work on also starting in Punjab of 1930s, 20s, 30s, and going post, on reformist trade unionism. So there is sort of a new work is being done. And within that, and this you yourself, Chris, are very much involved, are sort of apart, because we don't have traces, people don't leave, we have reports, and we have colonial archives, and we have national archives, and we have police archives, but memoirs and other things are not available. We have newspapers. So sometimes we move to fiction, right? And so people who have written, people like Yashpal, right? I mean, you know him because of your work with Bhagat Singh and Chandrasekhar Azad, and Yashpal was part of that. Yashpal Singh, major writer in Hindi, and you know his novels from the 40s, but also post-partition novel, the epic Jhuta Sach, right? I mean, and it is about, and some of these novels as a genre is written in kind of, it is a sort of semi-autobiographical in some ways. One doesn't have to, novels have sort of a fictionalized aspect to it. But one has to move to that kinds of ways in how memoirs and one side, but also how various kinds of fictions were written by a particular class of people, a particular group of people, right? And how a working class life was sort of being depicted. So I think it's that attempt really at tackling with the history of the left, and why is it necessary to recuperate that in a post-88 motion where that of everything of the past has been sort of, is being erased as sort of some kind of falsity or some kind of a mistake or some kind of a debris or a ruin, but at the same time trying to rethink it with tools that formal history has not really taken on, which has been very much sort of a nation-state based and a particular kind of archives. So I'll stop there.
That's great, thanks.
Yeah.
And just since you mentioned Yashpal, I plug the recent translation of Dada Comrade by Simona Sani. I'm sure it's been translated into Urdu. This is an English translation, but it's set in Lahore and in relation to the railway strikes, and it's fantastic. Yeah. So we've said a little bit about histories. I think it'd be nice to have some time thinking about people, the peoples, because as Asad mentioned, the volume treats peoples as a sociological category, right, plural kind of form, but also the people as a political category that's constructed. And Humaira's piece is very interested in how the construction of the people entails, to some extent, exclusion, right, the identification of the other, person who doesn't belong. And there are different attempts, especially in liberal politics, to mitigate that exclusion. But I think Humaira has this very rich kind of, again, where you're using these sort of oral history methods to listen to people, to listen to marginalized communities in Lahore specifically, following a moment of violence in 2013, which you can say a bit more about. But yeah, maybe you can tell us a little bit about what we learn about constructions of the people, or how the people are understood by thinking about the experiences of Christians and Pashtuns in Lahore specifically.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Kamran and Asad, once again for bringing together a really wonderful collection to help us think about the many ways in which Pakistan's history has both been not written or written in very particular ways. So before I actually answer your question, Chris, I wanted to actually also just say that, and to Mavish's mention of Ahmad Salim, generations of us PhD students have gone through Ahmad Salim's archives, right? It's been, I remember through my PhD working in Samnabad in his sister's house. He had rented a house to contain the collection that he had, and his sister, that was a house next to his sister's. He had this, there were piles of things that you had to literally kind of dust and catalog and work through, but this was really a labor of love. And so again, I guess a salute to Ahmad Salim for his work. Let me give you a quick flavor of what I talk about in my chapter to be able to answer Chris's question. The initial impetus for this chapter came from two different sources or two different slightly different projects that came together. The fundamental basis of both was anger. So in 2013, a colony of Christians was burned in Lahore. This was Joseph Colony. There was this whole process where a kind of a dispute between two friends, one Christian, one Muslim, spiraled out, and it led to the burning of that colony. And the construction of that in both international and mainstream local media was, religious fundamentalists gone mad, people killing each other in the name of blasphemy. And certainly there were important areas of concern there, but there were other things to also investigate. So I'd set up a citizens commission with some friends to actually go and try and understand. And the angle for me was, this is a city that I know and I love. Lahore is home. And so how does it happen that Lahore gets this kind of violence? So the Citizens Commission was actually, and why and how do we just stand by and let it happen again, potentially? So the Citizens Commission started with trying to understand what had happened, and there was immense complexity around what had happened that came out in newspapers later on as well, but much later. The complexity was around land use. This was Joseph Colony was on very lucrative land right next to small steel karkhanas and big godowns in this highly industrialized, very densely populated part of Lahore. And over the weeks that we continued going there after the kind of first flush of media attention had died away, interestingly, the Muslim and the Christian mohallas that bordered each other actually had long-term relationships, and they started coming together on the basis of shared ethnicity, right? So they started saying, well, we've known these people for decades. X is a recent convert. Y is married to my friend, etc. And they started rebuilding a relationship, externalizing the blame onto Pashtun migrants, saying that actually what really the people who really led this and who really carried out these heinous crimes are these tribals. And so this was part of a larger project for me where I was already collecting oral histories from refugees and migrants from the tribal areas of Pakistan who, if you remember, when drone attacks started in Pakistan, both the Pakistani state and the American state did not acknowledge that these drone attacks were being carried out. And by 2013, 2014, we were at a stage where the Pashtun and tribal migrants and refugees had been made into terrorists by default, right? So there was a whole construction of these people as inevitably violent and deeply problematic, and the problems of security in Lahore or Karachi or Peshawar are all linked to these tribal migrants, and so there was a way in which they were very deeply criminalized. And the initial impetus there was to try and record their experiences, just what has happened to them as 3 to 5 million people moved out of the tribal areas. Some were sent to these camps that the Pakistani government had set up, but most chose not to stay in those camps. What were their experiences in the urban centers of Lahore? And in my case, I followed Lahore and Islamabad. And so this paper actually looks at these two constructions, so these two different communities in a sense, both marginalized, but both marginalized with some similarities but also some differences, and trying to understand what are the differences, how are some people marginalized in particular ways, right? So there are always differences. How those differences are politicized is the critical question. So in that sense, the paper kind of looks at, I'm not interested in setting up a hierarchy of victimhood here to say, whether Joseph Colony inhabitants were bigger victims than the Pashtun migrants. And the story of the Pashtun migrants that I followed, people who were being blamed for killing Joseph Colony, was also very interesting because, some were involved because they were actually even poorer than and available for hire. There were bigger interests at play here. The police stood by, and on whose orders did the police stand by to watch the colony burn, evacuated the colony first, and then watched it burn one whole day. The fight happened on Wednesday. The colony was burnt on Friday. There was this kind of whole build-up. So we've tried to look into, some of these dynamics, and there were various concerns that the chapter goes into, including electoral politics at that time. So to answer your question, Chris, because this is a very long introduction to a relatively short question, I guess a few things that we learn. The first thing that we learn that is important, I think, for us to recognize is that there are severe limitations to liberal tolerance. Burning of Joseph Colony, New York Times tells us, Pakistan is going to the dogs because of religious fundamentalism. We need to teach people religious tolerance. And this idea that this all that takes is teaching people religious tolerance glosses over immense inequality, immense injustice. And so the first quick lesson is that tolerance cannot do the work of justice. What was needed both for Pashtuns and for the Joseph Colony inhabitants was justice and not tolerance, right? And then very quickly, I guess, not only is the liberal tolerance framework inadequate or limited, it is actually dangerous. It is dangerous because it can actually shift our concerns in very dangerous ways. And in the chapter, I talk about how various civil society groups actually got together in Pakistan and wrote an open letter, which is on record, asking the Pakistani military to bomb tribal areas to get rid of militancy, right? This can only happen when you can advocate bombing a part of your own country in this way. This can only happen when you don't recognize these people's lives as equally valuable and precious. You don't recognize and understand what bombing will mean to them. And what was even worse was that in this open letter at the end, when they talk about, we know, and everybody knows, that the Pakistani military has also supported militants, right? And so the logic there was, we asked them to bomb the militants so that the Pakistani military is shamed into getting rid of those militants. That was not to happen. But in the process, the other thing that this open letter, and I will stop after this, the other thing that the open letter says right after that is that what do we want for the future? We want people to be taught religious tolerance. After bombing, do we not want hospitals? Do we not want schools? Do we not want roads and houses for those people? We want to teach them religious tolerance. So religious tolerance can actually even become a dangerous tool, right? So the liberal tolerance framework can also be quite dangerous, I think. I leave it there. I haven't answered your question about the complexity of the people, but maybe we can go to that.
Yeah, and I think Humaira's piece is really, again, in thinking about challenging the nation state, thinking about how the tolerance industry, as you put it, is kind of international and connected to these different networks, really important as well. I'm aware that I said we would have 20 minutes for questions, and we're only have about 15, 16 minutes left. But please do, I want to ask Asad a little bit about his piece, because in terms of, we were talking earlier about the difficulties of sources and archiving some of these histories, and Asad's focusing on the very kind of complex category of emotion, right? How the people are constituted through emotional relationships and embodied practices, specifically in his case with a leader, right? With Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, how there is this kind of feeling of devotion that binds peoples and elites in different ways. So maybe you could just introduce briefly a little bit about your piece. We can move to Q&A in maybe 5 minutes. But
right. I'll just say something very quickly about it. It's just very, it was it's an examination of populist politics, obviously, with Zulfikar Ali Bhutto was the first populist politician in Pakistan, and a major figure, obviously, in Pakistan's history, somebody who brought the notion of the people as a political sovereign, the people as a political sovereign into public discourse, and as a result, really began to mobilize a large collective. It's also important to mention, of course, that when he won the elections in 1970, he won the elections only in West Pakistan and not in East Pakistan, and of course the majority party was from East Pakistan, and it was part of his intransigence that also led to that civil war, or rather the army action against the Bangladeshis. And it's, one of the things that we do in the book is we have a few chapters from Bangladesh and addressing the issue of Bangladesh, because a lot of Pakistani history erases and writes Bangladesh out of Pakistani history, and we want to bring that back in. So we have about 2 or 3 chapters that deal with different perspectives on the question of the nation state in Bangladesh and the civil war to some extent, and the experience of migrants. I just wanted to bring that up. Yeah, from Bangladeshi authors. As to the last point, and then we should open it up for questions, the idea about the motivation I had in dealing with Bhutto, apart from the fact that he rhetorically invokes the people as the subject of political history, is that, of course, that they were very emotionally invested in him. And so the question became, how was it that a populist leader begins, and an elite leader in this case, represents the people? And so the struggle of the way the paper is operating is it is to try and displace Bhutto from the political narrative to some extent, because a lot of why Bhutto becomes important is because there are prior histories that already exist, histories of struggle, histories of inequality, histories of justice, histories of mobilization by the left, histories of factory workers, which he manages to inspire. So it's not that we should always focus on Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, we should focus on these other histories that enabled Bhutto to become a political leader. But because of the kind of erroneous, charismatic kind of, because of the kind of influence of, in Pakistan we have a lot of personalizing of history. So Bhutto becomes this personalized figure with a lot of charisma, and everybody attributes the political mobilization solely to his charisma, and then they erase out all these other political struggles that enabled Bhutto. So the paper is to try and look at that relationship between Bhutto and the people, and to give equal emphasis, if not more, to how those social and political histories of the people enabled Bhutto, rather than focus on Bhutto mobilizing the people.
That's wonderful, thank you. And just to kind of remind people, this is just a taster of what the volume has. There's all sorts of entry points into Pakistan's, oh no, I shouldn't say people's histories in Pakistan, not of Pakistan. But I would really welcome some questions from the floor. Please introduce yourself. We have a few. Please introduce yourself before you speak, and then maybe I'll collect a few. Should I do that?
Keep them short.
Yeah, and keep them short. So why don't we do 1, 2, 3, and then we can. We had one back here.
From Oxford. I wanted to acknowledge the rich conversation we've just heard, which is great. But in a country like Pakistan with a low literacy rate, would you say that the oral histories are more significant than in other communities where history travels differently? And did that create any problematic issues around archiving?
Great, thank you. Do you mind passing it behind you and then?
I'm Dr. Khalil Shibli. It's not a question, I'm just asking. Hi, Kamran, how are you? Mahvish, you mentioned wealth of information coming from some former law minister. Is it Khalid Anwar you were trying to recall?
Maybe.
No? You said some information for the MRD movement or something.
MRD movement.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think Khalid Anwar, but I might be wrong. I'm completely blanking. Eh? No, not I, Raman. You both minister.
Yes, no, Khalid Anwar. No. Okay.
No.
No.
Okay.
We'll torture Mahvish into remembering.
I will try to remember.
Yeah, I was just, because wealth of information about MRD movement coming from someone important to know.
Thank you. There was one more question at the back, so we'll take that as well.
Hi, I'm Aman. I'm just a potential reader. So, obviously, you're interested in making.
Wherever good books are sold.
So you're interested in making these voices audible, and I know this is not you. This is the publishing industry. The book itself is not going to be accessible to most people, but at the same time, I don't believe that will be acceptable to you. So what are your plans and strategy and ambition of actually making this accessible?
Can I take you in the next round? So let me invite our panelists to respond to those 3 questions. Well, 2, I guess, really. Oral histories and accessibility. So.
I can do the accessibility thing, although one can talk about oral histories. And so our contract does say that in 2 years this will be in paperback, and we were in very active negotiation with the Pakistani press, and actually Bloomsbury has an imprint in India, and they were willing to do that. That would be easy, but bringing books from India to Pakistan, where this book may have a life of its own, is difficult. So we were in active negotiation with a certain press, and it hasn't worked out, but we'll try, and we'll also, hopefully in the next year or 2, try to translate it and have it published by Maktab-e-Danial or something like that. But at this stage, yes, it is expensive. I think the press will want to recuperate whatever it has invested in it, but they have promised us in 2 years it will have a paperback existence. So thank you. Yeah. Oral history.
Well, let me say a quick thing about the reality of how many friends in Pakistan access books as well, which is pirated copies online.
I can't say it, I'm the editor. Please go ahead.
Yes. I mean,
and
almost
give them the website or whatever. Yeah.
I can say I regularly do, and you know, it's LibGen, it's Sci-Hub, and WhatsApp. You always get the PDFs on WhatsApp.
As Ziaul Haq said to one of his generals at the coup, Murshid Marwana dena.
Okay, so about oral. So there's two things here. So the interesting thing about some of these written pamphlets is that they did also circulate orally. And so the one I'm thinking about is the Mazdoor Kisan Party circular. And the MKP circular was often read out and plays and stories within it performed because MKP was linked to people like Najam Hussain Sayyid and people involved in sort of Punjabi theater. And so the line between what is oral and what is written is not always as sharp. Another example is the Baloch Student Action Committee. I just went to one of their meetings at the University of Karachi earlier this year, and the head of it in their Karachi University unit stands up in front of all the other students who of course can read, but nevertheless reads up the article, which is how it's often consumed. So the lines between the written and the oral are not as sharp. And this is also the case other places. So famously Ngugi wa Thiong'o's novels would be read out in Kikuyu. So the lines are, that's important to remember. At the same time, of course, oral histories are very important. And Ahmed Salim actually also has a series of audio tapes of interviews with various like fisher folks and union organizers, et cetera, which he has in his archive. And there's, I mean, you have an oral history archive that you're putting together now. So yeah. That's also good. You probably
go ahead, because I'm just telling you that we are also in a project of also getting certain kinds of archives that are in private collection, like Sajjad Zahir, who was the first Secretary General of Communist Party of Pakistan. His family has done it, and it's now available publicly. We are working with the Faiz Ahmed Faiz family. There are other people that we are working with and making archives. Dada Amir Heathers, we just sort of started working with a group in Göttingen. Dada Hamid Heather's work is going to be online and publicly available. So those are certain attempts that we are doing on the side, but that's, you know, go ahead, Humaira, and then perhaps you can take another.
I was just going to say that to answer the specific question that you asked, if our societies is better access through oral history, I would say I don't think that is necessarily the case. But it is the case that oral histories are in some ways quite useful, very rich sources for getting access to marginalized voices. Now, those marginalized voices can be in America, can be African Americans or indigenous Americans in America, right? So I don't think this is to do with something with so-called underdeveloped societies per se, but it is a very, it's a really useful method to get access to more marginalized voices wherever they might be.
I wanted to collect some more questions, but I've been told that we're actually done at 1 o'clock. So I'm really sorry that we have to cut it short, and I know there are a number of hands up. But I would really encourage you to find the speakers, to buy the book, and please do thank.
There's a book circulating out there. Please kindly return it to Asad. We don't.
Thank you, everyone. We may ask the people for the next sessions to stay and the rest to start making their way outside. over to Homa as the moderator to kick off the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here this afternoon. What we're going to be talking about is architecture for the future with Dr. Yasmin Lari. I'll quickly do some introductions. We'll have a short moderated conversation. After that, the floor will be yours for questions. So let me start actually by introducing Chris, who is a senior lecturer in history at the Queen Mary University of London. He has authored a book called India's Revolutionary Inheritance, Politics, and the Promise of Bhagat Singh, which you just heard about for those of you who were in the previous panel. And he's now working on a new book, which is entitled Learning from Lahore, Architecture and History in Urban Pakistan. And in 2019, he spent some time at Government College, University Lahore, in the Department of History as a visiting faculty member. Of course, all of you are here to hear from Dr. Yasmin Lari, who probably needs no introduction, but just in case. I'll obviously start with the big news, which all of you will be aware of, that Dr. Lari just was awarded the prestigious Royal Gold Medal in Architecture from the Royal Institute of British Architects. Yes. Many hearty congratulations on that. And very notable to mention is that she is now only the second woman to have won this gold medal in her own right since 1848. I think that means it. So the award obviously acknowledges a very impressive journey. Most of you will know, of course, that Dr. Lari started an architectural practice in Karachi back in 1964. But she's gone a long way through that to co-founding the Heritage Foundation of Pakistan, which is dedicated to the research and conservation of architectural heritage of Pakistan. And she sort of had a very diverse career, starting with sort of, urban design for affluent Karachiites in the sort of brutalist tradition of architecture, but sort of defined her career over time through social housing projects, the heritage work. And now, of course, she is, in my opinion, doing the most important thing you can do, which is zero carbon architecture, and is challenging the profession of architecture overall to think about climate justice, ecological justice, and how to do architecture that treads very lightly on the planet. And that's what we're going to spend some time talking about this afternoon. Currently, Dr. Lari is based at Cambridge as the Sir Arthur Marshall Visiting Professor of Sustainable Design and a visiting fellow at the Jesus College. So we're going to spend some time today celebrating Dr. Lari's amazing work and also to launch a book, which you can do your hold up, which is Yasmin Lari.
It's been done by two very good scholars in Vienna, so
yes.
credit to them.
But Architecture for the Future, it's been done by MIT Press, and we'll be hearing a bit more about it shortly. And of course, to start to understand, for those of us who don't spend a lot of time thinking about this space, so what does climate just and climate resilient architecture mean, and what will it mean going forward? So thank you again to everyone who's joined. Let me start actually with Chris and ask you to actually introduce this idea. That's a bold title there, Architecture for the Future. Help us unpack that.
Sure. Yeah, just to start by saying what an honor it is to be on this panel with Dr. Lari and with Huma as well. So thank you to the organizers for allowing me this opportunity. Again, I know you're all anxious to hear Yasmin speak, but I just did want to say a few things about the volume that we're celebrating. Architecture for the Future is published to coincide with an exhibition on Dr. Lari's work that is currently taking place at the Architecture Zentrum in Vienna. It's going until mid-August, so if you are able to go there, I would highly recommend it. And the editors of this volume, who are Angelika Fitz, Elke Krasny, and Marvi Mazur, are also the curators of the exhibition. And they asked a series of contributors to reflect on different aspects of Yasmin's career, from critical analyses of Karachi, where she established her practice in the 1960s, to questions around feminist knowledge in architecture, the right to housing, the struggles over built heritage in Pakistan. My own essay is about, it's called Pakistan Under Construction, and it's about the legacies, I guess, of Yasmin's generation of architects. So those eminent figures in Pakistan who were born around the time of partition, started their practices in the 1960s, even though they might have been educated abroad. And one of the things that I ask in the essay is, what young architects today training to practice in Pakistan can learn from this generation. How much of the kind of story that we know from Yasmin's life and trajectory and her work, how much of that is kind of unique. I mean, a lot of it is unique, but how much is also something that is portable and can be learned, provide lessons for architects training today. So in terms of thinking about architecture for the future, which Huma rightly says is quite a grand title, it's the sort of organizing principle of the book, it's the premise of the exhibition. Fitz and Krasny write in their introduction, and I'll read, about how Yasmin's work led them to, quote, think about how architecture can be examined through its relation to the future, how architecture produces futures or future effects, and how architecture in ethical terms can be viewed as a responsibility to the future, right? Architecture as a responsibility to the future. And for me, one of the most striking things about Yasmin's work is her understanding of architecture as a process rather than a product, right? What do I mean by this? I guess architecture is a process, a sense that the future, a building's future is integral both to its design and construction, right? Architecture should not be seen as this static thing, but something that changes over time, that changes through the way that people use buildings, that require maintenance and care. And I think very often with much of mainstream architectural practice, it's based on a transactional production model, right? A client buys a design, the architect is paid to produce and construct that design as accurately as possible, navigating the contingencies of construction to make it look as closely as possible to that original plan. And that's it. The keys are handed over, the architect's role in the process is kind of finished. And this has an effect, obviously, on how architecture is imagined. Yasmin's relationship to this transactional production model, I think, has changed over her career. And she often describes this as a process of unlearning, right? Of moving away from some of the principles and practices that have dominated architecture in the 20th and into the 21st centuries. And I think since we're talking about the future, it's important to recognize that a lot of this unlearning happened due to Yasmin's engagement with the past, right? With built heritage and heritage work related to the Heritage Foundation, which Huma mentioned. So one of the things just to say before I pass it back to Huma is to say how interesting Yasmin's work is for what it says about architectural authority, right? The authority of the architect. And there's a kind of interesting irony in Yasmin's career in the sense that she's responsible for establishing architecture as an accredited profession in Pakistan, right? Through recognizing the architect as a distinct expert, registered through the Pakistan Council of Architects and Town Planners, which is related through an ordinance that she secured in 1983. Right? But simultaneously, Yasmin has spent decades questioning the architect's role as an expert, right? As an expert problem solver who comes from outside with a set of tools, universal tools to fix problems, right? And since the 1970s, if not earlier, Yasmin has been increasingly interested in the architect as a listener, as an interpreter, as someone who must learn from their context of work and the people who will ultimately be using or dwelling in the buildings that they create, right? So in engaging with these notions of architectural authority, Yasmin has given us gives us lots of lessons about thinking about who architecture is for, right? How it will be used. What the responsibility, again, of the architect is, not just of finishing a building, but also anticipating its futures. So this is then, again, what I mean about architecture as a process, and this leads to a few kind of practical principles for the architect. First, that the people who live in buildings might have some say in how they are designed, right? And better yet, they might even participate in the construction process, something that ensures intimate knowledge of the building, that allows for long-term maintenance. Second, that buildings should be built to last. They should be resilient, easy to maintain. And often this forces us to think about the materials that are being used, how they relate to the context of building, whether they are sustainable. And we'll hear, I think, a little bit about Yasmin's path-breaking experiments in thinking about local materials and thinking about mud and lime and bamboo in construction. And then finally, this lesson that architects shouldn't be so fixated on that design, that particular design, that's commissioned by a client, but instead expect departures, adaptations, reworkings from the people who will use and live in these buildings, right? And maybe actually think about ways to facilitate that as part of the process. So Yasmin will say more about this, the work that she's currently engaged with, but in framing this discussion through the volume and through this idea of the future, I really wanted to underline this idea of architecture and responsibility for the future, because I think this is one of the great gifts that Dr. Lari's work gives us today.
Thank you, Chris. I think this idea of architecture as a responsibility for the future is a really provocative one. And I come from the media world where when you talk about the future, the only thing that we're talking about it is, are we going to live in a 1.5 degree world, a 2 degree world, a 2.3 degree world, et cetera, et cetera. So I want to take us straight to your work in this space of sort of net zero or carbon neutral architecture, and specifically the work that you've been doing in Pakistan and Sindh around flood resilient architecture. Could you just start by introducing that project and the work that you've been doing to people here who may not be as familiar with it?
Okay, thank you very much. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much for coming here and being part of this discussion. And I thank both of you for these wonderful comments and kind remarks. Oh, I have to do it. Okay, all right. Oh, okay. Yeah, because I can sit back then. Yeah. So thank you very much, all of us, all of you being here, and also I bring you greetings from Pakistan, where of course we are confronted with lots of challenges, but also very kind remarks from everybody here, and I see so many friends here in the audience, which is again, really heartwarming to see. I think basically what I've tried to do is to how to respond to the challenges that I was confronted with, because Pakistan is a very complex country, but it also gives you enormous opportunities to do so many things at so many different levels. I mean, people who are operating or are practicing in the northern, in the global north, don't have, or they don't see that many issues that we are able to see. And I think what my country has done for me is to give me all these opportunities where we have this tremendously, really wonderful, diverse heritage. And there's so much to learn from the traditions and, all the works that have been done in the past years, and somehow how to relate that to today's, conditions and challenges that we face. And I think I was just very lucky to have been able to dabble in so many different, stages and layers. And I found that when I was practicing as an architect, and I have to thank really Chris for this, because he's the first one who started talking about my social housing, when everybody thought that there was nothing much in that and that it was all forgotten. And then what of course our friends here, Elke and Angelica, have done is to really just go through everything that I've done in my life. So I've been really under a microscope to see what I've done in the past and how does it relate to today. And somehow you all found threads in that, which I was not quite aware of, I have to say. So it's wonderful to see this happening. But what it is done is really, because I've had so many opportunities and seen heritage, I know what tradition is about, and it was all my phase of unlearning that somehow enabled me to do that. It's going down beautiful, wonderful walled cities of Lahore, for instance, or Multan, or for instance, Thatta, where there was so much there to learn from, and I think I did learn from that. And I had to really give up a lot of ideas and thoughts and concepts that I had really learned at Oxford Brookes, where I studied architecture. And at that time, of course, there was no awareness about many things, and I'm not surprised. But I've always felt that architects only work when they are commissioned, and I feel that we have to become more like activists. There's so much injustice of all kinds that you around yourself. There's also now ecological injustice, apart from anything else. But in my country, of course, there are lots of injustices. And so the question is, how does an architect deal with those problems? And then what has been really uppermost in my mind, or what I've tried to deal with, is the injustices to women. Because everybody felt that if they are non-literate, then they have nothing to offer. If they are downtrodden, then they can be oppressed as much as you like. And I felt that this is something very wrong with the whole system. And I felt that architecture can be a form or a tool to give agency to women. Because it's not only, It's not only education that gives you all that. They have this whole reserve of creativity that never had a chance to express. And now I feel that suddenly they become proud, because what they're doing is now recognized as something really important. So I think we have to find different ways to deal with these issues of poverty and injustice and illiteracy. Just by educating every woman will not achieve it, I don't think. It's many more things. We have to give them dignity, we have to give them pride, and this is all coming through because the materials that I'm using, I just want to emphasize that when I use concrete and steel and burnt brick, the surfaces were not conducive to doing any other kind of decoration because they're so hard. And luckily, I learned after I started working in the earthquake area that this was highly destructive, the use of cement and steel. And so I gave up completely. Since 2000, when I retired, I've not used these two materials at all. And as I worked in the earthquake area and in flood areas, and I worked with my villages, I understood the reality of Pakistan, which I had not known before. Because all of us live in a very privileged environment. We have all these lives that are totally isolated from what the real people are having to confront with. So I think these disasters gave me that chance. And so I feel really quite privileged to have had, it's not a very good thing to say, but we've had so many disasters that you get so much experience of working in all kinds of situations. So that's helped me to understand how do I relate to conditions when they go through a disaster. And so what I'm doing today is really that. It's just understanding my own people, understanding the constraints, and I always say this also, that it's not money and funding that's needed. I mean, I don't believe in charity. I think this whole fundraising and giving out doles of money or doling out money is not the answer. I think what we need today is to provide training, provide knowledge, equip people to be able to handle these things. And I think and diaspora here, Pakistan diaspora is amazing because they want to help. So I would just like to say, it'd be great if you bring in more knowledge and come and work with the people. Whatever you want to give in kind and directly, and don't give charity. Maybe that's enough for time. Thank you.
There's a lot there for us to pick up on. So if I can pick up on this idea, let's just start with I'll build a house in our discussions. Forgive the metaphor. But if we just start with this point that you've made about materials, that's quite a provocative idea to go from working in sort of the brutalist tradition to now not working with concrete and steel at all. And I know that the work that you've done most recently in Sindh has involved the use of bamboo. That actually there it was preempted. It was before the major disaster of last year's floods. So if you could tell the group here just about sort of, what led you to bamboo, and most importantly, you've already started to touch on it, and Chris also talked about this idea of process. How have you worked with local communities in making them appreciate what you're trying to do with the use of different materials and what you were trying to do in those pilot projects?
Right. Well, as you know, we've been confronted with the worst disaster ever, actually, because there are something like 33 million people that are displaced today. That translates into at least 3 million households. Now, that's a huge number. And I've seen through many disasters, and I've seen so many international organizations coming in, providing charity. I call it the international colonial charity model, which doesn't work. It's not sustainable. I've seen people coming and throwing money at people, giving out handouts and saying, well, now, you should do it. Well, how can they do it? Because you don't develop their capacity. So I think in a sense we've introduced something that I feel is very demeaning to people's own morale. And I don't believe in this. And I think I would much prefer people to learn and be able to fend for themselves. And as I worked in different areas, disaster areas, I understood that there are certain materials that they are used to and they can work with them. What they needed was, there have been traditions, all these decades in my country. And we have been ignoring them. But they're the ones who can show how people are able to fend for themselves with really meager resources, without any particular help or assistance. And the question to me was, why is it that we can't use the same materials, but just some kind of technical intervention and see how that can work? And initially, of course, when I started off, I was working with international big international organizations like the IOM and others, and of course the UN system itself. And I felt that, first of all, it's very there's silos, okay? There are clusters. So and everybody's got territories. So in a village, for instance, UNICEF would go and they'd say, well, we'll deal with water. Then IOM goes, we'll deal with a house. Somebody else goes and only plantation. And then no community ever got the whole thing, but life is not in silos. You have to make sure that it's a kind of holistic approach that you have to have, a kind of integrated approach. Because you live, there's just basic needs. I call them the rights-based model, or human rights requirement, where you need at least one safe room which would not collapse any disaster. You should have a toilet. My women have no toilets. Millions of them do not have any toilets. And so they need that. They need it for their own dignity and privacy. Come on, how can you live a life like that, And then I feel that you must have water. Hardly any water anywhere. And then you should have some solar light as possible. That's wonderful. But also my Pakistan chula. I'm sorry, I beg your pardon. Okay, sorry. So, and I don't know whether you've had a chance to look at the Pakistan chula, which is an earthen, stove for cooking, and it's elevated. So, and this I've learned from Mohenjo-daro, the great Bronze Age civilization that we possess, where everything is on platforms. So the moment you elevate, you are safe from waters. But it does more. It gives dignity to women. So when they would be crouching on the floor to cook with that horrible, the open flame stove, where children would get burnt and filth and everything around them, and they're crouching, and you put them on this and they start using their chula that they make themselves, okay? Nobody does it for them. They do it themselves. And then suddenly, their back is erect. It's as if they're sitting on an earthen throne, if you see what I mean. And the whole thing just changes, the demeanor changes, and the whole society around them, people around them suddenly start having respect for them. And then they start beautifying them with wonderful, their own creations in mud and color, the local colors. And the whole thing is transformed into a work of art. And each one is different. If you go and see today, because we are into thousands of these things now, every one is different. That's how the women are now proud. Okay? And I think architecture can do a lot, and I think design can do a lot for them. Because most of the attitude of internationals, I'm sorry to say, is to just give them anything because they're poor. But that's not true. Design can do a hell of a lot to improve their quality of life. So I just learned to respond to the conditions and what the need was, and that's what one needs. There are lots of unmet needs, and we have to see how we get to them. Because if we don't, they have really no life.
You've ended on this point of unmet needs, but at the same time, at many points in this conversation today, and it's sort of a motto that you've adopted, which is this idea of zero donors. I'll quote that you have said that my motto is zero carbon, zero waste, zero donors, and I think this leads to zero poverty. And this I found particularly interesting in the context of the work that you're doing, which is sort of locally sourced materials and climate resilient architecture, flood resilient architecture, because if you think about discussions, for those of you who are following them, on climate justice more broadly, the focus immediately tends to go to climate reparations, loss and damage financing, this idea that climate justice can only take the form of the global north paying out the global south to help them fix the damage that comes from natural disasters that are climate linked. So actually it's a very provocative suggestion from you that actually no, that resilience can come without the donors, and you've touched on it already, but I'd like you to expand that idea a bit further as well, please.
Okay, I think the whole thing was, I really began to understand that the number of people, I don't know whether you know, but today something like 50% of population in my country is below the poverty line. And that's a huge number. If you talk 220 million population, it's over 100 million that need help of every kind. And nobody is there to help them actually, because poor are not taken seriously, unfortunately. And so, we started working in September of last year when the floods hit, and I decided, I thought I want to apply my holistic model. And Zafar Masood is here, who really helped to give in loans for the first time. Any bank who agreed to give loans to the poor. Unfortunately, he's not been able to go much further than that because I think banks have lots of constraints. But I found, and I said about 100 houses were started. But then I tried that, and I announced, and Zafar was very much there when I said I want 1 million households to be rehabilitated in 2 years. So that would mean in 6 years we could rehabilitate everybody. Now, I foolishly thought that other people will listen to me because the cost is very little. It's only not even £150 per family, where you'd get your rights-based model, housing, this, that, and the other, plus food security, plus even livelihoods through that. And then, I thought the banks will join hands. I thought the UN system will join hands, but no. And the World Bank now comes in with, I don't know, $300 or $400 million loan, and they're saying build concrete houses. So zero carbon is not something that they're taking seriously. So I went back after my second term in Cambridge. I went back in December, and I said, well, we announced the thing, but sorry, the second term was I went back in March. And I said, where are we now with our, 1 million houses? And I saw that the support we got, we could only build 4,500 units, and that's all. I mean, and I'm not saying I want to build it. I'm saying we train everybody. You can come in with your own money. You do it, but still no. So I said, well, this is not working. So we have to try the other path, which is zero donor. And I have to tell you, I'm very proud to say my communities are doing extremely well. It is different stages. So first stage is just food security. And then the second one will be their toilets, and then their house, and then flood mitigation, and all the rest will come. Because they start saving money. And we've reached the first stage for about 32,000 families in 2 months. So, you tell me, Huma Beta, why should I not follow zero donor policy? I don't need to ask anybody for anything. Nobody have feel pity for them, and they're going ahead. And it's a very simple technique of sharing knowledge and skills by the people who already gone through this. So where you have the international colonial charity model, which doesn't work, I have something called the humanistic. Help have empathy with the people who've suffered, because they've gone through the same situation, and they go and they teach these skills that we train them. My job is only to train a huge number of people. And we're starting, every brigade has something like 30 barefoot entrepreneurs who have different skills, and their first is we target how can they get food, which is to start growing vegetables, and then have chickens, and then have fish, because it's all floodplain. It's all happening by itself. And then they start saving money, and then they're now building their toilets. They've started, the second stage is started for many. And then they'll also build a house, which is all about collecting all the debris from everywhere else. We've got it really, really inexpensive. And so people are themselves now going ahead. Otherwise, they have no hope. So I think that rather than, again, pain of sort of repeating myself, rather than giving charity and doling out things, I think we have to think differently about what kind of help we need from everybody, whether within Pakistan and also from elsewhere.
That's amazing. It's interesting to hear you're speaking about self-sufficiency, the language of human rights, of female empowerment, a sort of rejection of institutional donors, etc. How political do you think of yourself as being, and sort of how political do you think of your work as being in the context of Pakistan, where essentially, we've just come through several panels this morning talking about people's movements and mobilizations and parallel alternative infrastructures and narratives. Do you see your work fitting in some of that political trajectory as well, or is that not?
Luckily, nor do my communities need much support. I mean, they can do with support, certainly, there were more hand pumps coming in than there would be, and if people want to give in kind, we are very happy to accept, and it should be targeted for special places where it should go and should be given directly to the communities, not to intermediaries. And so there's a need for, for hand pumps, for solar panels, for computers for my schools that people will be building themselves, for monitors. I mean, there are lots of these things that are needed in kind. But the fact is that they will come up to a certain level of subsistence, if you like, where they will be able to do it themselves. And we don't need government. We bypassed every government agency. Nobody's offered anyway. I'm sorry. We didn't have to bypass. We didn't have to. So we didn't get it. So, and that was fine. And no political parties engaged in this. Why should they be? They have the other issues to tackle with. So we are not really bothered what's going on, because I think there's enough going on in their own lives that we have to take care of.
Fair enough. I wanted to bring Chris back in, because we've spent a lot of time talking about your sort of I find it very ironic that you describe it as your post-retirement work, because I think you're probably one of the busiest people in this room. But, the zero-carbon architecture would go back to perhaps the work that more people in the room are familiar with and associate with you and your career trajectory, which is, of course, the heritage work that you've done. And that's how I came to know your work as a Karachiite and all the amazing work that was done on preserving old Karachi and the buildings there. And just... Chris, if you wanted to comment a little bit on sort of how what Dr. Larry's been talking about so far links in with some of the ideas that you are picking up with in your work, especially in a country like Pakistan that likes to sort of erase or rewrite its history, but is stuck with the problem of sort of physical history in the form of its heritage and architecture.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, one of the things that Angelica and Elka do in this is feeding back a little bit, in this volume is challenge a narrative, I think, of Dr. Larry's career as being in two parts, as, the sort of early phase commercial architecture, these glass and steel and these sorts of things, and then retirement, heritage foundation, etc., right? They challenge that and actually point to some threads, which Yasmin has mentioned as well, that kind of carry through her career. And one of the things that I've been interested in terms of Yasmin's longer career is a social housing project that she was involved with in the 1970s in Lahore called Anguri Bagh. And just to kind of connect to what Huma's asked, this was something that, really was the seed of some of these methods that I talked about in my opening remarks about engaging people who are going to live in a building in the process of design and construction, right? And using materials that are local. But one of the things that informed Dr. Larry's approach here was history, right? Was looking at how the walled city in Lahore was a social space, a space that, the walled city is for generations in colonial times seen as a problem space, right? It's too crowded, too dark, too kind of, something to be moved away from with these kind of modern, planned, automobile-friendly Gulbergs and these sorts of places, right? Which I guess Yasmin's father was also involved in designing and laying out, right? But Yasmin said, no, there's something here that's lasted, right? That's been successful. And what can we learn from this about how communities are formed and how people take pride in their environment? So again, back in the 70s, before this kind of maybe more radical switch that we've been talking about, these threads are there, right? This idea of history as a resource, as something that offers lessons for the future, right? So that doesn't really answer your questions about heritage work, but I think it is, rather than kind of heritage work in the terms of preservation, conservation of buildings, built heritage, but it does show about why that sort of conservation is so important, because it is rich with lessons for how architects today can approach their task and think about how, how things have endured and what that promises for the future.
And I suppose back to you, Dr. Larry, I mean, through the book and the award, there's obviously been a lot of sort of reflecting and retrospection on your own work. Do you now see those through lines more clearly?
Well, I don't think it really matters what I've done in the past, I have to say. I think what's important today is for the profession to now be steered into another direction. And I think what RIB has done, and when Simon, who's the president, when he told me on the phone, and my first thought when they asked me, and I said, well, my first thought, my God, all these people, the committee members, and also because Monarch had to give an approval, they'll be in trouble. Because, architects, the ones that have been given award, I mean, You talked about Zaha Hadid, the other one, and of course there are so many eminent names there. Well, there are different kinds of architecture. So I would never have thought that somebody who works for the poor, I know I'm known as architect for the poorest of the poor, so I mean, you know, I really couldn't understand how. But, you know, ever since the announcement, what is amazing is the response of young people. So many different professions. So from all over the world, I got these messages that kept on coming, and all from different kinds of people and different countries even. And also, of course, from my own villages, you know. Everybody was really proud, and women were proud. And it was so touching, I can't even, you know, I mean, those 2 weeks were emotionally very draining, I can tell you that. So I think finally what's happening is I think it's making sense to the new generation, to young people, that we have to expand the horizons of architecture. And I think what RIB has done, and now they're all ready as well, now because they are committed to it now. So I think we'll be able to see now architects much more active in the built environment. I mean, why do you have urban heat islands in London so much? Or why is the heat to this degree? I mean, we have to do something about it, and you can. So why aren't architects, you know, there to take a lead and get into the whole situation and say, we think that, you know, you can solve this problem, because finally design is the basis of everything that you can do. And architects are very good at collaborating and understanding the context. So I think there'll be more and more young architects, and I think the profession will open up now the whole, if you like, expand the canvas by not just controlling to say you must get a commission first and you must get the fee structure this, but let them go and do other things also, which will mean humanitarian work, which will mean environmental work, which may mean urban design more, you know. And I think perhaps we'll have a better world.
Yeah, I think that you've said that your work is not political and you don't think of yourself in that context, but I'm sort of struggling how to see, particularly in the context of Pakistan, and sort of who owns cement and steel in that country, and, you know, what role, real estate development plays. Yeah. You know, I think that actually you have a very provocative sort of political proposition here for sort of how space and the use of local materials and sort of community participation and empowerment can really change things, and I think it can change it not just in terms of the physical lived experience, but, you know, more broadly politically. So it's been fascinating to hear you speak. Before I open it up for questions, so everyone can start thinking about what they'd like to ask Chris and Dr. Lari, and it'll be a sort of raise your hands, first come, first served, and wait for the mic. I did want to ask you one final question. One of the best things I've enjoyed reading in the run-up to this conversation was where you describe a moment where, when you were first working on the social project in Lahore, you were asked by one of the women who you were going to design a home for, like, where will my chickens go? And you've always said that, you know, you've never forgotten those chickens. So I'll ask you now, what, in addition to that, might be one of the best pieces of either a compliment or a constructive criticism you've received from the communities in which you're working that has stayed with you and that others can learn from as well?
Yeah, I think, and I've said this before, that the reason for success of some of my projects is because of women. Because they're the ones who spearhead most of the things. Because, see, whether it's a house or whether it's a toilet or whether it's a stove, it relates, or water for that matter, it relates to their life. It really affects them if they have it or they don't have it. So they're the ones who take it up. Now, for instance, the chula is now, I think there must be at least 130,000 of them now. Because now my teams are going to these places, and whenever they go and start, chula is, on the 7th day, we have the women going in to teach chula. And then suddenly there may be nothing else, but the chulas get built. It just shows the need. So I think the best example I can give is that my first barefoot millionaire is Champa, who's an icon for the chula. She teaches. She's taught something like 40 or 50,000 women, and she charges only 200 rupees. And this is, you know, this is what it is. And I can also tell you that after about 6 or 7 months, I might have you at least 2 more barefoot millionaires out of this whole zero donor project.
We look forward to hearing about those successes. Thank you. So let's open up for questions. I've seen a hand go up at the back. Just please wait for the mic. You can introduce yourself and ask your question. And please keep them to questions.
My name is Daman. Actually, my background is banking and technology. So, yeah, now just out of curiosity, have you shared your ideas with the architects from Bangladesh?
Yes, we ran a program of training Bangladesh kids from Brack University. And so we did it for both them and as well as young women architects in Pakistan and also in the UK. And we all came together and built a structure in Granby Square near Charing Cross. It was very successful. And today I'm told, Bangladesh has some very beautiful bamboo actually. But unfortunately it's not been used as much as it could be. So I think certainly Brack University is doing extremely well in furthering that cause. Because these are all causes for us now, because unless you give up cutting trees, unless you give up using high carbon materials, the world won't survive. So I think because they have such wonderful bamboo, I'm hoping that it'll now become very popular. And it's very fast. I think for your Rohingya camps and for other places, it could do extremely well. Because nobody is threatened by them, because it's only bamboo. But actually they're very strong.
Just say something on that, because since you mentioned the Rohingya camps, there were some Dhaka-based architects who won an award, the Aga Khan Award, a few years ago for building these kind of low cyclone-resistant bamboo structures. And there are also women's centers. So I think there's probably a lot of interesting conversations.
And there's more work going on in bamboo now, like Marina Tabassum is doing it and so on. So there is work going on, and I think bamboo is increasingly being seen as a material that can be used by architects. We all looked at it with great disdain at one time. Nobody wanted to look at it. I didn't want to look at it. But a time comes when you understand, the potential of it, and that's it.
You have a question there?
Ji, my name is Zafar Masood. I'm a banker by profession, but a big admirer and a fan of hers. Seen her work very intimately, and knowing her also quite well. One thing I can vouch for Huma, she's the most apolitical person possible on the face of the earth. Because I've seen her wooed by the political parties. I have witnessed myself, and she's just pushing them off. So that I can vouch for, that nothing has been done there. The couple of other things also, just to add on to what Yasmin was saying. So we started working with Yasmin on before the floods happened. And, just believing in her, and obviously the requirement of the housing was at that time was much more manageable. And I personally believe this whole business of low-cost housing is not a CSR activity. It has to be in the mainstream somehow. But at that time it was still manageable. But one thing that I witnessed and my team witnessed firsthand, that the houses that were constructed through the local material, they withstood the flooding there in Sindh, and Sindh was the worst hit. So phenomenal work there as far as that is concerned. She was not saying it, I just wanted to say that. The other thing is that taking the cue from her thought process, and completely agree with her that unfortunately receptiveness wasn't there. We had a finite appetite for it. We did what we could. I wish we could do more. But on our part, what we did was that we've engaged our employees. We have 14,000 employees. And then she trained our employees voluntarily, and we gave them a sort of sabbatical of the sorts to go and build these houses during the flooding period in southern Punjab. And she helped us out, and that seemed to be working much more effectively than the money itself, by the way.
That's an excellent program. That actually, if I can ask a follow-up question on those comments, thank you. I mean, how much more of this do you need, sort of awareness and partnerships, so not cold hard cash, but just, something like that sabbatical program, and, where could people in this room, for example, support you to identify those partners, and how can we build more of that awareness that these are interventions that will help?
Yes, of course, every little bit helps, and I think volunteers help a lot in boosting the morale of the community. So that's why I want lots of young people to go, and we are actually arranging many of these what I call climate volunteers who are, we had one group in December, now more will be going on this year as well from Cambridge and for the other universities, but then also from Pakistan itself. So that's one thing that I do want very much for people to go and understand the capacity of the people, that if just by a little bit of help, how much can they do themselves? Because they are displaced, but they're not disabled. They're there and they can learn and they can do it and they can apply it actually even better than what we might even imagine. So that's one thing that we must understand about people who may be downtrodden, have nothing today, but they are able. Secondly, I think if anybody does want to help, we are getting help. But like for instance, there's some organization that is giving enough funding for us to build 1,000 for 1,000 households. Now, of course, we are very grateful. And when we do the holistic model, we find that people rise up very quickly. So for instance, there are so many people who are now earning so much through opening up little shops, because we've given them this, what I call the barefoot franchises. There are women who are earning through selling eggs now. So there's a local economy that's flourishing actually now, because bamboo itself, the structure, because you must understand, when the scale is so vast and even the cost is so little, people earn a hell of a lot of money. Because everybody is giving it at some small cost. But the fees are very, very small, but they add up to enormous numbers. So I think that we should be looking at more at just the local economy with the unmet needs of the people. If those can be fulfilled, then there is no problem in livelihoods also. So the way we've had the holistic model, they're all beginning to earn, which means that at least out of the 4,500, I would say 3,000 families today are fending for themselves completely. So that is possible, and we're still welcoming that. I mean, I have no problem in saying, as long as the funding goes to the committees, the women's committees. Because as an intermediary, I don't want to be an intermediary. So once it goes to them, then it's used much more effectively, and the money is really used properly. So if we can work out that system, that would be one thing. The other is that I keep on asking this in some way, because this is what, this whole global north world is about tech, and how tech-savvy everybody is. So I would like somebody to maybe design a kind of a humanistic interchange, like a humanistic Amazon or an eBay, where people who are in need, and this can be global, people who are in need, say we want a hand pump or, I don't know, solar panel, and somebody who wants to give to the community gives directly to them, so you don't have anybody in between. And that could help a lot the whole world, actually, because disparities are everywhere. It's not only confined to Pakistan. So let's look at it, and I wonder who will take up my challenge. We'll see. You have to get back to Pakistan, then we know that we have to pursue him. Okay, Zafar, thank you. He runs the Punjab, Bank of Punjab, so he's very influential, actually, yes.
Just a reminder to keep questions short in the interest of time so everyone can get a chance. Thank you.
Where is
there is a gentleman over there and a lady over here.
Hi, Mrs. Dari. So I was thinking about your comment, like you've been working on rural Pakistan a lot, especially in these climate disasters. And I was just wanted to field a comment from you about the urban situation as well, because Karachi is currently in the trajectory of the Biparjoy cyclone. And you've done such remarkable work in rural Sindh and Pakistan. And I was wondering if you can think, or if you have any comments about how these kinds of methods or these kinds of architectural practices can be used to help urban development as well, to build resilience there for climate disasters.
Sure. Are you from Karachi? Multan, okay. All right, if you go to Karachi next, go and see what's called the Denso Hall Rahguzar, the walking street, okay? And that has dealt with the urban flooding and urban heat islands extremely well. It's now a walkable street with it's called the zero carbon street by the media. So it's got no concrete or steel in it. And that's working very well. We've absorbed all the flood waters into that and so on. So that's working extremely well now. Now, more than 50% of a population of Karachi is in slums. So we need to tackle that. But I'm going to start on that. We have already done the studies where we'll start in a slum which also has this drain, the nalas that everybody thinks must be cleared, which will never get cleared. And so it means that water will always be there, but rather than throwing the water into the sea, why don't we conserve the water so it can be absorbed? So we're going to take up a bit of the Nala. I haven't got any permissions yet, but we'll try, and, and convert it into aquifer kind of, wells, if you like, and have lots of greenery. So I can see, and then give the control to communities around them, and then it will be taken care of. Because in the Denso Hall, Raghuzer, I have to tell you, because Karachi is known as an orphan city. Nobody cares. But you should go and see my street, how everybody is taking care of it. You start developing a sense of ownership in pockets in Karachi. You can't do it for the whole city. So why aren't you all there and helping me to do this?
The next question was for...
Thank you very much, Dr. Yasmin Lari, for your very important and pragmatic work. You mentioned Mohenjo-daro and how the chulas inspired you, so I'm really amazed by that. My question is actually to Chris, as he's written a manuscript Learning from Lahore. So I would like to ask, can you also tell us like one thing from architecture of Lahore which inspired you and which could probably be used here in London or generally the United Kingdom? One lesson from Lahore. Thank you.
So I should clarify that I'm not an architect, I'm a historian of architecture. So I was actually interested in how other architects are learning from Lahore. So what I was saying earlier about Anguri Bagh, which is built on the GT roads out near Shalimar Bagh, I was interested in how Yasmin learned from walking through the walled cities about how that sort of built heritage can provide a lesson for new architecture, right? So in the book, it's not written yet, but it's being written. I look at how different architects have engaged that space for different reasons, right? And how history, this sort of change which happens where architecture of the future is how I opened it. And for a lot of, Pakistan's early history, architecture was about kind of creating the future or inaugurating a future through modernist sort of design and these kind of futuristic looking buildings, right? But you have a turn which Yasmin and other architects are part of, which is to say, well, what is this erasing? What are we losing by just trying to erect these glass and steel kind of towers, right? What sort of lessons from the past and from the long history of building in this context are we missing out on? So that's kind of where I'm coming in from. The question you ask about what lessons from there might come to London or the UK, I mean, it's actually about thinking about context and history, right? Place. That sometimes you can't just have these models that go from one place and work exactly the same way in another. That architects have to think about context, people, climate, culture, all of these sorts of things. So that is, I guess, a lesson for British architects.
But if I may just add, a lot of us feel that it's really traditional urbanism that should be now applied as eco-urbanism, because they are very close. So if you have to learn from our past, and I mean, Europe has these amazing medieval cities, why aren't they learning from here? And then there are lots of examples of sponge cities and Miyawaki forests that I have used, which work extremely well because there are different examples all over the world and we can apply them. I mean, you're getting terrible heat now. Why? I mean, why, there's lots of things that can be done. Yeah.
I think we have time for one more question.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to say, I just came back from Government College Lahore. I volunteered to teach there for a year. They have introduced Miyawaki forest because you just mentioned it, and we planted about 10,000 plants, and they're surviving even in May and June heat. And it's a very small place. People who know Lahore and Government College, and it's lots of traffic. It's the most polluted part of Lahore. But there are these things which are happening in Lahore. It's a big fight, but students, the Vice Chancellor, and the community, they're very much involved in it. And the new campus in Kalasha Kaku, somebody has promised us, an old alumni from Sialkot, who is a businessman, that he would plant, God knows how many, 20 to 30,000 trees. So I think when you asked the question about Lahore, it just came to my mind. There are these things, little islands of hope. So thank you very much.
If I may just add something to that comment. With Imran Khan, of course, the whole tsunami of trees and so on, which is very good, excellent, because, of course, trees are important. But I think for urban areas, Miyawaki forests can be used in a much more effective manner if you put them in the streets and not isolated. Because it's the streets which need all this. So I think we have to change the way we use these systems, which are used elsewhere, to see how they will control our own environment. And I think that's what we have to think about.
Any final questions? If not, I'll just invite you to once again congratulate Dr. Lari on her medal, and thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And whoever wants to stay for the next one can keep sitting, and the rest can start moving out as well as speakers. Thank you. in the room. This session is Jamil Delvi in conversation with Mo Muzammil, and I will hand it over to Mo for the introduction for himself, better than I could ever do, and for Jamil, sir. So go away.
All right. Well, nice to see everyone here. My name is Mo Muzammil, and I'm a PhD student of Film and Media Studies at UC Santa Barbara. My dissertation project is on the relationship between filmmakers from Pakistan and the various film cultures and communities of the country. Today, I have the fortunate honor and privilege to be interviewing Jamil Delvi, one of Pakistan's most important filmmakers. Has been honored at renowned film festivals such as Cannes, Toronto, Berlin, London, and New York for his boundary-pushing avant-garde work. Some of his film titles include Jinnah from 1998, a biopic about the country's founder, The Blood of Hussein from 1980, on a military coup in Pakistan, Immaculate Conception in 1992, which explores a transgender community in Karachi, and Born of Fire in 1987, a rarity in the West in that year, a film on jinns. Delvi has also made more experimental films such as Qaf, The Sacred Mountain, Passover, a passion play with Paco Peña, and Towers of Silence, all of which have been honored at several film festivals. Delvi is of Pakistani and French origin. He has read law at Oxford, received an MFA of filmmaking at Columbia, and is fluent in 5 languages. The son of a diplomat, he has lived and attended primary school in several countries growing up. Today's discussion will touch on Delvi's life, his filmography, and Pakistan. We will spend the final few minutes taking questions from the audience, so please kindly hold all your questions until the end. Right now, as I understand it, we will screen a show reel of Delvi's films that he has compiled, and we'll begin the discussion after the screening.
He works for the World Wildlife Organization. Do you remember I told you about him?
Very pleased. So very pleased to make acquaintance. World wildlife. All creatures, great and small, all things bright and beautiful. Lord God made them all. Americans look after everybody. They run short of people. Now they look after animals, fishes.
Alice is not American, Babaji. He's
No, I'm English. I beg pardon. I hate the English even more. I thought he was your friend from Yale.
No, that's David. Alistair is married to David's sister.
I treated her like a boy, you know. Poor girl. I sent her to American University to become most highly educated woman in Pakistan. Even better than Benazir Bhutto.
The Muslim League has proved, in the eyes of the world, our right to represent the Muslims of India, a nation which has found its identity and has today declared its will.
What's your name, sir?
Nicholas. Great. I'm not gay. I'm Albanian. I'm Kamal. From Istanbul. Welcome to UK. Just have to be careful.
We're being watched. It's not safe.
I don't you live here.
Give me my telephone number.
I suspect is illegal. She's giving him money, quite a lot of money.
Yes, oh yes.
You know, I think I might have forgotten what to do. Must you bring a rent boy into my home? He is not a prostitute. He is my lover.
Word in the sack is you?
I'm in the public eye.
You can't jump into a civil partnership for an illegal increment.
I make my vows for better and for worse.
She looks as if she's drunk. Just out all day. You look as if you just got out of bed. Somebody else's, I say. Who are you?
Can you even understand a love like that? Parasite
Just one boy for success. He goes, no, I can't believe all this. No! Yeah, I want my money back. You okay? Yes, brother. You all right? American shooting a gun Pakistani on the street like that. Stand go. Your commentator from Pakistan will forgive you. That's $2 million.
That was just to give you a flavor.
And, you know, I had mentioned before the screening that you grew up in several countries in your childhood. So I want to focus now on Pakistan. When you were in Pakistan, what kind of films did you watch while growing up in the country?
Well, I grew up all over the place. My father was in the Pakistan Foreign Service. So we traveled every 3 years. We shifted from one country to another. So I spent my time between Karachi, which was the capital at the time, and several European countries. So I had the advantage or the privilege of being able to see all the best of European cinema, American cinema. I never really watched Pakistani films in my childhood.
Interesting. And well, what I guess related to that, what made you gravitate towards filmmaking as your career?
Well, I think I really wanted to be something else. I wanted to be a painter, an artist, and live in Paris, in a garret in Montmartre, like Picasso. And then I was kind of pushed into studying law. So I ended up at Oxford. I got a degree in law, and then I was called to the bar. And just my interest wasn't there. And once I got all those degrees, I threw them out the window and decided to make film. Why film? Because it's a combination of all the arts. And what I didn't realize at the time is that it's quite a complicated profession and requires a huge amount of funding. So perhaps if I'd remained or become an artist or a painter, I would have a much bigger body of work to show.
Mm-hmm. I think you had mentioned that you were pushed into law. So when you did decide on filmmaking, did you ever get any pushback from family, any friends who told you it's quite a complicated, crazy
you know,
business?
at that time there were certain professions which were so-called respectable professions, like the law, you know, becoming a doctor or a banker, etc. Film just didn't figure. I mean, I remember my father saying, "Well, it's something you can do in your spare time as a hobby." But that's not what happened. I decided to pursue it, and I went to the States. I got admission at Columbia University in their School of the Arts film department, and I studied film there for a couple of years and then never looked back.
So I guess we can now talk about your first feature film, The Blood of Hussein. So it has quite a history. After the Bhutto regime fell and Zia-ul Haq rose to power, The Blood of Hussein wasn't just allegorically powerful, because I believe you had finished it right before the coup happened, and the film is about a coup, so it was prescient. with the coup being an ongoing characteristic in Pakistan's political history, it's. Do you think this theme of the coup, when you made it back in '77, would still be relevant to this day?
Well, I mean, people say that I was prescient, but I'm not a fortune teller, and I think the two things were coincidental. The coup happened just after literally a few weeks after I had finished shooting the film, and so. I can't take credit for.
You put the idea. It was all you. All of history is your fault.
Yeah. So you can't hold me responsible either.
Yeah. This was the whole reason for my question. Right. Gotcha moment. All right. So now, from your side, you've talked about the struggles you faced after you finished making Blood of Hussein. You were placed on a blacklist in the country after the new regime came to power, but you were able to escape to England. How did that whole experience inform your creative filmmaking process, and did you work on any film projects during that time?
Well, what happened was that...
Can you shut the door? Thank you.
What happened was that the government impounded my passport, so I couldn't travel. In fact, this happened before the coup. It happened under Bhutto's government, and I was stuck there for 2 years. I couldn't leave. I mean, I didn't have traveling documents. Finally, also there are other ways of leaving, and I had to find them, which I did. But I hesitated for 2 years because my mother was living in Karachi. She'd come back after my father's death. She came back to settle in Karachi. And I was worried that there would be repercussions on her. Also, I had an older brother who was in the Foreign Service. And he was posted at the time he was posted in France. So I thought that they might victimize him if I disappeared. But eventually, after 2 years of stagnation, I decided to leave, went to London, where I had already sent the negative of this film. So I didn't take anything with me. The negative was already in England. And I went to the lab, I recovered the film, I finished it, I did the editing, finished it, submitted it to the Cannes Film Festival, the director's fortnight of the Cannes Film Festival. It was accepted, they screened it. The other anecdote I have is that my brother happened to be posted in France. He was the chargé d'affaires in France, representing the Pakistan government, and there was no ambassador there at the time, so he was responsible for the mission. And he was officially asked by the government to approach the Cannes Film Festival and ask them not to withdraw the film, which he had to do. But of course, the Cannes Film Festival is not going to succumb to the dictates of the Pakistan government. So the film was shown, and that's what launched it. And after that, it was shown actually all over the world. I mean, it was bought. I mean, obviously, it had a niche existence, but it was well reviewed. It went to lots of film festivals. It won several awards, and there it is.
Did you feel vindicated by the success of Blood of Hussein, given all this craziness that surrounded the film?
I don't know if vindicated is the right word, but I was certainly pleased with myself to some extent.
Well, I think a fact is, I believe A.J. Kardar's Day Shall Dawn in 1959 was the first film from Pakistan to play at Cannes, and Blood of Hussein, I believe, is the second.
Mhm.
You know, joining Joyland recently, that also played at Cannes. It's so hard to imagine your films being made today. And we'll get to like Born of Fire, and we touched on Blood of Hussein. They're experimental, they're boundary pushing. Have the difficulties of securing film funding informed changes in your style and your filmmaking technique?
Yes, in the sense that I started making films that I thought were perhaps a little more commercial and more palatable to a wider audience. But I keep reverting back to my older films. I mean, I even the ones, yeah. The problem is that the kind of films that, like Born of Fire, that you mentioned, which was funded by Channel 4 when it had first started, you find it very difficult to get funding for a film like that today. So I think the audience has changed. You know, people watch stuff on their iPhones, and it's a whole different generation also. I mean, those kind of so-called auteur films, don't know whether they're still made in this day and age.
Yeah, Marvel's an auteur, right?
Huh?
Marvel, it's an auteur.
Marvel's an auteur film,
Yeah.
okay. All right, well, maybe my definition of auteur is different. It's an old-fashioned one.
So yeah, and you guys saw a short clip of Born of Fire. There's a naked woman. There's a short person who's whining and doing a screech. And there's someone who's supposedly a jinn. This is a very different film from your previous movie that was Blood of Hussein. What caused the stylistic choice of making this kind of more fantastical movie with jinns?
What caused it? It just, these are stories that I heard in my childhood, stories about jinns, etc. And I came up with the idea. I submitted it to Channel 4. They agreed to fund the development. So then with a friend of mine, we developed the script. I mean, it was a crazy film. It was just, it was, I just completely sort of let myself go. It's full of imagery. I don't know if anybody's seen this film here, but, well, you should.
Check it out.
And as I said, it's not something that I could go to. If I went to them with that same project today, they'd look askance.
Yeah, and during that time, Channel 4 had made films from Pakistani directors, had funded projects like My Beautiful Laundrette is another example. I think the film
He's
is...
not a Pakistani director. That's Stephen Frears.
But the writer, the script writer.
Oh,
was
Hanif
Pakistani.
Qureshi, yes.
Yeah. And the story was about Pakistanis too, with Day-Lewis. So now your next feature-length film, Immaculate Conception, in 1992, it stars Melissa Leo, who's a well-known actress, and Ziaha Modine. It features a married Jewish-American woman conceiving a child with a Pakistani teenager in a transgender shrine in Karachi. If that gets you interested. Your work has always pushed the boundaries of who or what can be shown on screen, and this film certainly did that. What inspired you to create this? And what inspires you to just push these?
Okay. Well, I can talk about this, but this particular film, I went to Channel 4 and I said, I want to make a documentary on shrines in Pakistan. So I started researching it, and in fact, I started shooting it. I went all over the country visiting shrines, and I started shooting the film. I wasn't very happy with, it wasn't really documentary wasn't really my medium. And I came across a shrine in the Punjab, I think in Multan or near Multan, which was actually run by transgenders. And the saint that was buried there was had been a transgender. So that's where the inspiration actually came from that. And I went back to Channel 4, to the commissioning editor, and I said, look, I want to turn this into a feature film. And he agreed. So again, the same process in Channel 4. They fund the development to write the script and to prepare a budget, etc. So went through that process, and this is what came out of it.
Yeah. There's a kind of also way of contextualizing Immaculate Conception. I mean, with even Pakistani films, like Rangila's, filmography, where he'll be wearing different costumes, Clout as a woman, and then even Pashto films too, that were really, in the early 90s, Pashto horror films like Hasina Atom Bomb.
I actually haven't seen any of those films.
Nothing.
No,
Yeah.
none of the ones you just mentioned.
Well, so now your next feature project was your highest profile, Jinnah, in 1998 with Christopher Lee. It's unique in that the film is not your traditional biopic. It's part fantasy, part historical narrative, with the scenes Jinnah's in heaven. What informed this creative choice for you?
Well, the first script, the first draft of the first script was more of a traditional biopic. And I didn't like it. I just didn't feel right. More of a sort of, what was expected of me was a hagiography. And I really wasn't prepared to do that, so I rewrote it and changed it and added all these slightly fantasy elements. In fact, there were a lot more than in the original script, which never got shot. I mean, that's another story, because the Pakistan government pulled out. They were going to put up a third of the budget of the film. And they pulled out because of a controversy that arose. The editor of the News, which is the high-profile Pakistani paper, was an actor, or a sort of an amateur actor, or an aspiring actor. I'm sure that you probably know his name. He died recently. His name is Imran Aslam. Imran, somebody auditioned him. One of the people that was working for me in Karachi auditioned him and sent me a tape of the audition. I didn't know him. I didn't know who he was. I looked at the tape and I said, well, okay, he looks, he has a certain resemblance to Jinnah, but I'm looking for someone a bit larger than life. So I said, thank you, but no thank you. And he obviously took offense and started a campaign in the newspaper against the film. I mean, a very vicious campaign in which he put pictures of Christopher Lee with fangs on the front page saying Dracula cast as father of the nation. I mean, he went as far as intimating in the newspaper that Salman Rushdie had written the script, which of course would be the kiss of death to a project at that time. And this controversy, I mean, the film almost collapsed because of it. And the government pulled out a third of the budget. So there was another strand in the film. I mean, sorry, coming back to that to answer your question. There was another strand in the film where where Jinnah time travels, if you like, and meets modern Muslim leaders. Now, we couldn't shoot that. We couldn't get, we just didn't have the money to shoot it, so we started shooting it, but all that ended up on the cutting room floor and isn't in the film.
Wow.
So it would have been slightly different or somewhat different if this hadn't happened.
Are you satisfied with Jinnah in its current state? You mentioned that there was more scenes that could have been shot, but because of budgeting reasons, they couldn't have been.
Listen, film is it's the kind of medium that is never. Profile actors I've actually worked with was Christopher Lee. Not an easy man.
Wow.
All the others I had a great relationship with, but in his case, difficult, doesn't take direction easily because he's kind of set in his ways. And isn't willing to experiment. He talks at you. He doesn't talk to you, he talks at you. And he'll tell you that he's made, well, he's dead now, but he would tell you that he's made 252 films and, this is how it's done, kind of thing. So, apart from that, all my relationships with all the actors was fine. I mean, just a little, with Christopher, it was, I had to sometimes tiptoe around him.
After Jinnah, you had an extensive break between feature films. It was your most extensive break. You had made Infinite Justice in 2006, followed up by God Forsaken in 2010. Infinite Justice was a thriller, political thriller about an American journalist taken hostage by fundamentalists in Pakistan, and God Forsaken was about an angel.
Mm-hmm.
What caused you to go back to that thriller genre in Infinite Justice and then switch back to fantasy with God Forsaken?
Well, Infinite Justice, it was the whole thing started when I'd invited a friend of mine to my house, and the television was on in the background, and suddenly all this news of 9/11 came up on the television, and there were shots of the planes hitting the Twin Towers. And both our reactions were kind of interesting. Now, I have to be careful when I say this because I've been criticized for it. But my reaction was, and I'll qualify it after I say it, was it serves them right. Now, I didn't mean that, the 3,000 people or however many it was that got, serves them right. It was more, I was referring to the symbolic gesture against the American government. And that's what sparked off this whole film. Who are these people? What makes someone, what makes a group of people hijack a plane and crash it into the Twin Towers? I mean, they're not doing it for fun. It must come out of something. And that's what I wanted to explore. So that's how this film happened, and I kind of structured it around the story of Daniel Pearl. I mean, it's not actually his story, but it's a similar character. So That's how that film came about. The other films are actually very, very low-budget films, which I made myself, just to keep going.
Yeah, must be hard.
Very hard.
Self-producing all your films in this era.
It was. I mean, I had other projects. In fact, it was the Jinnah film that sort of led me astray. Because I had another project which was actually financed. It had Channel 4 was in it, British Screen, a European funding body called Eurimage, a couple of European co-producers were on board, and it was, 90% financed, and the rest would have come. But then I got a call from Akbar Ahmed saying, I'm going to make a film on Jinnah for the 50th anniversary of partition. Would you be interested, etc.? So I said, how could I refuse a film on the founder of my country? But it took me in a different direction. And I sometimes wonder what would have happened, where my work would have led me if I hadn't gone in that direction. But anyway, I did. And by the time Jinnah was finished, all the monies that were attached to this other project had unraveled. Because, people, they won't keep, their finances, they turn them around sort of yearly.
Sure.
So that never happened. Still want to make it. But
we'll see what happens.
Yeah. You don't have a few $1 million in your back pocket, do you?
Yeah. For sure, right? For sure. I wanted to also ask you about, you've been honored, and I keep saying this with my words, you've been honored by several festivals and programs. In the past couple of years, you had a retrospective devoted to your work at the BFI, Between the Sacred and the Profane, in 2018. So you're honored as this great director from Pakistan. But yet, something very interesting remains. Your films have never received a theatrical or like an official theatrical or television distribution release in the country. Are you bothered by that?
Yes, of course I am. Yeah, by the way, the only film that did get a theatrical release in the cinemas and on television was Jinnah.
Yeah. That was one.
But apart from that, no. Yes, I am bothered by it, but I can understand. I mean, the censorship. You've seen some of clips of my films. They never pass the censor, and I'm not prepared to censor myself in order to show a film in Pakistan. So I guess I'm a bit of a filmmaker without a country, really. I'm not sure exactly where I belong.
Why do you think Pakistan is so linked to you? Because in all the programs and articles I've read,
Because
you're here.
I've always projected myself as a Pakistani. I was, born around the time that Pakistan was created. Although I'm sort of my mother was French, and so I'm a bit of a hybrid, but my father represented the government. He was in the Foreign Service. He was ambassador to a number of countries. My mother also represented Pakistan. Even though she was French, she became a Pakistani, and she represented the country all her life. And in fact, after my father died, she went back to Karachi and settled there and lived there for 20 years before she became too ill, and then she went to stay with my brother, who was posted in France, where she died. So she's probably spent more years away from France and representing Pakistan than not.
Wow. Wow.
So that's how I guess I think of myself. And also, I suppose some of the ideas and I mean, it's an interesting country. All sorts of interesting things happen. So it's a great source of stories and for film.
Absolutely, absolutely. So I know we have time running out. I want to open it up for questions from the audience. I certainly have more, but want to give you guys an opportunity. I believe you were first.
Thank you, Jamil. Sorry, before we start, just to say, in the interest of time, please keep your questions short so everyone gets time for the questions. Thank you very much.
So I'll take it short. I mean, the most iconic scene when you movies is for me from Blood of Hussein and the horse coming out from the ground. Can you tell how did that come about, and did you use any special effects? Or I'm very intrigued by that scene.
No. Yeah.
Yeah, so my question was that, for the most iconic scene, personally, that I feel from Jamil's film is the scene of the horse from the Blood of Hussein, the horse coming out from the ground towards the end. So I was asking Jamil, how did that scene come about?
I think there was a short clip of it in the clips that you saw. No, it's as you see it. Literally as you see it. In those days, you didn't have CGI, you didn't have those kind of special effects. That's... Sorry? No, we didn't give bhang to the horse. We just buried the horse and said action, and he came. But that's not special effects, no. Gee.
Jamil Saab, it's always a pleasure to, I'm right here.
Where?
No,
on the right. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So it's always a pleasure to hear you speak. I've seen Jinnah twice, and I've asked you this before, that I think it remains a very under-publicized and underrated film, and I think we're depriving society at large by sort of leaving it, on the wayside. Your answer the last time I asked you was, well, if people want to, do something about it, they can go ahead and do it. There seemed to be a lethargy, almost a resignation, and I'm wondering if anything has changed that. Secondly, you were talking about censorship being a bar to your other films. I don't know if you've seen Joyland recently, but it does seem to me that censorship perhaps has a different, there's perhaps more flexibility than there was when your films were made.
Okay. I'm not so sure about that. I think the films I make, there's a lot of sex, nudity. Take a film like Immaculate Conception. It could never be shown in Pakistan because they would immediately cut the scenes in it that are the kernel of the film. Joyland, I watched Joyland, and it was censored in Pakistan. There were certain scenes that were taken out. I saw the Pakistani version. I don't know what was taken out, but I don't know. I don't think you can compare the two films. You saw another film of mine here, a clip from another film of mine called Born of Fire, where you have a naked woman. Can you show that on Pakistan television? No. They wouldn't show it. And I wouldn't, if you cut all these scenes out, there's no film left. Sorry, what was the first question? Oh, Jinnah, yes. Well, Jinnah has a long and kind of murky history, which I'm not going to go into now because it will just take too much time and there won't be any time for other questions. But the Jinnah was originally, when it was not in my hands. I didn't own the film. I wasn't responsible for the distribution of the film. And the film was very badly distributed for the simple reason that the people who owned the film didn't know anything about film distribution. And there were lots of, I mean, in a nutshell, there were lots of fights around the film, a lot of disputes, financial disputes and otherwise. And ultimately, the film, I ended up suing the executive producer for monies that were owed to me and for other reasons as well. And I won the case, and the film went into the hands of a liquidator for many years. It was in limbo. By this time, the damage was done. The distribution, whatever distribution it had, most of it was in Pakistan. That was it. Plus, it was given to. Do you really want me to go into all this? It was released on DVD it was given to Christopher Lee's son-in-law, who happens to be a chef, and thinking that Christopher Lee's name would make this film available all over the world, which wasn't the case. He's not a distributor. And anyway, it was in limbo for many years until the liquidator decided to hold an auction. And I was one of the people who bid for the film. So now I actually own it. But to finish your question, it is being re-released in the US on Blu-ray. In the next few months. Yeah. Nice. I mean, it has been available in the UK on Blu-ray. A company called, what are they called? Eureka Films. I mean, the thing is that these films are available. You can buy them. The problem is that everybody wants to see them. Everybody wants to see pirated versions. I don't know. I don't know whether that happens in the publishing industry. I suppose it does too. But in the film business, nobody wants to wants to pay for a screening. If I was paid a penny for every time somebody watched a film of mine, I would be a very rich man. But unfortunately, the filmmaker is right at the bottom of the food chain. Sorry, you were...
So Jimmy, sorry, we have some people before, so we'll have to get to them. So the gentleman and then the ladies in front, and then we'll move at the back.
Yeah, my question
I'm sorry, but we have to cater to everyone.
Yeah, my question is still with film, Jinnah, a very brief one. I heard a lot of rumors about your differences with Professor Akbar Ahmed, but I wanted to hear from horse's mouth.
You want to hear what? Me? Okay. Well, two main differences. One was that he owed me money, for which I sued his company. The other difference was Akbar Ahmed had an agenda. Excuse me. His agenda was to use me to make this film and take all the credit for it. And I don't know how well you know the gentleman or if you know anything about him, but he is obsessed with self-publicity, self-promotion, yeah, and at anybody's expense. And in this case, this is what he tried to do with me, except that, I'm a filmmaker, and you don't mess with filmmakers, so that the rest of it is history.
Thank you. The lady in the front.
Jamil, it's a real pleasure to meet you. It's an honor to meet you. Thank you for sharing all these excerpts from your previous films. What I'm curious to know is, at that point when Jinnah was released, what was the what was Pakistan's response, the national response in Pakistan towards starring Christopher Lee in the role in context of Ben Kingsley being cast as Gandhi? You know, what was the response of casting a non-Pakistani in the role?
You know, the thing is that people don't come to me and say, you know, I hate your casting, or why did you know, I don't get all the negative feedback to my face. But the impression I got was once they saw him on film in a sherwani, in a jinnah cap, etc., a lot of people were positive about it, apart from Imran Aslam, who tried to. But I may be wrong. This is a question you should ask a few people, other people, because you know they're not going to.
It worked for the audience.
Well, I think it did. I mean, it was a gamble. It was a real gamble because, you know, I mean, Christopher Lee, to be honest, doesn't have a huge range. Most of his films, most of his performances are fairly wooden. Although he has, although he has a great voice, speaks good English, and Jinnah. What I was doing is feeding into people's perception of Jinnah, the myth of Jinnah. That Jinnah spoke perfect English, which he didn't. If you listen to his speeches, they're certainly not perfect English. That whole myth that's created around him, that's what I was trying to play into. People say he's a very huge, tall man. He's not I mean, Christopher Lee is 6'4". Jinnah was probably 5'9" or 5'10", but because he was very thin, people think of him as a very tall man, etc. I mean, there's this whole myth around him, and that's what I wanted to play into. And I thought if you take someone like Christopher Lee, dress him in a sherwani and put a Jinnah cap on his head, it could work. So I took that risk and that gamble, and I think it paid off. But maybe that's for you to
Thank you so
decide.
much. We're going to have 3 more questions. The gentleman at the back, and then one in the back. So 3. That'll be it. So if you can get it to the gentleman at the back, and
thank you very
short
much
question
for your,
and short answers, please.
Yes,
so
for your
everyone
time.
can do it.
Could you tell us a bit about what kind of relationship, if at all, you had with other filmmakers like Ismail Merchant, who came from the same sort of background in terms of South Asia, but made it big in the Western shores? And also, if you could talk about your family's connection with Surat, if I'm not wrong, is that correct? Because your grandfather was also a very famous politician in Bombay, and that connection seems to be now not spoken about much, so I'll be very grateful for that. Thank you.
All right, first question was what? You asked me 2 questions.
Just if you had any sort of interaction or relationship with people like Ismail Merchant, the other filmmakers from South Asian background.
Well, you know, filmmakers don't tend to mix. They really don't. And although I have met Ismail Merchant, I mean, I met him a long time ago, but not at any length. Second question, yes, my grandfather was in the Muslim League, and in fact, there's an iconic picture of Jinnah with the Muslim League in which you'll see he's present there. And when you say it's not mentioned, well, you know, it's a long time ago. It's mentioned in my autobiography, which I've just written. But apart from that, I don't know who wants to go back that far in time. I don't know. Huh? I'm looking for a publisher. Are you a publisher?
Thank you so much. May we have the question there, and then this lady, and then the question sessions will end.
So,
Thank you.
Jamil, regarding the
Regarding
the cancellation of the government of Pakistan, so if you meet socially, I can give you another perspective from the Jinnah government's perspective on why that happened. But beyond that, the Junejo government's decision and Imran did have a role in that they made people read the script in much more detail, and a committee was formed,
Right,
and all of that kind of
right.
stuff. But the two questions I have quickly. One is, why Blu-ray? I mean, there are so many more distribution avenues for Jinnah,
Like-
Netflix and the other proper distribution stuff. So just that was my curiosity.
Okay.
And the other question that I have is, in many of your films, you're the producer, the director, and the script writer. Is that because you want to control the whole process, or what is the, why not?
I think mainly because if I didn't produce my own films, nobody else would. What?
Also the script.
No, script is, I mean, I like to make films on ideas that I have. I've never been a gun for hire. I've never made a film, apart from Jinnah. That's the only project that was a little bit of a gun for hire, because I did not initiate that project. It was Akbar Ahmed who initiated it. Your second question was, why Blu-ray? It's very simple. If you can get that film into the West End in one of those big cinemas, I'd be delighted. But they're not interested. The film is how old? 1990. It's already 30-something years old. Films that are that old are not. It's when a film is fresh that you can get a proper theatrical release, and that's the mistake that they made. In fact, well, that's another story, but I
Thank
think
you.
she's going to censor me.
We only have 3 more minutes, so please, very short questions.
Well, it's been submitted to Netflix. They passed on it. It's not that I don't want it there. It's just that it's not as simple as that. They're inundated with films. And now with digital technology, everybody's making a film.
Can we quickly go on to the other 2 questions, please, because we only have 2 minutes left.
So, question is simple, the answer might not be. I was wondering, what is your inspiration? Are you, was Fellini, or, I was reminded of The Color of Pomegranates in some of the clips. I don't know if you know the...
Which one?
The Color of Pomegranates.
What's his name? Yeah, the Russian filmmaker.
But,
I don't remember it, but
you know the film I'm talking about.
Yeah, no, I know the film you're talking about, but that's not my inspiration. I don't know what my inspiration is. I'm often asked this question, and I think that I've been inspired a little bit by probably every film that I've seen, from all the bad ones. I mean, I watch a lot of junk too. I'm a bit of a film buff is the wrong word. I'm an addict, yeah. So, I watch all kinds of junk, and I pick up stuff, but I don't think there's any one film that has, or any one filmmaker that has inspired me.
It doesn't have to be film. It can. I just meant broadly, like the inspiration. For instance, like I was just wondering, would you continue to delve into the subcontinent? Would you be interested in documentary filmmaking and so forth?
I'm not that interested.
This is a question that I am being a bit cheeky, but a junior assistant of yours worked with you in Jinnah, and he said, please, can you ask this question? Like, would he ever make documentary? Faizan Haq.
Okay. I don't really, I mean, it's not that I can't make a documentary, it just doesn't excite me particularly. Yeah, now I've forgotten your question. What was it? Which one? What? Inspiration. I don't know the answer to that question. I mean, I've been inspired by lots of films. But there's no one film or one filmmaker that I can say, that he's my hero. It's just I pick up things here and there, and it comes out in a different form, I guess. Nothing's original, really. It's all been done before.
Um,
My best work. Let me ask you that question. What? Okay.
Okay, guys, we're going to do one more 1-minute question because we've already gone overboard and then everyone have to evacuate. So if you can quickly ask and then quickly reply.
Just quickly on medium, as a storyteller, what compelled you to write for the screen as opposed to writing for live theater?
I guess because it's I have an image, images for me. I don't know. Let me just have a think about that question. Screenwriting is much more compact. And I find that when I write, I've attempted writing novels, but I find that I'm writing them in like screenplays. I don't know. I'd love to write a novel. And maybe I will before I disappear.
Sir, on that note, can I ask you to wrap up?
Make
I'm
us
so sorry.
disappear.
I'm so very sorry. I know it gets left to the end, but if I can have a round of applause, it was beautiful. Thank you everyone for your questions. Thank you, Sir Jameel, and thank you, Mo. But I would now like people to start moving out so that the next session can start, because we have 6 people to set up for.
तशरीफ़ ले आए हैं। और बल्कि मैं ये भी कहूँगा कि ये लंदन जो है वो उतना ही नून मीम राशिद और फैज़ का भी है जितना कीट्स और एलियट का है। तो बहुत बहुत आपका खैर मकदम है। एंड आई ऑल्सो टेक दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी टू वेलकम जावेद साहब्स फैमिली हियर, बेगम जावेद सिद्दीकी एंड योर चिल्ड्रन। आप सबका बहुत खैर मकदम है। जोश साहब के अल्फाज हैं कि नदी का मोड़, चश्मे शीरीं का ज़ेरो बम, नदी का मोड़, चश्मे शीरीं का ज़ेरो बम, चादर शबे नुजूम की, शबनम का रख्त नम, मोती की आब, गुल की महक, माह नौ का खम, इन सब के इम्तिजाज से पैदा हुई है तू, कैसे हंसी उफ़क़ से हुवैदा हुई है तू, लहजा मली है कि नमक खार हूँ तेरा, सेहत ज़ुबां में है कि बीमार हूँ तेरा, और तेरे करम से शेरो सुखन का इमाम हूँ, शाहों पे खंदा जन हूँ कि तेरा ग़ुलाम हूँ। जोश साहब के ये अल्फाज हमारी उस ज़बान पे पूरी तरह मौजू हैं जो जावेद साहब की ज़ुबान है। और जावेद साहब के यहाँ आपको हर तरह की चीज़, इसमें जिस जिस चीज़ों का जिक्र हुआ है वो सब मिलेंगी आपको। मोती की आब भी मिलेगी, गुल की महक भी मिलेगी, माह नौ का खम भी मिलेगा। तो जावेद साहब बहुत शुक्रिया आपका। आज का जो ये सेशन है इसका टाइटल ख्वाब, किस्सा, ख़याल, अफसाना, दरअसल अनवर जलालपुरी के एक शेर का एक मिसरा है कि ख्वाब, किस्सा, ख़याल, अफसाना, हाय उर्दू ज़बान की दिल्ली। तो मैं आज का ये सेशन जो है आप ही के फसाने से शुरू करना चाहता हूँ। आप ये बताइए कि मौलाना मोहम्मद अली जौहर, मौलाना शौकत अली के ख़ानदान से ताल्लुक़ रखने वाला एक नौजवान बम्बई की तरफ कैसे रुख कर लेता है। और जावेद साहब, ये मैं मुझ में से जो है आप शायद वकालत नहीं निकाल पाएंगे क्योंकि मैं बाय प्रोफेशन एक वकील हूँ, तो मैं ये भी पूछना चाहता हूँ कि लोग जो है वो लोअर कोर्ट से होते होते सुप्रीम कोर्ट जाते हैं, आपने सीधे सुप्रीम कोर्ट से शुरुआत की, सीधे सत्यजीत रे के साथ काम किया, तो ये कैसे हुआ?
अब इतनी बड़ी कहानी आप मुझसे 2 मिनट में सुनना चाहते हैं, ये मेरे लिए बड़ा मुश्किल काम है। तो लेकिन जहाँ तक शौकत अली, मोहम्मद अली का बात आपने छेड़ी है तो मैं अर्ज़ करूँ कि यहाँ खिलाफत अखबार निकलता था बॉम्बे से, और उसकी जो
आवाज़ कम आ रही है, मैं आगे करूँ थोड़ा इसको।
जी मैं करीब,
अगर आप थोड़ा और करीब हो जाए। जी जी,
इस ओर में आवाज़ ज़रा कम हो जाती है। तो अब ये कोई वकीलों की आवाज़ तो है नहीं जो दूर तक जाए। खैर, बहुत शुक्रिया। तो मैं अर्ज़ कर रहा था कि बॉम्बे से खिलाफत नाम का एक अखबार निकलता था जो मौलाना मोहम्मद अली, शौकत अली की यादगार थी, और उनके बेटे शौकत अली साहब के मौलाना जाहिद शौकत अली उसे निकालते थे जो मेरे चचा होते थे। तो बहुत कम उम्री में मेरे वालिद का इंतकाल हो गया और हालात भी कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे नहीं थे। ये वो ज़माना था जब ज़मींदारियाँ वग़ैरह, जागीरदारियाँ ख़त्म हो चुकी थीं और जागीरदार जो थे वो रात में मुंह छुपा के मज़दूरियाँ करने लगे थे। तो मेरे चाचा ने कहा कि भाई तुम यहाँ आ जाओ और तुम्हें लिखने पढ़ने का शौक़ है, छोटी छोटी कहानियाँ तुम लिख के भेजते रहते हो, तो तुम यहाँ आ जाओ और यहाँ अपनी तालीम भी मुकम्मल करो और जर्नलिज़म का कोर्स वोर्स कर लो और अखबार में काम करो। उर्दू जर्नलिज़म बदनसीबी से सिर्फ ट्रांसलेशन का नाम होता था, अब होता है कि नहीं होता है मुझे नहीं मालूम, लेकिन ये कि हमें भी वहाँ ट्रांसलेटर बना दिया गया और फिर अपना अखबार निकाला, दूसरे बड़े अखबारों में काम किया, इंग्लिश अखबारों में काम किया वग़ैरह वग़ैरह। तकरीबन 16 बरस इस ख़राबे में गुजारी और एक वक्त ऐसा आया कि जब जर्नलिज़म जो था वो एक इल्ज़ाम बन गया था। 1975 में जब इमरजेंसी लगी और गिरफ़्तारियाँ होने लगी तो फिर हमने कहा कि भाई सच बोलने से तौबा कर लेनी चाहिए। चुनाचे बहुत दिन तक बेकार रहे। फिर इत्तेफाक से ऐसा कुछ हुआ कि आप जैसा एक नेक लॉयर उसने हमें सुप्रीम कोर्ट पहुंचा दिया, हम सत्यजीत रे के पास पहुंच गए।
जी, तो आपकी जो फिल्मी कहानी है वो शुरू होती है शतरंज के खिलाड़ी से,
जी,
जो मुंशी प्रेमचंद की कहानी शतरंज की बाजी पर बेस्ड है।
जी,
तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि जब हम नॉवेल को अडेप्ट करते हैं फिल्म में,
जी,
या किसी कहानी को अडेप्ट करते हैं फिल्म में, तो क्या ये डर नहीं रहता है कि हम उस नॉवेल या उस फिल्म या उस कहानी के साथ इंसाफ नहीं कर पाएंगे? कुछ फिल्में तो ऐसी होती हैं जो नॉवेल से ही या कहानी से ही बेहतर होती हैं, पर कुछ ऐसी होती हैं कि ना बनी होती हैं तो बेहतर था। तो ये जो पेरिल्स हैं अडेप्टेशन के, इसके बारे में कुछ फरमाइए।
यह मैं अर्ज़ करूँगा कि जहाँ तक शतरंज के खिलाड़ी का ताल्लुक़ है, उसका स्क्रीन प्ले सत्यजीत रे ने खुद लिखा था, जो बहुत अच्छे स्क्रीन प्ले राइट थे, और उससे पहले वो दर्जनों फिल्में अपनी लिख चुके थे। तो हमें कुछ बहुत ज़्यादा उसमें मेहनत तो करनी पड़ी, बल्कि यूँ कहना चाहिए कि हमें मेहनत बिल्कुल नहीं करनी पड़ी जहाँ तक स्क्रीन प्ले का ताल्लुक़ था। मैंने सिर्फ उसके डायलॉग लिखे और अपने हिसाब से ठीक ठाक ही लिखे, लोगों को पसंद आए। एडप्टेशन जहाँ हुआ है तो वो मैंने किया था उमराव जान में, जो मिर्ज़ा रुस्वा की बहुत मशहूर किताब है। तो वो जब किताब हमको दी गई थी तो उसमें वाकई ये प्रॉब्लम आया था कि हम किस तरीके से इसको फिल्म के लिए बनाएंगे, क्योंकि वो जो उनका जो नैरेटिव है वो फिल्म का नैरेटिव नहीं है। उनका नैरेटिव कुछ अलग किस्म का है मिर्ज़ा रुस्वा का, जहाँ वो खातून जो है वो अपनी कहानी सुना रही हैं, कभी आगे की सुनाती हैं, कभी पीछे की सुनाती हैं, बीच बीच में शायरी और मुशायरे भी चल रहे हैं वगैरह वगैरह। तो मैं और मेरी जो राइटिंग पार्टनर हैं शमा ज़ैदी, उन्होंने ये तय किया कि हम इसको एक इस तरीके से नहीं करेंगे, बल्कि हम इसको एक जहाँ से कहानी शुरू होती है वहाँ से शुरू करेंगे। और फिर हमने किया, उसमें कुछ लाइसेंसेस भी लिए, लेकिन ज़्यादा नहीं किए, क्योंकि ये खौफ जो आपको है वो मुझे भी था कि कहीं ऐसा ना हो कि हम फिल्म को कामयाब बनाने के लिए या स्क्रीन प्ले अच्छा लिखने के शौक़ में मिर्ज़ा रुस्वा के साथ कुछ ऐसी हरकत कर बैठे जो उनके शाया निशान ना हो। तो हमने कोशिश इस बात की है कि जो यहाँ एक दूसरी बात भी मैं अर्ज़ करूँगा कि किसी भी किताब को जब आप पढ़ें तो उसमें दो चीज़ें बड़ी अहम होती हैं। एक तो वो टेक्स्ट जो आप पढ़ रहे हैं, और एक जो बिटवीन द लाइंस होता है, जो सब टेक्स्ट होता है। अगर आप समझदार राइटर हैं और फिल्म को भी समझते हैं, मीडियम को भी समझते हैं और लिटरेचर को भी समझते हैं, तो सबसे पहला काम जो किया जाता है वो ये है कि हम उस सब टेक्स्ट को बाहर निकालने की कोशिश करें। और जब कभी भी जिन फिल्मों में सब टेक्स्ट जो है वो टेक्स्ट के ऊपर आया है, वो फिल्में कामयाब हुई।
जी, तो उसके लिए तो ये भी ज़रूरी है कि सिर्फ राइटर ही नहीं, बल्कि जो उसका डायरेक्टर है और जो लोग उसमें एक्टिंग कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि फिल्म तो सिर्फ राइटर से नहीं बल्कि बहुत सारे किरदार उसमें होते हैं जो
जी।
तो उन सब को उस तहज़ीब की भी तमीज़ हो जिस तहज़ीब में वो किताब लिखी गई है। जैसे ख़ास तौर पे इस किस्म की कोई चीज़ उमराव जान की किस्म की
बात तो आप सही कह रहे हैं, लेकिन ये कि जहाँ तक एक्टर का ताल्लुक़ है, उसे तहज़ीब का तमीज़ हो या ना हो, एक्टिंग की तमीज़ होनी चाहिए। तो हम खुशनसीब थे कि शतरंज के खिलाड़ी में जितने भी एक्टर आए थे वो अपना फ़न जानते थे, अपना काम जानते थे, चाहे वो संजीव कुमार हों या सईद जाफ़री हों या शबाना आज़मी हों या फरीदा जलाल हों या फ़ारूक शेख हों या जो दूसरे हज़रात थे, वो सब अपना काम जानते थे। इसलिए बहुत ज़्यादा उनके ऊपर मेहनत नहीं करनी पड़ी, उनको समझाना पड़ा। हाँ, कभी कभी इंटरेस्टिंग दुश्वारियाँ भी हो जाती हैं, जो मेरा ख़्याल है आपकी दिलचस्पी का बाइस होगी कि अमजद ख़ान की ज़बान बहुत अच्छी थी जो वाहिद अली शाह बने थे, वहाँ कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं थी। सईद जाफ़री लखनऊ के रहने वाले थे, वहाँ तो सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता किसी किस्म, बड़ी फर्राटेदार और बड़ी उम्दा ज़बान बोलते थे। लेकिन संजीव कुमार के साथ बड़ी प्रॉब्लम होती थी। और संजीव कुमार बहुत मेहनती आदमी थे। अच्छा, दूसरी चीज़ ये कि वो थिएटर के आदमी थे। तो होता ये था कि वो जब रिहर्सल करते थे तो 25-30 रिहर्सल करने के बाद कहीं जाके वो निखरते थे, जैसा कि थिएटर में होता है। और वो शीन काफ भी उनका दुरुस्त हो जाता था, क्योंकि गुजरातियों को वो जो लखनऊ का जो एक लोच है ज़बान का, वो पैदा करना बड़ा मुश्किल था। वैसे मैं समझता हूँ कि किसी भी ज़बान का अपना एक मिजाज होता है, और वो मिजाज कि कोई दूसरी ज़बान वाला जो है वो मुश्किल से अपने अंदर पैदा करता है। लेकिन ये कि हरि भाई संजीव कुमार मेहनती आदमी थे, वो बहुत कोशिश करते थे। तो होता ये था कि संजीव कुमार तो जब 25-30 रिहर्सल करने के बाद टेक के लिए तैयार होते थे, तो तब तक सईद जाफरी जो है वो पूरे डेड हो चुके होते। तो बहुत ही बुरा लगता था कि एक आदमी जो है वो तो इतना निखर के आया है, और जो आदमी जिसकी ज़बान है उर्दू, वो ऐसा लग रहा है कि वो बेचारा मारे बांधे लाया गया है। और तो फिर एक तरकीब सत्यजीत रे ने, जो बहुत होशियार डायरेक्टर और बहुत होशियार आदमी भी थे, उन्होंने निकाली और उन्होंने कहा कि भाई जावेद, तुम एक काम करो कि तुम हरी के साथ, संजीव कुमार के साथ रिहर्सल किया करो, और जब ये तैयार हो जाए तो सईद के साथ सिर्फ 3 टेक्निकल रिहर्सल करो, चौथा टेक। तो इस तरीके से जब आप देखेंगे तो वहाँ एक टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम को किस तरीके से उन्होंने कवर किया है, और दोनों आर्टिस्ट जो हैं वो मैं समझता हूँ अपने बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंसेस में दिखाई देते हैं।
जी जी। एक दूसरे पहलू पे मैं चाहूँगा कि गुफ्तगू की जाए आपसे कि जब हम बम्बई के सिनेमा की बात करते हैं, जिसको हम बॉलीवुड कहा जाता है, हॉलीवुड की देखा देखी,
अफसोस तो
जी जी। तो अच्छा, हमने देखा है कि इसमें कई फिल्में, बल्कि बड़ी बड़ी हिट फिल्में ऐसी हैं जो कि अगर कॉपी नहीं की गई हैं हॉलीवुड से, तो कम से कम उसकी थीम पे बेस्ड ज़रूर हैं। लेकिन ये क्यों नहीं होता है कि हमारे यहाँ साउथ एशियन लैंग्वेजेस में इतना उम्दा लिटरेचर प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, ख़ासतौर पर जो हमारी रीजनल ज़बानें हैं, तमिल में, मलयालम में, इस तरह की ज़बानों में जो लिटरेचर प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, आखिर उस पर क्यों ना नज़र डाली जाए, और उन पर क्यों ना हिंदी फिल्में जिनको कहा जाता है वो बनाई जाए।
ऐसा हो रहा है,
बिलावजह कॉपी
ऐसा हो रहा है। लेकिन देखिए, ऑल सेड एंड डन सर, फिल्म जो है वो डायरेक्टर का मीडियम है। डायरेक्टर क्या सोच रहा है, कैसे सोच रहा है, किस तरह उसका विजन क्या है, उससे आपकी फिल्म बनती है। मैं एक बहुत बड़े डायरेक्टर, बहुत नामी डायरेक्टर हिंदुस्तान के, जिन्होंने सैकड़ों फिल्में बनाई और बहुत सारी हिट भी हुई उसमें से, उन्होंने एक इंग्लिश की कहानी जो थी, उन्होंने कहा कि हम इस पर फिल्म बनाएंगे। तो मैंने सोचना शुरू किया कि भाई मैं इसको कैसे तोड़ूं, कैसे मोड़ूं, किस तरह जो है वो ओरिजिनल से कितना दूर चला जाऊं, क्या करूं। तो जब मैंने उनको अपना वर्जन सुनाया तो उन्होंने मुझसे कहा, वाई स्पॉइल द ओरिजिनल। तो अब वाई स्पॉइल द ओरिजिनल, वाई स्पॉइल द क्लासिक का मतलब ये हुआ कि सर, आप फ्रेम टू फ्रेम कॉपी अगर कर सकते हैं तो तशरीफ़ लाइए, वरना दारवाज़ा। तो वहाँ ऐसे लोग भी हैं
जी, और
ऐसे लोग भी हैं कि जो चोरी और सीना चोरी, उनका क्या हर्ज है भाई।
चल रही है फिल्म तो वाई नॉट। आपने डायरेक्टर के विजन का जिक्र किया, इस पे एक सवाल मैं आपसे ये पूछना चाह रहा हूँ, लेकिन वो सवाल पूछने से पहले आप मुझे इजाज़त दें कि मैं 2 शेर पढ़ के वो सवाल पूछूँ आपसे
जी।
एक पहला शेर तो शफीक जौनपुरी का है, और शेर ये है कि किए लेते हो तुम तो आप ही लहजा ख़राब अपना, किए लेते हो तुम तो आप ही लहजा ख़राब अपना, बनाया था तुम्हें ए मेहरबां शीरीं ज़बां हमने। और दूसरा शेर शौक बहराइची का है, अब वो शेर ये है कि उर्दू का गला घोट के अब देश हुआ शुद्ध, उर्दू का गला घोंट के अब देश हुआ शुद्ध, अरबाब सुखन बैठ के घुइयाँ छीलें। तो ये बताइए कि फ़िल्म की जो ज़बान है और फ़िल्म की जो तहज़ीब है उसको हो क्या गया है। मेरी मुराद ज़बान से, जब मैं ज़बान कह रहा हूँ तो मेरी मुराद सिर्फ उस डायलॉग से नहीं है या स्क्रीन प्ले से नहीं है, बल्कि जो पूरी एक तहज़ीब है, इंटीमेट सीन कैसे दिखाया जा रहा है, शायरी किस किस्म की इस्तेमाल की जा रही है। लोग कहते हैं इट्स अ चिकन एंड एग सिचुएशन, अगर आप डिमांड नहीं होगी तो अच्छी फ़िल्म नहीं बनेगी या उस किस्म की फ़िल्म नहीं बनेगी जैसे पहले बनती थी। तो आप मानते हैं क्या इस बात को कि अगर डिमांड की वजह से ये हो रहा है ऐसा, या ऐसा है कि क्योंकि अच्छी फिल्में नहीं बन रही हैं इसलिए अच्छी फिल्में लोग नहीं देख रहे हैं?
नहीं, मुझे अफसोस है कि मैं आपसे इत्तेफाक नहीं करता। ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, बहुत अच्छी फिल्में बन रही हैं और नए लड़के जो हैं वो बहुत अच्छी अच्छी कहानियाँ लेकर आ रहे हैं और बहुत अच्छी अच्छी फिल्में बना रहे हैं। असल में होता क्या है कि वक्त के साथ हर चीज़ तब्दील होती है। मुझे तकरीबन 45-46 साल हो गए फिल्म इंडस्ट्री में। जब मैं आया तो सोशल फिल्मों का दौर था, फिर उसके बाद एक्शन का दौर आया, फिर उसके बाद कॉमेडी का दौर आया, फिर उसके बाद लव का दौर आया, फिर उसके बाद और पता नहीं कितने, इस तरीके से वो 8-8, 10-10 साल में दौर जो है वो बदल जाते। तो ये ज़माना जो है वो बदल रहा है, लोग नए तजुर्बे कर रहे हैं। और वो जहाँ तक ज़बान का ताल्लुक़ है, ज़बान फिल्म की ज़बान हो या थिएटर की ज़बान हो, वो उनकी ज़बान नहीं होती है, वो राइटर की ज़बान होती ही नहीं है। जो लोग ये कहते हैं कि राइटर लिख रहा है, गलत कहते हैं। राइटर किरदार को लिख रहा है, किरदार की ज़बान लिख रहा है। अगर मेरा किरदार जो है वो बम्बई वाला है तो वो वहाँ की जो गंदी घटिया जो सड़क छाप ज़बान है वो वही बोलेगा, अगर वो वैसा कैरेक्टर है। अगर वो लखनऊ का रहने वाला है तो वो वहाँ की ज़बान उसी तरीके से बोलने की कोशिश करेगा। तो ज़बान का मसला ऐसा है कि ज़बान जिस तरीके से चेंज हुई है, और ख़ास तौर से जब से ये मोबाइल आए हैं, जिसे मैं 5वां फरिश्ता कहता हूँ कि इसराइल, जिब्राइल और मीकाइल, इसराफील के बाद हज़रत मोबाइल जो हैं तो ये हज़रत मोबाइल की वजह से बहुत तबाही हुई है, क्योंकि उसमें जो नई ज़बान एक शुरू हो गई है, उसमें अल्फाज, चूँकि आमतौर पर लोग जो है वो रोमन में टाइप करते हैं तो उसमें अल्फाज कम से कम जगह घेरें तो वो कर देते हैं मुख्तसर। एक जैसे पुराने ज़माने में वो टेलीग्राम की लैंग्वेज होती थी, उस लैंग्वेज में बातें होने लगी हैं। वो चीज़ हमारी आमतौर पर ज़िंदगी में भी आ गई है। ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे बच्चे जो हैं, अगर आप उनसे बातें कीजिए तो वो जिस किस्म की ज़बान बोल रहे हैं। दूसरी चीज़ ये कि इंग्लिश का बहुत ज़्यादा असर जो है वो बढ़ गया है। हाँ, लोग ये समझते हैं, शायद यहाँ बैठने वाले लोग समझते होंगे कि हिंदुस्तान में हिंदी का बहुत ज़्यादा असर है। हिंदी का असर आपको सिर्फ मीडिया पे सुनाई देगा या लीडरों की ज़बान पे सुनाई देगा। बाकी एक आम आदमी जो है वो बिल्कुल ऐसी ज़बान नहीं बोलता कि जिसे समझने के लिए किसी शब्दकोश या डिक्शनरी की ज़रूरत पड़े। तो लेकिन ज़बान तो तब्दील हुई है। तो आज हमारे यहाँ होता यह है कि अगर आप उर्दू बोल रहे हैं तो भी वर्ब जो है वो इंग्लिश का लग जाता है। अब आप क्या कर सकते हो उसको? तो ये जो चीज़ें हैं, ये इसको हमें इस तरह एक्सेप्ट कर लेना चाहिए कि ये आने वाली नई नस्ल की ज़बान है और वो इस तरीके से बोलते हैं। अभी कुछ दिन पहले मैंने एक फ़िल्म लिखी जो स्कूल के कॉलेज के बच्चों के बारे में थी। तो मैंने अपने ग्रैंडसन को बुलाया और मैंने उससे कहा कि बेटा तुम लोग किस तरह आपस में बातें करते हो, क्या तुम्हारी लैंग्वेज क्या है? तो उन्होंने अपनी लिंगो का मुझे एक
एग्जाम्पल,
हाँ तो सैंपल दिखाया उन्होंने मुझे, जो बिल्कुल मेरी ज़बान नहीं थी। लेकिन ये कि मैं इतना ज़रूर समझ गया कि ज़बान बदल रही है और ज़बान को बदलना भी चाहिए, क्योंकि जब हमारी तहज़ीब बदल गई है, हमारी सोच बदल गई है, हमारा टेक्स्ट बदल गया है, तो ज़बान क्यों नहीं बदलेगी?
जी, हमारे यहाँ कहा जाता है जब आप ट्रायल कर रहे हों कोर्ट में
जी,
कि क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन जब होता है या जिरा जब होती है, तो जितना ज़रूरी ये है कि सवाल क्या पूछा जाए, उससे ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ये है कि क्या सवाल ना पूछा जाए और कहाँ जो है रोक दिया जाए क्रॉस एग्जामिनेशन को। तो क्या लिखने में भी ऐसा ही है कि ज़रूरी ये है कि पता होना चाहिए कि कहाँ ख़त्म करना है, कहाँ रोक देना है कलम?
अगर राइटर को ये नहीं मालूम है कि उसे कलम कहाँ रोकना है तो फिर वो राइटर नहीं है। इसलिए कि कहानी हो या नावल हो या फिल्म हो, आपको ये बराबर मालूम होना चाहिए कि ये इसकी ओपनिंग क्या है, इसकी बॉडी क्या है, इसका बहाव किस तरीके से है और ये कहाँ जाके ख़त्म होगा, इसका क्लाइमैक्स किस जगह आता है। सिर्फ एक मीडियम ऐसा है कि जिसमें उसका उल्टा होता है और वो है टीवी सीरियल। टीवी सीरियल में हम हर हफ्ते, मेरा बेटा समीर यहाँ बैठा हुआ है जो बहुत ज़्यादा लिख रहा है, तकरीबन मेरा ख्याल है कि कोई 5-7 हज़ार एपिसोड लिख चुका है वो। तो वो हर हफ्ते बैठ के हम लोग ये सोचते हैं कि अच्छा अब कहानी को अब किस तरफ ले जाएं, और कहानी को फिर हम नए सोचते हैं और फिर वहाँ से हम कहानी, तो हमारा कोई एंड नहीं है। अब वो कहानी चली जा रही है। हम लोगों का एक सीरियल था उड़ान, जो तकरीबन 5 साल चला और उसके तकरीबन 1400 एपिसोड जो थे वो लिखे गए, और कहानी सिर्फ इतनी सी थी जो मैंने महेश भट्ट को ले जाके सुनाई थी कि साहब, और वो कहानी भी मैंने उसमें पढ़ी थी इंडिया टुडे में। वो ये थी कि एक गरीब औरत ने अपने ससुर का क्रियाक्रम करने के लिए, उसके पास पैसे नहीं थे, तो वो महाजन के पास गई, साहूकार के पास गई और उसने कहा मुझे पैसे दे दो। उसने कहा तेरे पास गिरवी रखने को क्या है? उसने कहा मेरे पास गिरवी रखने को कुछ नहीं है। तो साहूकार ने कहा तेरे पेट में जो बच्चा है वो गिरवी रख दे। और ये हकीकत है, ये कहानी हुई थी। मैंने ये ले जाके कहानी उनको सुना दी। उसके बाद जो वहाँ से उन्होंने टेक ऑफ लिया है तो सिर्फ 1400 एपिसोड। तो ऐसा भी होता है।
आपने खैर स्क्रीन राइटिंग तो बहुत की और अफसाने लिखे। कल हम लोगों ने जो है सुना भी आपका एक अफसाना समीर साहब से वहाँ। तो ये जो आप जब इसको क्या कहा जाएगा कि गियर शिफ्ट करते हैं, क्योंकि ये तो बिल्कुल डिफरेंट क्राफ्ट्स हैं और खाके बिल्कुल डिफरेंट क्राफ्ट्स हैं ये वो। और अफसाने भी आपके ऐसे हैं कि बकौल असगर गोंडवी की पढ़ता हूँ बड़े शौक़ से, अफसाना असगर, कुछ ख्वाब है, कुछ असल है, कुछ तर्ज़ अदा है। इसका जो क्राफ्ट है ज़रा इसके बारे में कुछ बताइए कि हाउ डिफरेंट आर दीज क्राफ्ट्स, राइटिंग अ स्क्रीन प्ले एंड राइटिंग एन अफसाना।
इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल है। मेरा ख्याल है कि ये सारी चीज़ें एक दूसरे से मुख्तलिफ हैं और ये जानना ज़रूरी है लिखने वाले के लिए कि वो क्या लिख रहा है और किसके लिए लिख रहा है। आपको अपना कम से कम अपनी ऑडियंस का पता होना चाहिए, अपने रीडर्स का पता होना चाहिए। तो मेरा कुछ उल्टा ही हिसाब हुआ है। मेरा ये है कि मैं जर्नलिस्ट था, कॉलम लिखे, एडिटोरियल लिखे, बुरा भी सुना, अच्छा भी सुना, बहुत तारीफ़ें हुई, मज़ाहिया कॉलम भी लिखे, बहुत कुछ लिखा। फिर उसके बाद मैं चूँकि इंडियन पीपल्स थिएटर से मैं जुड़ गया था, तो वहाँ कैफ़ी आज़मी साहब हमारे बड़े बुज़ुर्ग और बहुत ही मोहब्बत करने वाले आदमी थे। उन्होंने कहा भाई तुम नाटक लिखा करो, इसलिए कि हमारे पास अच्छे ड्रामे नहीं हैं, तो हमने नाटक लिखना शुरू कर दिया। तो मैं बिल्कुल उल्टा चल रहा था, वो नाटक लिखना शुरू कर दिए। फिर उसके बाद नाटक लिखते लिखते ख़्याल आया कि यार बहुत से शख्सियतें ऐसी हैं कि जिन्होंने अपने निशान छोड़े हैं मेरे ऊपर, मेरी रूह पर, मेरे जिस्म पर, तो उनके बारे में लिखना चाहिए। तो खाके लिखना शुरू कर दी। फिर जब खाकों की मुसीबत ये है साहब कि खाके आप बहुत ज़्यादा लोगों पे नहीं लिख सकते। खाके सिर्फ उन्हीं लोगों पे लिख सकते हैं कि जिन्हें आप बहुत अच्छी तरह जानते हो, अंदर से भी और बाहर से भी, तभी आप खाका लिख सकते हैं। क्योंकि खाका एक ही वक्त में पेंटिंग भी होता है और एक्सरे भी होता है। तो वो खाके 15, 20, 25 खाके लिख लिए, तो हमने कहा आप क्या करें, तो कहानियाँ लिखना शुरू कर दी। तो कहानियाँ आपको ताज्जुब करेंगे कि मेरी कहानियों की उम्र 10 बरस से ज़्यादा नहीं है। अब 10 बरस के बच्चे के आप क्या कोई गलती हो जाए तो माफ़ करें।
अगर 10 बरस में ऐसी कहानियाँ लिखी हैं तो आगे देखिए क्या क्या कहानियाँ हम लोग।
हाँ नहीं, सवाल आई एम सॉरी, मैं मिस कर गया। आपका सवाल ये था कि अलग क्राफ्ट। देखिए अब जैसे ड्रामा है, जब हम ड्रामा लिखते हैं तो हमें बहुत अच्छी तरह मालूम है कि हमारे पास जो साधन हैं, जो हमारे जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हैं वो बहुत लिमिटेड है। हमारे जो ज़राए हैं वो बहुत, 3 दीवारें हैं और उन 3 दीवारों के अंदर हमें एक पूरी दुनिया क्रिएट करनी है। चौथी दीवार हमेशा बदल जाती है, जिसे हम ऑडियंस कहते हैं। तो ये उसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं? हमारे पास म्यूज़िक है, हमारे पास लाइट है, हमारे पास एक्टर है और हमारे पास अल्फाज हैं। इन 4-5 चीज़ों से मिलके हम जो भी जादूगरी कर सकते हैं, बकौल फातिमा बीवी को ये बहुत पसंद था, तिल्स्म बंदी कर सकते हैं। तो तिल्स्म बंदी हम जब वो उसकी कर देते हैं, वो हमको मालूम है कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं। हम वहाँ आउटडोर नहीं दिखा सकते, हम वहाँ क्लोज़अप नहीं दिखा सकते, लेकिन ऑडियंस जो है वो हमारी बड़ी रिसेप्टिव ऑडियंस होती है। तो जब हम कहते हैं कि इस विंग के पीछे समंदर है, तो मान लेते हैं कि हाँ समंदर है। ये एक चीज़ है। फिल्म में ऐसा नहीं होता। फिल्म में हमारे पास एक चीज़ होती है जिसका नाम है कैमरा, और वो कैमरा जो है वो आपको आपकी दुनिया से निकाल के किसी दूसरी दुनिया में ले जाता है। वो आप जहाँ जाना चाहें वो आपको ले जाएगा। आपने मेरी कई फिल्मों में देखा होगा कि बंद कमरे में गाना शुरू हुआ और सडनली स्विट्ज़रलैंड पहुँच गया होगा ना। तो कोई नहीं पूछता कि भैया ये बम्बई के फ्लैट से स्विट्ज़रलैंड कैसे पहुँचे तुम, लेकिन ये कि वो हमको ले गया और हम उसमें बह गए, वो चला गया। तो ये चीज़ जो है ये एक अलग मीडियम है। हमको मालूम होना चाहिए कि हम क्या कह रहे हैं, किस तरह कह रहे हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीज़ें हैं। हम बहुत अदाकारों के ऊपर हमको बहुत भरोसा करना पड़ता है कि ये, अभी मैंने शाहरुख के लिए कोई 9-10 फिल्में लिखी, तो मुझे मालूम है कि शाहरुख क्या कर सकता है, उसकी शॉर्टकमिंग्स क्या हैं और उसकी खूबियाँ क्या हैं, खामियाँ क्या हैं, मुझे मालूम। तो उसको माइंड में रख के अभी अगर मैं सनी देओल के लिए कोई पिक्चर लिख रहा हूँ तो मैं रोमांटिक सीन हरगिज़ नहीं लिखूँगा, क्योंकि वो नहीं कर सकता। अगर मैं सलमान के लिए फिल्म लिख रहा हूँ और उसमें मैं एक एक्शन सीन न डालूँ तो मुझसे बड़ा बेवकूफ़ कोई नहीं होगा। तो ये चीज़ें जो हैं ये हमको जाननी होंगी। हालांकि ये कहने को बहुत ही घटिया बातें लगती हैं कि हम कैसी बातें कर रहे हैं, हमको बहुत आला पाए की ऊंची ऊंची बातें करनी चाहिए, लेकिन वैसा है नहीं। हकीकत जो है वो यही है कि हम इन लिमिटेशंस के अंदर काम करते हैं। ये तो हो गई फिल्म। सीरियल का भी मैंने आपको बता दिया कि साहब एक छोटी सी चीज़ है जिसे आप रबर की तरह कितना खींच सकते हैं, वो आपकी कैपेसिटी के ऊपर है। वो और लोगों के देखने वालों का भी कमाल है कि वो देखे चले जाते हैं फिल्में। बहुत सारे एपिसोड जो हैं वो 7-7 साल से चल रहे हैं और चले जा रहे हैं, और क्यों चल रहे हैं किसी को नहीं मालूम। हालांकि जो लोग आज एपिसोड देख रहे हैं उनको पहला एपिसोड याद नहीं होगा, लेकिन वो चल रहा है, वो चल रहा है। अभी कहानी की बात है। कहानी मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि कहानी जो है जब मैं लिखता हूँ तो कहानी मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं किसी दरीचे से, किसी झरोके से किसी की ज़िंदगी में झांक रहा हूँ और एक लिमिटेड एरिया मुझे दिखाई दे रहा है। मुझे पूरा घर, पूरा जो एरिया है वो नहीं दिखाई दे रहा, एक ख़ास एरिया मुझे दिखाई दे रहा। जैसे कल की कहानी अगर आप लोगों में से किसी सुनी होगी कुछ लोगों ने, तो वो एक आदमी की अपनी तलाश की कहानी है, जिसके पास उसकी आईडी नहीं है और नतीजे में उसको बहुत तकलीफ़ होती है, नुकसान होता है। लेकिन ये कि वो आईडी उसकी ज़िंदगी का एक हिस्सा है, वो पूरी ज़िंदगी नहीं है उसकी। लेकिन मुझे उस छोटे से टुकड़े ने बहुत इंस्पायर किया और मैंने उसको फैलाया, विस्तार दिया और उसको एक कहानी बनाई। तो कहानी अपनी जगह मुकम्मल भी है और नामुकम्मल भी होती है, वो कभी मुकम्मल नहीं हो सकती। अब रह गई कि हर राइटर का अपना एक सोच, अपनी एक सोच होती है, अपना एक तसव्वुर होता है। आप बेदी को पढ़िए, इस्मत आपा को पढ़िए, कृष्ण चंद्र को पढ़िए, मंटो को पढ़िए, इन सब लोगों को पढ़िए। इनका अप्रोच अलग है, इनको बात कहने का ढंग अलग है, इनके सब्जेक्ट्स अलग हैं और वो ज़िंदा इसलिए हैं, कामयाब इसलिए हैं कि उन्होंने जिस सब्जेक्ट को हाथ लगाया, जो बात उन्होंने कहने की कोशिश की है, उसमें बड़ी कामयाबी से वो कह गए हैं। और यही कहानी की खूबी है कि जो बात कही जा रही है वो अपनी जगह एक टारगेट रखती है और वो टारगेट पे पहुंचती है।
जो राइटर होता है, चाहे वो किसी भी किस्म का राइटर हो, जॉन एलिया ने एक जगह लिखा था कि बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जो लिख रहे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं जिन्हें पढ़ना चाहिए मगर वो लिख रहे हैं। तो जो राइटर होता है उसके लिए ये कितना ज़रूरी है कि वो और लोगों को भी पढ़े और अदब का जायज़ा करे और बाकी लोगों को भी पढ़े और सिर्फ अपने आप से लिखता ना चला जाए। क्योंकि आज ये भी हो रहा है जावेद साहब, ऐसा माफ़ कीजिएगा, लेकिन ये भी आज हमारे यहाँ जो सोशल मीडिया है, आपने उस पर 4 लाइनें लिखी ये कह के कि ये नज़म है, बल्कि एक पैराग्राफ को 4 हिस्सों में बांट दिया ये कह के कि ये नज़म है, और उस पर 2900 लाइक्स आ गए इंस्टाग्राम पे और आप शायर बन गए। मताला कितना ज़रूरी है?
मैं समझता हूँ कि वो लोग जो पढ़ते नहीं हैं वो लिख नहीं सकते। वो लिखने का ढोंग तो रचा सकते हैं लेकिन लिख नहीं सकते। जब तक इनपुट नहीं होगा मेरे भाई, तो आउटपुट होने का सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। होता ये है कि हर आदमी को, जैसा शेख सादी ने फरमाया था कि हर आदमी को अपनी अक्ल ज़्यादा मालूम होती है और अपना बेटा हसीन मालूम होता है। तो हर आदमी ये समझता है कि उसने जो लिखा है वो शाहकार है, इससे बेहतर ना आज तक लिखा गया ना इसके बाद लिखा जाएगा। तो जो बात आपने कही कि वो 4 में से, हमारे यहाँ फिल्मों में भी यही होता है कि 5 CDs देखने के बाद 6ठी CD वो खुद लिख देता है। तो इसलिए कि उसको कोई इल्म नहीं है। आप यकीन मानेंगे कि हमारे यहाँ आज जो मीडिया जिस तरीके, जिन लोगों के हाथ में है, जो अपने बड़े बड़े प्रोडक्शन हाउसेस हैं और जो कारपोरेट हाउसेस हैं, उनमें आप जाइए तो जो लोग बैठे हुए हैं, जो ये फैसला करते हैं कि ये फ़िल्म बननी चाहिए, ये फ़िल्म नहीं बननी चाहिए, उनको ये भी नहीं मालूम है कि सामने जो आदमी बैठा है वो कौन है। मेरे साथ, अपने साथ हुआ है। मुझे एक बहुत बड़ी कारपोरेट हाउस में बुलाया गया कि साहब, वो एक लड़की को मैंने कहानी का आइडिया सुनाया, उसको बहुत पसंद आया, उसने ले जाके वहाँ सुना दिया। तो उन्होंने कहा अच्छा राइटर को बुलाइए, हम उसकी ज़बानी सुनना चाहते हैं। तो मैं पहुँच गया तो वहाँ 5-6 लड़कियाँ लड़के सिगरेट पीते हुए, 20-20, 22-22 साल के, सब MBA करके आए हुए थे। तो वो बैठे हुए थे, तो वो कुछ सस्पेंस की फिल्म थी। तो मैंने कहानी सुना दी। तो वो एक लड़की जो उनकी शायद मेन थी, तो उसने मुझसे कहा कि सर बहुत अच्छा है, लेकिन ये कि आपने फिल्म बाजीगर देखी है? मैंने कहा जी। अच्छा। कहने लगे कि हमें वैसा एक सस्पेंस चाहिए कि हीरो जो है वो मर्डरर है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद ऑडियंस की सिंपैथी उसके साथ रहती है, तो हम वैसा कुछ, और वो बाजीगर के ऊपर मुझे बहुत देर तक समझाती रही कि बाजीगर तो फिर मैंने उससे बड़े अदब से कहा, मैंने कहा बीबी आपको ये मालूम है कि बाजीगर किसने लिखी थी? कहने लगे नहीं। मैंने कहा मैंने लिखी थी। और मुझे उस पर फिल्म फेयर भी मिला था। तो वो अच्छा, तो इससे अंदाज़ा कीजिए कि हम जिन लोगों से डील कर रहे हैं वो उनको यही नहीं मालूम है कि उनके सामने कौन बैठा हुआ है, वो क्या बेच रहा है, वो चीज़ अच्छी है या बुरी है। तो वो आप कैसे, हमारा जो स्टैंडर्ड है वो जो है सो है, इसके लिए कुछ कह नहीं सकते। लेकिन ये कि ये इंडिविजुअल पहले प्रोड्यूसर हुआ करता था, डायरेक्टर हुआ करता था। डायरेक्टर जो था वो आर्ट के लिए फिल्म बनाता था और आर्ट को कॉमर्स जो थी वो सपोर्ट किया करती थी। एक फाइनेंसर हुआ करता था जो पैसे दे दिया करता था। आज हुआ ये है कि आर्ट जो है वो नीचे हो गया है, कॉमर्स ऊपर हो गया है। अब सारा ये जो आर्ट है वो बनिए की उंगली पकड़ के चल रहा है। तो अब आप वो तो 2 और 2 4 करता है जी। आप कोई अच्छी से अच्छी कहानी जाके आप प्रेमचंद और बेदी और मंटो की कहानी जाके सुना दीजिए तो वो थोड़ी देर तक सुनता रहेगा, फिर सारे लाएगा और फिर हिसाब लगाएगा। अच्छा, तो इसमें अगर 8 करोड़ मैंने लगाया तो अब रिटर्न कितना होगा? हाँ। तो अगर ये थिंकिंग है तो आप अंदाज़ा कर सकते हैं।
एक दूसरी चीज़ पे बात मैं करना चाहता हूँ कि खाके, उर्दू अदब में तो खाकों का बहुत बड़ा मकाम रहा है, जिसको पेन स्केचेस कहा जाता है अंग्रेज़ी में। और ख्वाजा हसन निज़ामी, मौलवी अब्दुल हक और फिर चौधरी मोहम्मद अली रदौलवी, जिनके खाके ज़िया मोइनुद्दीन साहब ने ऐसे पढ़े हैं कि बिल्कुल अमर हो गए हैं वो। तो ये सब खाका निगाहगिरी के लिए बहुत मशहूर रहे। आपने बहुत उम्दा खाके लिखे जो रोशनदान में शामिल हैं, सत्यजीत रे, हबीब तनवीर, शायद हुसैन साहब का और बाबा नियाज़ हैदर जी। तो ये बताइए कि खाके लिखना, इसमें जो है ये 2 सवालात इसी में एक ही सवाल में है कि एक तो खाके लिखना बायोग्राफी लिखने से कितना मुख्तलिफ है, और दूसरा ये कि आजकल खाका निगारी का जो आर्ट है वो हिंदुस्तान में कम से कम एक डाइंग आर्ट क्यों है?
सच बताऊं?
जी बिल्कुल।
मैंने जब खाके लिखे तो मुझे खाके की ABCD नहीं मालूम थी। मैंने अपने जो मेरी पहली किताब है रोशनदान, उसके शायद एक पेज पर मैंने लिखा भी है कि ये खाके नहीं है, ये तो मैंने अपने जो यादों के जो मज़ार हैं उन पर चिराग जलाए। तो ये मैंने जिन लोगों को मैं जानता था, जिनके जैसा कि मैंने पहले कहा कि जिन्होंने किसी न किसी हैसियत से मेरी ज़िंदगी में, इसीलिए आप मेरे खाकों में मुझे ज़रूर पाएंगे जी। आम तौर पर लोग ऐसा नहीं करते हैं। खाका जब लिखते हैं तो वो खाका जो साहिब खाका है उसका ज़िक्र करते हैं, उसके बारे में बात करते हैं, सब करते हैं, लेकिन ये कि अपना ज़िक्र। मैंने बाद में मैंने जब खाके लिखना शुरू किया उसके बाद में फिर मैंने वापस शाहिद अहमद देहलवी का जो बहुत मशहूर खाका है, जिसकी एक मिसाल दी जाती है कि वो डिप्टी नज़ीर अहमद की कहानी, कुछ उनकी कुछ मेरी ज़बानी, वो मैंने पढ़ा तो मुझे अंदाज़ा हुआ कि इसमें से उनको खुद फ़रतुल्लाह बेग, हाँ, तो उसमें से फ़रतुल्लाह बेग को अगर निकाल दिया जाए तो वो तो खाका ही नहीं बनता। तो मुझे तब अंदाज़ा हुआ कि नहीं, एक खाका लिखने वाले का पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट है, क्योंकि उसके बाद अगर वो खाका लिखने वाले का पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू उसमें शामिल नहीं है तो बायोग्राफी बन जाती है। तो बायोग्राफी, और बायोग्राफी में आप कुछ भी लिख दीजिए, खाके में आप झूठ नहीं बोल सकते। हाँ, खाके में आप झूठ नहीं बोल सकते, क्योंकि मैंने ज़िंदा लोगों के खाके लिखे हैं और जो ज़िंदा नहीं भी हैं तो उनके रिश्तेदार, अजीज़, बेटे, भाई सब मौजूद हैं, तो वो तो मतलब डंडे लेके खड़े हो जाएगा, ये क्या हरकत है। कुछ लोगों का ख्याल ये है कि खाका जो है वो बायोग्राफिक्स के करीब होना चाहिए। मेरा ख्याल ये है कि नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। साहिब खाका को आपने कैसे देखा है वो होना चाहिए खाके के अंदर। दुनिया ने कैसे देखा मुझे उससे कोई बहस नहीं। मैं आपको साहिब महमूद को कैसे देखता हूँ वो मेरे लिए इम्पोर्टेंट है, आप कैसे देखती हैं वो इम्पोर्टेंट नहीं है मेरे लिए। तो मैं आपको एक छोटा सा किस्सा सुना दूँ कि मेरे अज़ीज़ दोस्त निदा फाजली, आप सब जानते हैं, बड़ा अजीम शायर, तो उनका फ़ोन आया कि भाई मुझे तुम्हारे खाके ज़रा से पसंद नहीं आया। मैंने कहा अच्छा क्या गलती कुछ वो कमज़ोरी है तो बता दीजिए, मैं ठीक कर दूंगा। कहने लगे नहीं नहीं वो बात नहीं है, तुमने यार हर आदमी को फरिश्ता बना दिया है। तो मैंने कहा कि भाई मुझे तो उनमें जिन लोगों के बारे में मैंने लिखा है उनमें ऐसी कोई कमज़ोरी या ऐब मुझे नहीं दिखाई दिया कि जो मैं लिखूं। तो उन्होंने कहा कि अरे वो फलां शायर है, उसने इतने माशक़े किए, वो तो तुमने लिखा ही नहीं। तो मैंने कहा भाई मुझे उन्होंने इजाज़त नहीं दी अपने बेडरूम में झांकने की, तो मैं क्या करूं। तो खाका जो है, खाका आपका पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू ज़्यादा है बनिस्बत बायोग्राफी होने के। आपने कैसे महसूस किया उस आदमी की, उसकी खूबियाँ क्या थी। खामियाँ ज़रूर लिखिए, लेकिन ये कि खामियों को झंडा मत बनाइए। अभी कुछ दिन पहले एक साहब ने एक बायोग्राफी लिखी है हमारी मशहूर हीरोइन मीना कुमारी की। आप यकीन मानिए कि उस आदमी ने कोई गंदी बात ऐसी छोड़ी नहीं है जो उसने मीना कुमारी के बारे में ना लिखी। अगर ये खाका है और ये बायोग्राफी है तो ऐसा तो नहीं लिखा जाना चाहिए।
जी, थिएटर का भी आपने जिक्र किया और आपने स्टेज प्लेस भी बहुत सारे लिखे हैं जावेद साहब। तो हमारा आप कैसे हिंदुस्तान में आप उर्दू थिएटर का मुस्तकबिल जो है वो कैसे देखते हैं?
पहली बात तो ये कि थिएटर ना उर्दू होता है ना हिंदी होता है, वो थिएटर होता है। जो कैरेक्टर जो ज़बान बोल रहा है वो उस ज़बान का थिएटर है। इसलिए मैं इस बात को मानने के लिए तैयार नहीं हूँ कि थिएटर उर्दू होता है या हिंदी होता है। अगर मुस्लिम बैकग्राउंड में आप दिखा रहे हैं तो क्या वो उर्दू थिएटर हो गया? उर्दू
मेरा मतलब है कि नॉन इंग्लिश
नहीं, खैर
हिंदुस्तानी,
वो हिंदुस्तानी। हाँ
जी।
तो मैंने आपको कहा कि वो कैफी साहब ने कहा था कि लिखना शुरू कर दीजिए, मैंने लिख दिए, कुछ अच्छे लिख दिए। उसमें तुम्हारी अमृता बहुत चला कि तकरीबन 24 साल तक चलता रहा, शबाना आज़मी और फ़ारूक शेख का। बेगम जान बहुत चला जो अपने नादरा ज़हीर बब्बर करती थी। और भी मेरे अपने बेटी और दामाद का एक थिएटर ग्रुप है, वो मुस्तकिल करते रहते हैं। गुलजार की कई कहानियों पर मैंने नाटक बनाए, वो भी बहुत चलते रहते। तो नाटक मुझे इसलिए पसंद है कि वो लिखना ज़्यादा मुश्किल काम। कहानी आज़ाद होती है, कहानी में आप बहुत कुछ अपनी तरफ से लिख सकते हैं। मिसाल के तौर पर अगर आपको कहानी में ये लिखना है कि वो फला कैरेक्टर जो है वो ऐसा सोच रहा था, तो आप उसकी पूरी सोच लिख सकते हैं, ड्रामे में नहीं लिख सकते। आपको कुछ और डिवाइस करनी पड़ेगी, सहारे लेने पड़ेंगे। किस तरीके से वो आदमी ने क्या सोचा, उसको कैसे मैं डिपिक्ट करूँगा, कैसे प्रेजेंट करूँगा, कैसे प्रोजेक्ट करूँगा, वो एक चीज़ है। दूसरी मैंने एक तजुर्बा और किया, और वो ये है जो काफ़ी कामयाब रहा कि थिएटर बहुत महंगा होता जा रहा है। एक हमारे यहाँ एक अच्छा हॉल अगर आप एक दिन का किराए पर लें तो तकरीबन 75,000 से 1 लाख रुपया उसका किराया देना पड़ता है। और उसमें 700-800 सीटें होती हैं। अगर वो भर गई तो ठीक है और नहीं भरी तो नुकसान। तो लोग डरते हैं शो करते हुए। फिर एक ड्रामा खड़ा करने के लिए आपको 20-25 दिन की रिहर्सल चाहिए, उसका ख़र्चा चाहिए, एक्टर चाहिए, ये चाहिए, वो चाहिए, दुनिया भर का। तो मैंने क्या किया कि मैंने तकरीबन 10 या 12 ऐसे ड्रामे लिखे हैं जो सिर्फ 2 एक्टर 3 एक्टर से ज़्यादा का नहीं है, और जो बहुत आसानी से एक जगह से दूसरी जगह मुंतकिल हो सकते हैं। मिसाल के तौर पर तुम्हारी अमृता जो है वो एक अजीबोगरीब तजुर्बा था। सिर्फ उस स्टेज के ऊपर 2 कुर्सियां हैं, 2 मेज़ें हैं, 2 आदमी बैठे हुए हैं और कुछ ख़त पढ़ रहे हैं। वो ख़त जो 8 साल की उम्र के बच्चों ने 40 बरस तक एक दूसरे को लिखे, इश्क किया, और इश्क की तमाम जो कहना चाहिए जो वो हैं मंजिलें हैं वो उन्होंने तय की अपने ख़तों के ज़रिए। तो वो अल्फाज जो हैं वो उनको बांध लेते हैं, लोगों को अल्फाज तस्वीरें बनाना शुरू कर देते हैं लोगों के जहनों में। तो उन्हें किसी की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती है कि यहाँ लाइट क्यों नहीं है, यहाँ मोमेंट क्यों नहीं है, यहाँ वो अपने प्रॉपर्टी क्यों नहीं, वगैरह वगैरह। तो ये ट्रेंड चल पड़ा और इस ट्रेंड ने बहुत फ़ायदा पहुंचाया। थिएटर निस्बतन आसान हो गया। थिएटर इसलिए भी मुझे पसंद है कि किताब पढ़ने के लिए पढ़ा लिखा होना ज़रूरी है। जब तक आप पढ़े लिखे नहीं हो किताब नहीं पढ़ सकते। थिएटर को देखने के लिए आपको पढ़ा लिखा होना ज़रूरी नहीं। आप बिल्कुल अंगूठा छाप जाहिल हो लेकिन आप देख सकते हैं। दूसरा उसका इम्पैक्ट ज़्यादा होता है, इसलिए कि इमेजिनेशन जो है वो आप जब कागज़ पे देखते हैं मुर्दा अल्फाज को तो इमेजिनेशन आपका ज़िंदा हो जाता है। यहाँ आप ज़िंदा लोगों को देख रहे हैं, वो आपके इमेजिनेशन को एक सुलगाते हैं और आग दिखाते हैं, तो वो एक अलग। और लोग अपने घर तक याद करके जाते हैं, लोग उन बातों को याद रखते हैं। फिर एक चीज़ और भी होती है नाटक में, इसलिए मैं नाटक की बड़ी तरफदारी करता हूँ। वो ये है कि अगर किताब छप गई तो आप उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते। फिल्म अगर बन गई आप उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन ड्रामा एक ऐसी चीज़ है कि आप हर शो में तब्दीली कर सकते हैं। आप जितने चाहें उसके वेरिएशन बना लें, लफ्ज़ चेंज कर दें, लोग चेंज कर दें, एक्टर चेंज कर दें, डायलॉग चेंज कर दें, जो आपका जी चाहे आप कर दें। हर मर्तबा आप हर शो जो है वो एक नया एक्सपीरियंस, एक नया तजुर्बा, एक नई सीख दे के जाता है। तो ये जो एक लर्निंग प्रोसेस है ये कंटिन्यू होता है। और दूसरी जगहों पे दूसरे जितने भी हैं वो लिमिटेड हैं, उनका वो नहीं होता। तो इसलिए मुझे ड्रामा ज़्यादा पसंद है कहानियों, खाकों और फिल्मों के मुकाबले।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल एक बहुत ही क्या कहा जाएगा कि क्लीशेड सवाल है, और वो ये है कि जो नई जनरेशन के राइटर्स हैं उनके लिए आपका क्या पैगाम है। उसके बाद हम कुछ सवालात ऑडियंस से ले सकते हैं।
जस्ट टू रिमाइंड कि हमारे पास सिर्फ 5 मिनट है, अगर सवाल जवाब 10 मिनट कर दें सवाल जवाब के लिए फिर ओके।
देखिए मैंने आपसे पहले ही कह दिया था कि ऐसे सवाल मत कीजिएगा। जी मैं बहुत पुरुमीद हूँ नए लिखने वालों से। बहुत अच्छा लिखा जा रहा है, बहुत अच्छी फिल्में बन रही हैं, कम बजट की अच्छी फिल्में बन रही हैं। और मुझे यकीन है कि जैसी बहुत सारे लोगों को उम्मीद है कि फिल्म इंडस्ट्री नहीं चलेगी और ये जो टीवी पर जो कुछ हो रहा है और ये जो आपके जो वेब सीरीज़ बन रहे हैं और ये हो रहा है, इससे ऐसा हो जाएगा वैसा हो जाएगा, मैं नहीं समझता कि कुछ होगा। हाँ, इसलिए कि टेक्निकल प्रोग्रेस जो है वो हमारी प्रोग्रेस है। हम उससे फ़ायदा उठाकर बहुत अच्छा काम कर सकते हैं। आज हमारे पास जो आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस है हम उससे कितना फ़ायदा उठा रहे हैं। और हम बहुत सारी बातें जो हमने आज आप ये देखिए कि मुझे पढ़ने में तकलीफ़ होती है, आँखों में दर्द होने लगता है, तो मैं आईपैड का शुक्रगुज़ार हूँ कि मेरा हर रोज़ सुनता रहता हूँ और सारी दुनिया में जितने क्लासिक्स हैं उनको सुनता रहता हूँ। अगर ये नई टेक्नोलॉजी ना हो तो आप देखिए कि मेरा कितना नुकसान हो जाता। इसलिए मैं तो बड़ा शुक्रगुजार हूँ और आप लोगों का भी बहुत शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि ऐसी बेसर पैर की बातचीत को आपने इतनी तवज्जो से सुना। बहुत शुक्रिया।
We can take a few questions. We have 5 minutes.
We can take 1 से 2 सवाल प्लीज, so सवाल शॉर्ट
जी
रखिएगा।
परवेज आलम साहब।
जब सब थोड़ा आपने क्योंकि आईपैड की तरफ इशारा किया, एक ज़माना था जब हाथ से गालिबन आप स्क्रिप्ट लिखते होंगे, स्क्रीन प्ले। अब वो आखिरी मंजिल क्या है जहाँ पे अब आप टिक गए हैं? क्या सॉफ्टवेयर वगैरह का इस्तेमाल करते हो और क्या रोमन में लिखते हैं?
जी सब रोमन में, इसलिए कि रोमन में भी पढ़ा लिखा होना ज़रूरी नहीं होता ना।
वाह 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 वाह, क्या जवाब है।
हर आदमी को ABCD आती है और हर आदमी रोमन पढ़ लेता है, चाहे वो उसका बैकग्राउंड तमिल हो, तेलुगु हो, बंगला हो, इंग्लिश हो, उर्दू हो, हिंदी हो। हम पूरा का पूरा काम जो है अपना स्क्रिप्टिंग जितनी, फिर एक और चीज़ भी है उसमें, टाइपिंग आसान होती है, एडिटिंग आसान होती है, लोगों तक तो उसकी तरसील बहुत आसान होती है। 1 सेकंड के 1000वें हिस्से में आप पूरा स्क्रिप्ट भेज देते हैं। तो ये चीज़ें जो हैं ये तो जी सॉफ्टवेयर बहुत सारे सॉफ्टवेयर हैं, हिंदी के हैं, उर्दू के हैं, इंग्लिश के हैं। समीर कौन सा है जो तुम यूज़ करते हो? वर्ड्स जी,
फाइनल
ड्राफ्ट
जी। तो और कोई सवाल किसी का?
इधर
जी
माइक दे दिया जाए।
मेरा आपसे सवाल है, जैसे आपने कहा कि राइटर को पढ़ना चाहिए, बहुत ज़रूरी है उसका पढ़ना। अगर कोई नया राइटर 80+ का है और लिखने का इरादा करता है और उसने पास्ट में इतना पढ़ा नहीं है लिटरेचर को, तो उसको क्या करना चाहिए? अब लिखने को तवज्जो दे या किताबें पढ़ें? टाइम उसके पास कम है, उसको क्या करना चाहिए?
नहीं, ये आपके सवाल में से एक सवाल पैदा होता है कि आप कह रही हैं टाइम कम है। क्या मतलब है टाइम कम है? उम्र को कम कह रही हैं आप, वक्त को कम कह रही हैं? अगर 3 चीज़ें, राइटर के पास 3 चीज़ें होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। नंबर 1 इमेजिनेशन, नंबर 2 वर्ड्स और नंबर 3 डिज़ायर। अगर आपके पास ये 3 चीज़ें हैं तो आपको राइटर होने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
अगर कोई एक आखिरी सवाल है तो पूछ लिया जाए, वरना हम लोग बिल्कुल इख्तिताम तक पहुंच चुके हैं। तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सबका। जावेद साहब, तस्कीन दिले महसूस ना हुई, वो सही करम फरमा भी गए। इस सही करम क्या कहिए, बहला भी गए, तड़पा भी गए और मजाज से बहुत में इस अंजुमने इरफानी में सब जाम वक़फ़ बैठे ही रहे, तुम पी भी गए, छलका भी गए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया जावेद साहब आपका और आप सबका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
बहुत शुक्रिया. Assalamu alaikum. Welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here. This panel is called The Choice to Write Fiction. And the reason we decided upon this was because of my personal experience, first of all. Is when I was writing my first novel, I wanted to write a journalistic piece on arranged marriages and the indignities that women have to go through. And from journalism, I somehow leapt and bound into fiction because I could hear voices of a family talking to me and telling me that, you know, why you've been through this is because of us. Now, this was a fictional family. I could hear the voice of a dadi saying, yehi hota hai. And I cannot describe that feeling. I've had it once, never had it again. But those voices led me away from something that had, I would not say total loyalty to the truth, but, you know, fact, and it led me to fiction. And I find that fiction and non-fiction have very porous boundaries. And there are 3 academics on this panel who have, for the latest work, I might be wrong, but they have made the segue from fact to fiction, and I'm really interested in exploring why. And with everybody's permission, what I would like to do is I would like to talk to each writer and editor individually, and before I ask them to say something, I will introduce them so that you know what background they have and everything. So I will start with Amir Hussain, and forgive me, Amir Bhai, my Bade Bhai, my home away from home. He has been described by many people as one of the greatest Pakistani writers, and I would have to agree. His he's written 2 novels, which are Another Gulmohar Tree and The Cloud Messenger, and he's written tons of short stories, Insomnia, 37 Bridges, and a collection of essays on Urdu literature called House of Treasures. And actually, I got this on Amazon, so I'll hold this up. This is his latest collection of short stories called What is Saved, or Batori Hui Khushiyan. And it has got his beautiful mother on the cover. And Amir Bhai, you've always written fiction. Yeah. Yes. And so I would like to start with you. I want to ask you, what is the basic drive behind fiction? And I'm going to hand over this mic to you, and you're going to keep it close to your mouth so we can all hear.
Okay, can you all hear me? Yes, I think that's a pretty impossible question. Yeah, I've scribbled stories ever since I was a child. But when I think about the impulse that you talk about, I think writers of fiction always have a way of fictionalizing a certain moment, or certainly dramatizing a certain moment. I just remember being about 30 and having read something in psychology about sibling rivalry. And I thought, what's the best way of working this out? Write a short story. This girl came to my head of 14, who was sort of inspired by my sister, on a roof in a small town in Malwa in India, looking at the stars and thinking about her brother who's dumped her and gone away to Bombay and left her kind of, in the doldrums. That's where it began, and then it didn't stop for a while. So I started looking at all kinds of things that were interesting to me. At that time, I was quite interested in Europeans traveling around India and their encounters with Indian friends and so on. And of course, London, life in London. And then I got interested in the past and started writing about the past. As I went along, I read a lot of classical Chinese stories. And they taught me a lot about form and how to break away from very conventional realism, I think. And so, the style kept on evolving as I went along. The form kept on evolving, and subject matters grew and grew. But I think it was through the process of writing several stories that I knew I was a short story writer and not a novelist. And I still hold to that. I'm not a novelist. This is my form. This is what I love. And, the affinity of a short story attracts me. How you have to put so much into, a small container. I think that's what draws me to it, and that's what I continue to do. Later on, talking about fiction, I think the interface of fiction and life becomes more permeable. And perhaps it's a matter of growing older that you start to feel the need to memorialize those who are gone, those who are lost, those who won't come back, those who've left a mark. And you realize the only way that you can honor them is by being as close to documentary realism or photographic realism as you can be. I hope that answers.
It does. And does the drive to write fiction ever end? then?
The drive to tell stories never ends.
Yeah.
I think you start wondering what the story is going to carry, how close to the truth it's going to be, or how imaginary it's going to be. I mean, I like writing fables, as you know.
Yes, yes.
I've even written fables in Urdu for children.
Yes.
That, I think, that remains. That urge remains to keep telling stories, yeah.
You know, I have to say about Amir Bhai's stories is that they have this way of lingering with you long after you've read them, and they are elegant and eloquent, and very deceptively simple. So I will stop, but I have to keep talking about it. But it brings me back. Now I'm going to segue to you. I don't know why I'm using the word segue, but it's the only one that's sticking to my head. So I will continue to use it. But Sadia, you are a PhD in English literature, you teach at Rutgers, and you are a post-colonial scholar whose writings have focused on South Asia, Islam, and Islamophobia. And your novel, The Empty Room, is a work of fiction. It's a novel, and it was, by the way, shortlisted for the DSE Prize for Literature. And why did you go from writing papers, academic books, to writing a novel? Kya hua? What happened? Take my
अभी तक यही पूछ रही हूँ मैं ये वैसे किसका
Why don't you use that?
I'll use this one. Yeah. क्या हुआ ये सवाल बहुत लोग अभी तक कर रहे हैं
हर कॉन्टेक्स्ट में कर रहे हैं ना
क्या करूँ actually to be I'm not just a post-colonialist. I'm actually trained as a Renaissance scholar as well, and then I am a trained Milton and scholar whose first publication is actually on Jesuit theology in a 16th century martyrs poetry in Elizabethan England. So just to put it in context. And I continue work on things like political theology. Hua kya? Acha, so, it's funny, I'm going to actually play with the word choice. I did not choose fiction in some sense, which is that I still haven't chosen it. I am periodically asked whether I prefer to write fiction or academic work, and my answer is I don't prefer either. The Empty Room began as a short story, for which, unlike Amir, and you're not my bhai, but I'll say it if it needs to be said, but for whom I have tremendous respect. I'm not a short story writer. I'm very much a novelist. I do write poetry occasionally. I wrote as a short story, and it was more of a compulsion than anything else. I didn't want to write it, and realized that it needed to be a novel. This was in 1999. I was still working on my PhD, from which I've never published a single word. Happily for everyone. But then what happened was I considered quitting the academy to complete the novel, and in 2006, after I already had a PhD, I spent about one summer contemplating divorce and writing 120 pages of novel. And then I got a job at Rutgers, and and then I wrote At Freedom's Limit from scratch. And then I got tenure, and the first thing I did was complete the novel, which had been lying in a drawer, percolating in the back of my head, but also, various drawers, and metaphorical and otherwise. But what I will say is that for me, the choice is always, the question is always conceptual, right? I am writing another novel now after the next academic book is finished, which needs to be done in the next year, max. But, I wanted to answer a couple of questions, one of which was, how did women of my mother's generation survive a context that is inconceivable to me, but for which I was raised? The other question was, what happened to Pakistan in the 1970s? And so you asked in one of the emails you sent us, we were laying it all out for us, right? And since Sharmila is coming next, whether the Bangladesh war was in the back of my head, it was. But actually what was really in the back of my head was not the Bangladesh war. It was the left in Pakistan in the 60s and the early 70s, and I did a lot of research around that. And the other thing that was in the back of my head, and comes to the fore, the novel I suppose in some ways, is the fact that the Nazmabad, right? I mean, English literature is so elite and all of that in Pakistan. But Nazimabad, which is where my grandfather came and settled from UP, and both my grandfathers, in fact, was actually a space for the leftist intelligentsia in the early 70s. And this is a world I knew very intimately and for which I had tremendous respect. And I wanted to talk about the ideological battles. So I did a lot of conversing with people who were essentially my father's ideological enemies, but dear friends, because my father's very right-wing. I'm not. I've considered a curse for him by his leftist friends. But I wanted to actually think about what happened to the left. And then the third thing I wanted to do, contrary to most Pakistani fiction at the moment, was I wanted to write about people who think and who create. Because we forget that we are a nation also of extraordinary thinkers and creators. And my protagonist is a painter, but her brother and her friends are writers, poets, and I didn't want to write just about suffering. I wanted to write about how people create despite suffering, right? And that was to me an extraordinarily important thing. My influences were from Urdu, Ismat Chughtai, Ratlan Heather, who makes, Femi Daraz, of course, but also from English literature, A.S. Bhatt, one of the great writers about art, and I love writing about art. And in fact, my most recent book is a book about Shazia Sikandar, which I conceptualized and edited. And I also, but A.S. Bhatt was a big influence, and then Angela Carter was another influence, a huge influence. And she makes an appearance in the form of a dream. I mean, Tyra's dream is actually a rewriting from a segment of The Bloody Chamber. So, to conclude, I've been teaching English literature for 25 years now. I was told not to do an English PhD by my parents. I was sent to America with the admonition to do economics. And like every other thing I was told to do, I didn't do it. But I wrote because I didn't have a choice. Words are still what I love, and I'm still writing. And I consider both my academic and other writing to be on the same spectrum, actually.
Thank you. I find it really interesting because my parents also told me not to study English literature. They said कि तुम्हारा doctor bano, or if you'll think about all these men in literature, then you will not be satisfied with the men in real life. So you should,
I'm periodically satisfied by all the men in my life.
I am really glad. I finally gotten one I'm satisfied with. But Sharmila, I want to ask you, Sharmila Bose, you are a journalist, academic, and lawyer, and you specialize in South Asian politics and public policy. And you wrote Dead Reckoning, which was Memories of the Bangladesh War, which was a fictional work. Okay? Sorry, that was a non-fiction. And then you are now giving fictional treatment to that somewhat in your Under a Sheltering Sky, which is being published by Lightstone Publishers. And in our correspondence, you said that sometimes reality is stranger than fiction. Could you talk about your novel in the guise of that comment, please?
Sure. Can everyone hear me okay without the echoes? Yes, as I said to my fellow panelists when we were chatting earlier in the days coming up to this festival, I feel like a complete interloper here because I don't write fiction. I still feel I don't write fiction. So I've been an academic, I've been a journalist, and all of that is non-fiction. So this novella, it's a very short, in Bengali we would say boro golpo, so it's a kind of long story, yes. But it's too long to be a short story, and it's not long enough to be a novel, so it's just about 100 pages. So I feel that in a way, I haven't actually written fiction because it's a true story. It's based on a true story, this novella. So it's a true story in a fictionalized form. And that is a first for me. Most of you probably haven't encountered the novella yet, so I could tell you that. So I heard this story when I was doing my research for my book on the 1971 war, which came out more than 10 years ago now. And it was such an incredible story. It was a human story. It didn't have anything to do with the research I was doing. I first heard it from, so it's about, well, it has basically two main characters who are young men who are on opposite sides in the war. One is a Bengali, a Bangladeshi, who is a student and joins the Mukti Juddha as a Mukti Joddha. And the other is a young officer, army officer, who is sent from one of the replenishments sent to the east to put down the rebellion. They're roughly the same age, very young, and they find themselves in opposite sides of the war, and they encounter each other in somewhat incredible ways during that year, and their fortunes change as the fortunes of the war changes for the parties involved in the war. So I first heard the story from a friend of the Bangladeshi family, so a third party, and I remember when he told me about it, it was incredible. Some of the coincidences and some of the things that you wonder, why did this happen? And then when I was doing my research, I went to Bangladesh several times, and I met this family, and so I met all the characters that are in the book. And they told me about the same stories, the same events, so I got it more firsthand. But I wanted to hear from the two main characters before I could write anything. I put it away in a drawer in my mind, because it didn't have to do with my research work, but it was such a fantastic story. I felt it deserved to be written at some point in some form. I hadn't thought I would write it as a novella at the time. So eventually I got to meet the Bangladeshi gentleman who had been the Mukti Joddha. It took me a while to actually get him to talk to me. He was much more of a recluse than the rest of his family. But eventually he did agree, so I got his account, his memories of what happened from him. Then I had to try to find the Pakistani officer, and this proved to be very difficult. The Bangladeshi family didn't know what had happened to him. He had become an Indian prisoner of war. That was the end, last time they knew about him. And they couldn't tell me important things, like they didn't know what regiment he was in, or they didn't know his full name. They weren't even sure really what part of Pakistan he was from. So it was very difficult. So as I was doing my research, and I was going to Pakistan a number of times as well, speaking to lots of officers about my research, I tried to find him. But it took me, I think from the time I met the Bangladeshi protagonist, it took me about 7 years to find the officer. But eventually I found him, and then I met up with him, and I wasn't even sure he was alive when I was looking for him. But he was alive, and so I heard his recollections, and then I was ready to write the story. So, and as I said, the things they told me, I thought, okay, how will I write this? I could write it just as a true story, because that's what it is. And I thought, well, if I write it as a true story, no one will believe me, because they'll think I've made it up. So I thought, okay, perhaps I shall write it in a fictionalized form. And I thought, well, even if I wrote it as a true story, I would have to hide the identities of put other names or whatever, anonymize several people, certainly all the main characters, because these are living people. And most of them are still living people now. The older generation has passed away, but the characters in the book are mostly still alive. And so I felt that I would have to anonymize them anyway. And so this was this great experiment for me in the sense that, in a way, I was writing it as I would an academic, more like a journalist, because that's the way I communicated with the general public beyond academia. But as I wrote it, I found that my knowledge of that conflict, the society, I'm a Bengali myself, so a lot of household details, things like that. My knowledge was so deep about that year, that conflict. And I had read so many other people's accounts about their experiences in that war in Bangladesh, that I could fill in, I could fill in the details of the scene, I could fill in the details of conversations. A lot of it is as people have told me, actually. Okay. But anyway, there was a gap. I could do that. And I found that very liberating. That's the last point.
Yes.
It was a new experience for me.
Yeah.
That even when I was basing the description somewhere on my research, I didn't have to put down a footnote.
Yes.
so it's been a very liberating experience for me, and I'm now contemplating another one, which is also a true story.
Yes, that's why I started writing a novel, because I think it's less work than journalism or nonfiction. I was being lazy, and plus I have a tendency to exaggerate, as you might be able to tell. Iftikhar Sahab, Assalamu alaikum. Iftikhar Malik has been teaching modern history at the Bath Spa University since 1995, and if I write about and talk to you about all his accomplishments, we will be here all evening. But what impresses me is this, so get this. He's authored 17 books, 75 scholarly papers, 250 review articles, and now his forthcoming novel, Pearls and Shards, also features people from the university background. Yes, Iftikhar sir?
Yeah.
And my question to you is, please tell us about your upcoming novel, but also, what does it take to transform personal experience, which we all have been talking about, and elevate it or transform it or do something to it so it becomes a little more than just fact, fiction, a reality on its own, however you would like to describe it. Please.
Well, thank you very much. I think it's very similar to what Sharmila is saying. And before I begin my discourse, I would say if you haven't read Sharmila Bose's book, you must. And my Bangladeshi friends are not happy with it, by the way. And she tries to be very objective. And for the last 10 years, I don't know whether the ban is still there on this book in Bangladesh, especially the nationalist Bangladeshi. My own journey, I think the fault lies with the universities. And I've spent all my life in the universities as a student, as an academic. I came back last night after teaching in Lahore for 1 year. I volunteered after my retirement to work in Pakistan. I think when I was studying in Michigan, I was influenced by some professors who were what they called at that time serious scholars, but at the same time they wrote fiction. And one of them was Russell Nye. I also was launched into what was African studies or third world studies. Now we call it post-colonial studies. So this was the time of African studies in North America. And I happened to sort of work with Chinua Achebe, one of the top-notch African writers, Things Fall Apart. So that sort of launched me into fiction, and I could relate with many of those stories. And I read a beautiful fiction in French, it was originally, by a chap, Kamara Lai. So I don't know how many of you have read it. It's available in English translation. It's called The Dark Child. And it reminded me of my own childhood, my own nanny, grandmother, and all that kind of stuff. A little bit of Islam, a little bit of fiction, a little bit of, folk culture. So these were the things. And then when I live in Oxford, and most of my neighbors I noticed were either historians or they were novelists and poets. So informally, that relationship went on. So I am a serious scholar doing research. Now I've published 21 books, but I was also enjoying the company of these people, the novelists, the writers.
The non-serious people.
Yeah. Then Bath, as you mentioned, until recently, we had one of the top-notch school of creative writings. And Tessa Headley, as you know, is one of the top-notch story writers, novelist, and fiction in English. She was a very close friend and colleague. And Gavin, and so lots of these people. They were with Faye, who passed away last year. Weldon, Faye Weldon, who became infamous during Salman Rushdie affair. So we'll sit and have coffee and tea, and they will say, Iftikhar, you come from a multicultural background. You talk about all these, issues and prospects, and so why don't you start putting these things into a fiction? Because you do the serious research. And as a historian, you have to be based on archival evidence. You use imagination, but you can't depend on imagination. But in novels, as you were saying, you are liberated from archives. So you could sit at the British Library and spend hours doing your research, drinking, half a dozen cup of coffee, but you don't have to go into the reading room and look at the old files. So these were the kind of influences which eventually made me think of writing a novel where I bring in Lahore, the Government College of Lahore where I studied, where this young man sort of matures into a thinking individual. Then he goes to America and he meets very interesting people, one after the other. There are two women who are mentioned there who come from private educational institution. This man is curious phenomena from third world, and then, that interaction. And then there are some real figures. For example, Borges come to the university. He came to my class. So there are some real things, the serious things. Ahmad Ali Saab came there. Professor Ahmad Ali, the Twilight in Delhi. And I invited him for a meal along with some other professors. And that is where he mentioned his journey through Delhi, that this PIA or whatever flight had developed some technical problems. It had to land in Delhi. He was either going to China or he was going to Australia. And he refused. Professor Ahmad Ali refused to leave the aeroplane because in 1947, he came back from the colonial service in Hong Kong, and in Delhi, his beloved city, the city of his classical novel, refused his entry. And they defined him as a Pakistani. So when a few years later, Ahmad Ali found himself on this dysfunctional aeroplane, he refused to leave the aeroplane at Delhi's airport. They had to call in the police. And he said, this city closed its doors on me. I had encounter with him, I had encounter with Professor Iqbal Ahmed. And so all these things are there. So basically, it is the fault of the universities. So from one university to other, Oxford, Bath, and then I brought in, Okinawa, I brought in a little bit of Africa, I brought in Pakistan. So all these universities and how, I think when we talk of cosmopolitanism together, I think the real place is, not because I'm an academic, the real places where you find cosmopolitanism is the universities. And the friendships you make there, the attitudes you develop there, they stay with you forever. And so 52 years after my graduation from Government College Lahore, I spent a year there. And I could relive, my own youth. And those young students, I would look at them, and it would remind me of my own past, my skinny stature, my very curious nature, and my effort to invite these young girls to Shadara and to Jangir's tomb for picnic. So, all these things happened 52 years ago. It's not nostalgia, but, Pakistan was a bit more open society. Despite the fact my generation was very much affected by what was happening in East Pakistan.
How come you didn't write an autobiography? Why a novel then?
Because, as I said, you could take liberty with imagination. Some of these names I have changed. Some of these places have been changed. So I think
why?
Novel,
why did you change them? They're so
because
fascinating.
you could be more frank. You could make fun of yourself. You could make fun of other people. And you could bring in real events, and you could bring in fictional events. So I think there is humor. There's a little bit of politics. And at the end of the day, it's a very kind of existentialist story. I'm not saying all the characters, die in isolation or all, but there's lots of dynamism. There's dynamism in Lahore. There's dynamism in Michigan. There's dynamism in New York. There's dynamism in Oxford. There's a girl who likes to meet Africans and Asians. Why? Because her father is racist. He doesn't like non-white people, and this is her way of a rebellion. So these are the things which you could sort of bring in fiction, because in history books and any academic books, any serious scholarship, You have to have evidence, and you cannot take liberty with your imaginary discourses.
Oh, okay. Thank you. And I think that it's a wider scope, it seems, that you seem to be saying that. And we're all sort of fiction writers, and then we have someone on the other side of it who receives our fiction. Sorry for that.
Yeah, because, many people here are very much concerned about this clash of civilization. And I was deeply in, because I thought as human beings we're part of a big society. We are diverse. And this should be challenged. So that was another way of challenging this binary discourse. Yeah. That everything or every person or every culture or every society has to have an other. So through fiction, I wanted to show at the end of the day, we are all part of one community, maybe more similarities than differences.
That's right.
And in place of differences, perhaps we should talk about diversities.
That's right.
Which could be very joyful.
And diversity is a very good point for me to bring Faiza in, because she is a former consulting publisher at Bloomsbury Publishing, and she is currently a freelance editor, and she is the co-creator of the very interesting podcast Browned Off, where she talks about diversity in publishing. So, and I'm really indebted to Faiza because she introduced me to one of my favorite novels, and I always look forward to her sort of recommendations, and I will offer it to you. It's called The Private Life of Mrs. Sharma, and nobody was talking about it, and she sort of was talking about it, and when I read it, it's one of those underrated books that never got read. And which brings me to my question. Fiction, commercial fiction, what do you see in the Pakistani context? How is it opening up? Is something exciting happening? Are you bored by it? And secondly, before anybody else decides to start writing fiction, or if we decide to write more fiction, what is the reality that you want to give us? Like, what is the sort of, like, don't do this, you know?
Oh, gosh.
Big question.
Horrifying. So in terms of commercial fiction, so I left publishing. I left Bloomsbury about 2 years ago, and as you were saying now, so I work as a freelancer now, editing people's books for different publishers. And what I saw was that it does seem to be opening up a little bit. So anyway, but just to go back like a couple of years, okay. Every now and again, you will see people discussing the alleged cliches that one finds in Pakistani fiction. And they are, in the popular imagination, arranged marriage, parrots, mangoes, that sort of orientalized. And I always say to these people, when was the last time you read a novel? Because I haven't seen books like this since the 90s, and yet I keep hearing about this. Oh, to sell abroad, you have to write about monsoons. Where is this happening? Since 9/11, at least update your cliches, Since 9/11, the cliche, of course, has been terrorism and Pakistan's role in the world, and that. But onwards, I feel that some of these conversations about diversity, and not just that, just the critical mass of people writing, essentially, the way in which Indian publishing allowed for a lot more Pakistani voices to be heard, basically, that's what happened. That's how we got our, so-called literary boom, was that there were a bunch of Indian publishers suddenly investing money in India, sort of companies from abroad investing money in India, and so you had Random House India and Penguin India and stuff like that. They needed content, and they discovered fairly early on that they could find some really spectacular authors in Pakistan. And those things were published over there. Some of those, like, for example, Muhammad Hanif's iconic Case of Exploding Mangoes came out in India first. Didn't get a Pakistani publisher, in fact, to begin with. But, things like this started there and then went out into the rest of the world. So that's kind of what happened there. And I think, just the kind of critical mass of that allowed people to, write in different genres. And then when you are writing, sort of knowing that your audience is India and people who are, more similar to you and people who understand your cultural references, shall we say, then you're able to write stories in which you don't have to be quite so self-conscious about, what does my Western audience want? I think by and large that's had a really positive effect. So it's been wonderful to see things sort of changing, not at the pace I would like. And for me, one of the most painful things as a publisher was to see a book that I really liked and have to write to the author to say, you know, I really like this, but it's kind of not right for me, because I know that in the publishing house that I'm in, you know, I'm going to have to explain this book to a bunch of middle-class white women. I'm not going to get the energy behind it for it to get published in a way that allows it to be out there, and then it'll be my responsibility that this book has sunk, you know. So, you know, that sort of really stressed me out. But I've seen, for example, like as a freelancer as well, I was just working on a manuscript which just went to like a kind of major agent in London. And it was this love story about, you know, a Pakistani professional, like based here, like a lawyer, and sort of, you know, but it was so outside of the box, and the other people in it are also Pakistanis, but different, you know, it's got to the stage where you can actually have different types of Pakistanis in one book. I'm hoping that the success of things like, of a variety of things, something like Crazy Rich Asians, My Sister the Serial Killer, but, you know, books that are like genre books from other, you know, from My Sister the Serial Killer is one of the cleverest and funniest thrillers I've read in recent years from Lagos. Crazy Rich Asians, of course, is Crazy Rich Asians. And sort of things like this, because then you go into that room and you say that I want to buy this book and I think it'll do well because this and that did well. And then you know, are allowed to kind of take that risk and offer that advance, and somebody might publish it properly. So I am cautiously hopeful. It's terrible that we now in Pakistan have the Indian import ban. So yes, that pipeline that was open for writers has closed. And I think that's been really disastrous, actually. But, you know, but at the same time, very slowly things are opening up over here. So.
And why do you tell writers to make really bad things happen to their protagonists? What's that about?
Yes, I do. I tell writers to make their characters suffer, and I tell them to also do dreadful things, because I sort of find that I can't relate to characters who are, you know, just kind of wonderful, you know, they're just lovely people, they get everything right, everything they do has got some sort of like underlying noble motive, you know, and it's just appalling. I mean, you relate to people who do things that are, you know, that make you vibrate with shame and embarrassment and real, you know, like recognition, essentially. So I always give that as a tip to debut authors, because I feel that there is this tendency to think, oh, people are going to think it's me, yes, and I have to kind of protect this character. And then you end up with, then you're thinking, oh, why is this character kind of flat? And that's why.
Sadia, do you have any opinions about this?
I think we're being invited to a face-off, Faiza. Faiza's talking about something different, because shame, I'm all for shame and embarrassment and making one's readers cringe, not just in novels, but also in films. Mike Leigh is one of my favorite filmmakers, and I mean, he can make you cringe faster and for longer than anybody else I know. So that I have no problem with. And in fact, the next novel that I'm writing has, by the way, no Pakistani characters, but it is very much about a rather shameful Englishman, white Englishman, who's a kind of piss take of Kingsley Amis, Anthony Burgess, and who's the third one? I can't remember. Evelyn Waugh, maybe. So it's a completely different thing, but it is also about the British repression of colonial history. So speaking about archives, I think Sharmila was saying she didn't want footnotes. To be liberated from the footnote is a great thing. I say as somebody who has written one insane academic book and is writing another even more insane academic book about global modernism, ruins, and ethno-nationalism, and race and migration from pretty much the 18th century to the 21st. And the fact that, you know, the fact is that I spend sometimes entire days chasing up footnotes, or one footnote. So to be liberated from that really does speed things up tremendously. To be liberated from the archive, as many writers will say, is an entirely different thing. And I have not been liberated from the archive at all and don't want to be. So I have just spent, I spent last summer in the British Library working on the academic book, which is called Space in Another Time, an essay on ruins, monuments, and the management of life. And the other half, when I got sick of the academic book, which is largely why I write fiction and poetry, I spent in the National Archives at Kew looking at counterinsurgency documents from the British colonial period in Africa and Malaysia. So it's great fun, total deep dive into both counterinsurgency documents in Africa and Asia, but also into some of the torture documents from that were used in World War II here, what was done here. So what I'm saying is, I mean, you know, there are different kinds of suffering. I mean, there's the suffering of boredom, for which I have very little patience, and there's a lot of that one encounters when one is reading all kinds of things. But I mean, I think shame, cringe, all of those other things, not reading about people's grandmothers, I'm with Faiza.
When we're talking, while we were talking about different stories. So we were talking about short stories as well as, Sadia, you said you wrote some poetry, and all of us write novels. And we were having a discussion, Amir Bhai, about the form. And you said, and I think Faulkner also said, that a novel is a failed short story, and a short story is a failed poem. How far do you agree?
I think they're separate genres. I think that the short story can bleed into the novel. Perhaps it is closer to a poet. It's Muriel Spark, whom I really admire, who quoted someone without saying who it was. Yeah. But of course, it's something to think about. I mean, each form has its own demands. Poetry, I think, really depends very much on a knowledge of versification, and depends on imagery as well, and abstraction to an extent. The short story tries to encompass as much as it can in a very in a few pages. I mean, that's a big cliche, but the novel can sprawl. The novel has the most liberty to do all sorts of things, I think, to bring in different forms, to be heterogeneous. I think you need to read Kundera to see how many different things a novel can do. Combine documentary, fiction, poetry, dream, surrealism, etc., etc. So it probably is the most liberating of the three forms in some ways.
Right. Faiza?
Yes.
Does fiction have to make sense? Is fiction making sense of reality? Is that why people sometimes, do you think, go there? Is there a logic to fiction?
Gosh, I don't know. I think you'd have to ask someone who, because I'm sort of tremendously boring and earthbound about this. And
have you ever written fiction, by the way? I have to ask.
No, I have made the choice to not write fiction. You'll all be relieved to hear. So no, my brother's sitting over here, so he'll be able to, sort of back me up on this. I'm essentially very critical, and I thought, what can I do with this criticism? And I thought, so I can really say, I think this book is awful, but what can I do which is useful with this criticism? I think this is what I can do for it to be better, But then when you have that sort of personality type, it's impossible for then you to produce anything, because critical people, of course, are much more critical of themselves. Yes. So I will not be producing any fiction, I don't think, anytime soon. But in terms of fiction making sense, so I have, I think, an increasingly unpopular view. I'm with Raymond Chandler, which is that all fiction is escapism. And to think otherwise is to be, what was his wonderful phrase, is to be an adolescent at the art of living. I love Raymond Chandler so much. But, so I think all fiction is escapism. I mean, I know you were speaking about earlier, serious things versus... So I think they're all serious in the same way. It's just really about how it's executed, what you get out of it. But I don't believe in genre being, yes. I believe greatly in the execution of the thing. Mm-hmm. But everyone really reads fiction to enjoy themselves. The chances that they're going to read something, it's your decision. If you want to read Jackie Collins to enjoy yourself, that's up to you. And I sometimes, do that. And if you want to read, sort of Wola Sayenka to enjoy yourself. You can do that also. People do that also, So this is so I feel like the burden that's been placed on it now to make sense.
The truth,
to tell the truth,
yes.
To change people. Read this book, it's going to make you not a racist. Like, it's really not, Like, you might feel like that for like 10 minutes, But it's, it's going to be like that. Much greater factors that come into play. But I mean, this has been this kind of wonderful thing that publishing has adopted, which is that, we are an essential service. We are here to make the world a better place. And then, so they publish things which, it's like, this is anti-racist and this is this. But then if something is clearly like sort of white supremacist, well, we're publishing it because now it's a freedom of expression issue. So it's a wonderful sort of the house always wins situation.
Yes. One quick comment from Sadia, and then I'd like to open it to the audience, please.
That I am going to disagree with. I don't think everyone reads to escape. I just don't. I think that's just factually incorrect. There are many people who don't, and I say this also as somebody who's been teaching people who read, and also spends her life with people who read for a living, and who went into reading for a living because that's what they wanted to do. I think people read for all kinds of other reasons, and I also used to read for those reasons. Sometimes you read to understand, sometimes you read to think philosophically, sometimes you read to feel the gravity of a word, sometimes you read to overcome yourself, sometimes you read, and I can go on. I mean, I've been teaching about reading for 25 years as well.
Satia, sorry, 2
what
minutes.
What I do think is true. Is I think that two things, right? I mean, one is the question of the truth in fiction, and again, you can come at that from different positions. One of which is the philosophical position of what precisely is the truth in fiction. Kendall Walton, the philosopher, has a book about that, and that's a different issue. And that's not really just about philosophical or moral truth; it's about what's conceptually plausible. But the other thing is, I think. But what I do agree with Faiza is that the publishing industry is, especially in the neoliberal moment, is incredibly lachrymose, and American liberalism has a lot to do with it. So do creative writing programs, which have everything to do with the Cold War history. And they think that you can transform people into better people. And I think people can't be made into better people by books or anything else. I mean, people can be total shits and be great readers. I mean, the Nazis were playing all kinds of stuff in the concentration camps, right? So a shit will stay a shit, regardless of what they read. I'm sorry, but I mean, I just think we should bring this back to. I mean, I don't want you to suffer, but still. But I think that it is very important to keep in mind that there's all kinds of other kinds of thinking that happens when you read, and escape, unfortunately. And I certainly don't read Faulkner to escape.
Yeah, sometimes people find we are really running out of time, and Sharmila's been looking at me longingly for the last 5 minutes. So I'm just going to give her the thing, and then we'll open it up to anyone who has questions. So please think of what you want to ask or say. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll keep this short. Just a bit. One is that my novella certainly isn't escapism, because it's real. But there were some interesting thoughts that came to mind listening to Faiza. I didn't have an audience in mind, perhaps because I'm not a fiction writer. I thought the story wanted to come out of me. It was there. I knew of this story. It was a great story. And I just wanted to tell the story to whoever will listen. I didn't think, is it a Western audience or an Indian audience or a Pakistani audience? I actually think it's a universal story because it's about people caught up, individuals caught up in a big event over which they have no control. So I think that's the last thing. I read a lot of books, and I try to read some fiction as well. And I think it's not to make anyone better or change anything. It's just because there are great stories there. And it's a reflection of our life because life is interesting. I don't think there's any other reason to either write or read.
I wrote to make people laugh. My first book was very much to poke fun at the whole arranged marriage system because it was making me miserable. And the only thing, I was so angry while writing it that I lacerated everyone who had come to my drawing room made my sister stand on a weighing machine after dinner so that, you could tell how heavy she was so that she would be worthy of a proposal and things like that. So, reality is stranger than fiction. I did not put that in my book because nobody would have believed it. But thank you very much, all of you. And can we open the floor to some questions? Does anyone have questions? Let's have...
Just a little thing
जी,
to
बोलिए.
keep questions short. So
Please keep
everyone
questions
gets a
short.
chance,
बिल्कुल छोटे short stories की तरह. ठीक है? हाँ. Yes.
The mic will... yeah.
First you,
Yeah.
then sir you, okay? Yes.
Thank you for a really interesting conversation. Sorry, maybe I should just project.
Yes.
Please use the mic. Is it working? Okay, good. I guess what I found really interesting was the conversation about the kind of what writing does and why people write. And there was a panel earlier in this room about recovering histories and kind of accessing stories which haven't been told before. And I know there are academic theories on this too. There's this idea of critical fabulation, and there are other theories which I think are really interesting, which kind of tie fiction into the task of recovering kind of stories which haven't been told. And I wondered whether that factors into your work and if it's something you think about when you write.
Are you asking a specific panelist? That would make it easier.
Well, no, but
Please ask a specific panelist.
I mean, I guess if the Karsab, you were talking about your time at government college.
Zarur. You have been the chosen
right,
one.
Because I am always worried that after 9/11, there is a new form of Orientalism. And many of our writers, especially in English, they sort of focus on a kind of readership which is predominantly non-Muslim. And so sometimes I think, I'm not saying all of them, but I'm worried that they are playing to the gallery. And in the process, they sort of underrate their own people. Like, for example, on Afghanistan, I've read so much. And, especially after 9/11 and militarized and the most courageous Muslims and all that. But there are two books, just very quickly. I mean, if you get a chance, do read Disrupted Destiny. It's a beautiful book by an Afghan, Tamim Ansari. It's a history book. It's not a fiction book. So if you want to read a lovely history book based on archives, and he's an Afghan. His father was first Afghan to get a PhD, and mother American, and he teaches in Texas. I recommend this book. But then I have another Afghan friend who wrote a beautiful book, and she's based in California. Now she's in Istanbul. It's a beautiful book about what happened to Afghan society over the last 40 years. और उसका title क्या है? The Opium Nation. And I said, for God's sake, such a beautiful book, and you are an Afghan, and you are a feminist Afghan. How come you gave this title? इनका जो मैकमैन ब्लूम्सबरी जो भी
था अभी नहीं है था.
They gave the title Opium Nation. पूरी nation को orientalize कर दी.
Oh dear.
इतनी खूबसूरत किताब है.
Faiza, it's all your fault.
So these people are not innocent.
She's left.
These people are not innocent.
Sir,
It's not just the authors.
Yes.
It's the publishing industry,
No,
which is
that's,
huge.
That's never the author.
Faiza.
The titles and things like that are not.
No, I'm just saying that publishers will sometimes impose a title so that it sells. And I've seen that in case of Afghanistan, I've seen that in case of Iraq, I've seen that in case of Bosnia, I've seen that in case of many other countries, war-torn countries. So it's not just one author. It's, I think, the whole industry behind that and how they eventually mold. So even one kind of harmless title could be very, very insidious.
Okay, so my question is, I guess, mainly to Sarmila and Iftikhar Saab. We talked about fiction based on true events, but then there's this another genre, historical fiction, the kind of Hilary Mantel writes, or in Urdu with Abdul Halim Sharar. So do you think there is a danger in that type of fiction of changing people's perceptions, both in a positive and negative sense, without getting the public to do their own research? Because I could easily read a historical fiction novel and assume, yes, that's based on true events.
That's a good question.
You want to say something?
I feel I'm probably not the right person to address it but you raise a very interesting point, that because if I'm based it on true stories, but at some point it is no longer based on facts. and it shouldn't be taken as a factual account. It is ultimately a work of fiction. It's even if it's based on something that was true. But because I'm such a newcomer in this genre crossing, because I've always dealt with facts before, that I would, but I understand your, especially in this day and age where what is true and what is fake is becoming very blurred, I understand that would be a concern. In just storytelling, it wouldn't be. But where it is attempting to present something as having actually happened when it hasn't, it might be. But I'd leave the rest to Professor Martin.
So my submission will be, I think you're right about Abdul Halim Sharar, Naseem Hijazi. These people have created a very romantic kind of literature, which lots of people in India and Pakistan read. I mean, the whole concept of Hispania, Spain, when you talk to Pakistanis, they generally feel, oh, this was a wonderful time, multiculturalism and all that. Nobody asked the question, what happened? Why after 700 years, Andalusia went down? You don't see even a single Muslim grave. You just a few mosques, and they're called mezquita or whatever. So you're right, that whether we are historians or fiction writer, we don't give those romantic ideas. Tariq Ali Saab was a speaker here 3 hours ago. If Tariq Ali ke paas time hota, to main puchta, ki on the one hand, you are one of the most loyal communists, atheists. लेकिन आपने 3 जो नावल लिखे हैं वो सारे मुसलमानों के बारे में one about Spain, one about Saladin, and what about Pakistan. So even he in his literature, in his novels, comes back to this period and he builds up a kind of romantic story, which again is very exotic and which is not true.
But that's fiction.
Yeah,
But
that's what
fiction
I'm saying.
for you.
Even Tariq Ali, a realist, a Marxist,
But
a
that's
communist,
fiction for you,
has
right?
to go to fiction.
Right.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah. So the question I kind of had was around the categorization of South Asian fiction into like post-colonial, third world fiction, and kind of understanding the onus that you as an author feel to take on that label, and whether you feel that you should be representing Pakistan or representing the problems of Pakistan, and whether, like, I think also someone kind of spoke about kind of speaking to the Pakistani audience, kind of that onus do you feel that you think you should feel towards addressing Pakistani audiences or South Asian audiences? So yeah, I thought maybe Sadia and Faiza could
Yes,
comment
thank
on
you
that.
for naming the panelists, yeah, making my job easier. So let's, who wants to do it first? Is this the last question now? All right. Sadia, can we go first and then Faiza? Please.
Post-colonial and third world are just simply, frankly, there was an academic moment when one transited into the other, right? So third worldist was the term of art when communism was in the ascendancy, and then post-colonial just came in around the 80s, right? And one of the most interesting things about post-colonial as a title is that some of its so-called founders have disavowed it. Gayatri doesn't use it, Gayatri Spivak would say never really wanted it. I use it now more because it's familiar, right? My political affiliations are probably leftist in that way, but it's just, it's just shorter, right? On the question of audience, this idea of a Pakistani audience, I mean, I don't know what to say about it, honestly, because, on the one hand, and this is with all due respect, honestly, it's not directed at you. I'm kind of allergic to the question of audience, right? Especially in Pakistan, because everybody's always talking about how we're catering to this audience, catering to that. First, I keep saying, it's not a goddamn buffet, for God's sake. We're not catering to anyone, right? And part of the issue is that, we're not, in the appalling dissertation I never published, I did say somewhere that part of the reason we even talk about catering to audiences is because we're not used, and we weren't, especially when this whole discourse emerged, to people writing in English that much. So we weren't used to reading self-critique in English. We were in Urdu. I mean, the progressive writers are completely self-critical, right? So the whole discourse of catering to an audience, I mean, it does exist, but still, right? I mean, we do periodically. I mean, I know people who said, after 9/11, I'm going to make that, Muslim film, and I'm going to suddenly become famous. I totally get it. It's the reason that I chose not to publish The Empty Room in the West. I gave it to Urvashi Batalia, and to this day I've made $2,000 of it, literally, right? Or $1,400, something like that. And I said, you can have it, Baba. And I actually considered not publishing it because I didn't want it to become what I call part of the Muslim woman carnival in the West, right? So I do understand that, and I knew that if I gave it to a publisher here, it would be marketed in a particular way, and I could not resist that marketing. So my line is, if anybody wants to buy the current novel, which is taking the piss out of the British on colonialism, please, highest bidder. That one has never been published in the West.
Wow. So gosh, I hope I've understood the question correctly, but it's about audience and representation and sort of the burden of representation, I suppose, to some extent, and who you're catering to. And so my big sort of problem, and Iftikhar Sahab was talking earlier about, sort of kind of Orientalist book titles and, that sort of thing, which obviously one sees loads of, and not to mention the now famous cover, which is always like an Asian lady from behind. But if it's South Asia, and then from in front, if it's East Asia, so with hair, if it's East Asia. So these are the sort of subtle codings of these things. Yeah, all I had to say about this, the thing that worries me more than anything else is, and I'm sitting here with a bunch of academics, and this is not my world, but it's the notion of like self-orientalizing. Like that's a far bigger problem for me than publishers doing it to other people, and like the idea that you're going to kind of be like, oh, as a whatever. I mean, I just hate the words as a, but like as a fill in the gap, I should be writing about. And it should be doing this. And I think that's when it really becomes a problem, because I've had lots of hystericals. I've published this collection, very fun, frothy collection of sort of amusing kind of like an anthology of little romances set in Pakistan. And, the irony of having people in sort of, the drawing rooms of the elite, sort of having conversations and saying, but these are all set in the drawing rooms of the elite. This is not the real Pakistan. And it's like, it's this fascinating thing of, what will the real Pakistan please stand up? But also the idea that, it's not proper writing unless it looks like what the West is accustomed to showing us is your country. So if that answers any of it.
I could quickly add that, all right, sorry.
So sorry.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here, and thank you to all my lovely panelists.
If you can have a round of applause, yeah. Thank you, everyone. The next session is also a book launch, the one who did not ask. So if you're staying for that, please stay and fill ladies to take it and go ahead with it. Just to remind you, the session is only half an hour. So around 5:20, I will signal for the questions because the next session is also half an hour. So go ahead. Thank you.
My name is Amina Sayed, and I have the pleasure of just saying a few words before the session. I'm not going to say much because I won't say much because it's a half-hour session. But I would like to say that this is such an important book, The One Who Did Not Ask, written originally in Urdu by Altaf Fatma. It was called Dastak Na Do and translated by Sultana. It was originally published many years ago in the UK by Heinemann, and then it went out of print. But I was very, very fortunate and that Rukhsana allowed me to publish it now after so many years. And I'm really proud of this book because I feel that it is one of the most important books about that time. And also I think it is so important that these classic works in Urdu by Pakistani writers are translated into English and introduced to a Western audience here. I am particularly conscious of this because my aunt, my Khala, Qurratul Ain Heather, who I feel should have been very well known in the West, and actually I think she deserved some literary awards, but she got none because she was not translated. And she actually tried, she had that belief that she should translate her own books. And I think that was a mistake. So for many years they weren't translated, and she was actually unknown and unsung because you could only read it in Urdu. So I feel translation has a very important role. I just want to introduce the moderator, Malia Heather, and then Malia will take it forward. Malia is based in London. She's a translator and a facilitator. And she runs poetry evenings and facilitates art workshops. And she's also associated with the Bow Arts, which is an arts and education charity. So over to you, Malia.
Thank you, Amina. I'm so honored to be asked by Rukhsana Appa to be included in this program, and I'm very happy and pleased to be here at this London Pakistan Literary Festival in London. Welcome to the talk. We will be talking about The One Who Did Not Ask by Rukhsana Ahmed, originally written by Altaf Fatma in 1964. It was first published in 30 years ago, in 1993, and it's very interesting that we are going to talk about a story that intimately explores with other aspects. It explores the sense of foreignness and otherness and complex characters while living in London, being away from home. Yes, Amina, would you like to say a few words about Rukhsana Appa? Probably you may have.
Well, I'll be happy to, but I thought that I would introduce you and you would introduce Rukhsana.
It's okay. Well, I know I can introduce my.
But I just want to, can I just add something about
Yes.
Rukhsana? I mean, of course, Rukhsana is a very well-known short story writer and playwright. But what really struck me and which I find totally admirable is your translation of Kishore Nahid's Hum Gunagar Aurtein, We Sinful Women.
I thought that was absolutely brilliant, your translation of Kishore Nahi's poetry.
So I got connected with Ruxana Appa through our mutual friend Stephen Watts, who's sitting amongst you last year, and where we for a program where we explored actually Gunagar Aurtein, the collection of poetry that you translated, and we explored much more in detail. So this is and I'm very pleased that when Ruxana Appa asked me to do that. So welcome to the talk. I think I'll just won't take more time, and I'll just get straight into it. How do you feel about being here and talking about a book that was first published 30 years ago, and it was the time when you actually met Altaf Fatma, late Altaf Fatma, in Lahore Upper College. How do you feel about it now?
Thank you so much for this kind introduction and the welcome. I'm really pleased that Lightstone decided to publish the book. I feel it didn't get a proper airing earlier in its earlier life. As can everybody hear me, please? Huh? Because I do have a bit of an issue with the speaker, I think. Yes. I was going to say, I'd like to begin by just remembering the people who were behind the original publication, which was done by Heinemann. I'd like to take a moment to remember Ranjana Ash. I'd like to remember Lakshmi Holmstrom, my fellow translator in the project for Asian Heinemann series. I'd like to also remember Altaf Fatma, not also, but mainly remember Altaf Fatma. This is the novel in its Urdu form, Dastak Na Do. And I got it actually, I'm very grateful to the library service in London, because I actually got it in a library, in the Brent Library. I found this copy, not this particular copy, obviously, but a copy of this book. And I thought, I was at that time researching lots of novels. I was invited to do a novel because the book had come out, the poetry book that you very kindly referred to, Amina. And they had said, you know, aap isko karein, usko tarjuma karein, isko karein. Lots of suggestions were made. And I chose this because I think this had a certain relevance. It spoke to me. It spoke to me really well because it spoke to me about racism. The racism that exists in India and Pakistan, which is quite central in it. Actually, you know, we talk about racism in the West, but it's nothing to beat the racism in Pakistan, where even a darker child can be discriminated against. You know, this is one of the moving things about it. The other thing was the exploration that it does of class and culture. And it is because it deals with this Chinese character, who's the other guy in the main protagonist, that the main protagonist forms a friendship. Friendship is frowned upon. That is the main thrust of the story. It really fascinated me. It's a coming-of-age story, and it's a great story. I think that's what I feel. But I feel I must remember all the people who are behind this, because I think translation is important. And unless translations are used, I know translation is in the end a very unsatisfactory form, because you always lose some things in translation. But I hope not that much is lost in prose as it is in poetry. So I do hope people will enjoy it. I've had very good reports on it, so thank you.
Yeah, I think the character of Safdar Yasin Liu Chu, do you think all of us sitting here have a bit of Safdar Yasin Liu Chu in us, because we are also not, I mean, maybe some of you were born here, but not many, including myself. So do you think we have
Absolutely.
a bit of Safdar Yasin in us?
Absolutely. It's a story also that has that appeal to the diaspora audience, because Safdar Liu Chu is constantly lonely and constantly missing China, and constantly he's thinking about home and, you know, motherland. And also, I think what is interesting about the author is that she was extremely independent. When I met her, I was very impressed. She was extremely independent. She was a very generous and, what is the word, I suppose, intelligent lady, and also well-informed. She's done translations herself. So she understood the power of translation and the need for it.
While we are talking about Savda Liu Chu, I think we should have started talking about Gaithi. Is Gaithi feminist? Is this a feminist character? And who is Gaithi?
Well, Gaithi is a very interesting character. She's a rebel, really. And the interesting thing about the novel is it's a story of twins, a pair of twins. And one of them is a total conformist, and the other one is a total rebel. And these are non-identical twins. And Gaithi has this face, which is called the Mughal face in Pakistan and India. We say na कि उनके बड़े मुगलिया feature हैं, या उनकी आंखें मुगलिया हैं. So she has this, means that she looks slightly Chinese features she has. And that is the unusual thing about her. The annoying thing about the book was that constantly she refers to the people's features, the characters' features. They're referred to constantly. But I think it's only to keep us aware of the fact that here is a character who is treated as the other. So otherness is a very big theme in the book.
But she's also very fierce, and she's a rebel, and she's a she, from the very beginning, when she's a child through the teenage, she was a rebel and she was a non-conformist. But do you think her journey, of her journey as being a woman in 1964, 65, that time, I think back in the day she was a feminist, and then I don't.
It would be earlier because she's growing up as a child in pre-partition India. So that would be earlier. But when she grows up into a woman, I think she has some of that feminist spirit beaten out of her. I feel by the end of the novel that was one of the frustrations for me. But it is the story of a non-conformist. It is the story of a girl who's like a tomboy and whose mother dislikes it, whose family hate it, whose mother is a beautiful traditional lady who dresses well. She reminds me very much of my mother, I have to say. She was elegant and tall, and she's constantly dwelling on her, how beautiful she looked, Amma Bibi. And then all the time, there is this tension between the mother and daughter, because the daughter is a great favorite of the father. And that too is a factor in the relationship. So it's a very interesting story of family relationships. It's also, I suppose, a story that had appealed for me because it has relationships at the center of it. All of the plot is delivered through different points of view. So the structure is very much based on different points of view. And this happens, I think, with fiction from Pakistan and India, where we are very much more multifaceted in our thinking. We are much more family-oriented, we are much more group-oriented as a culture. And we don't believe in this one single story where you constantly have a heroine who's gazing at her own navel.
Talking about the structure, I'm thinking of this writing style of and structure that Altaf Fatma has used, and you spoke very highly of her being a really good and excellent narrator. Would you like to say something about it?
I think people should read it to get a sense of the style, but I think the style is essentially simple in this book. And she's not always a simple style writer. I know I can see Amir Hussain shaking his head there. Because you remember you tried to translate Tare and Kabut, and that was so difficult. What was it? Jab Diwarein Girya Karti Hain. That was a much more complex and difficult and stylistically complicated novel. This is really very narration-oriented. So, this is what happens in this. You're just caught up in the story and you want to hear, and then what happened, and then what happened. She keeps up the pace of the narrative really high, really strong, and that is one of the gripping things about the novel. I mean, I think, who says this? I think there's a quote by E.M. Foster that I put in, I think, in the introduction, which is like, the story is the lifeline that the writer gives to the reader. And I think that if story is the lifeline, then certainly you will never drown if you read this, because you just cling to it. You do cling to the storyline very, very. She clings to the storyline really well.
There's also a lot of Lao Tzu's quotes spreading across the novel, and translated Chinese poetry that Savda Yasin was writing and translating for others. In view of Lao Tzu, do you think that Altaf Fatma may have seen Savda in light of Lao Tzu and his characters and his sort of ideologies? And
I don't know. I wondered sometimes whether she had chosen to put in that philosophy and that all those quotations as a filler because she felt she may not know enough about a Chinese character. Just remember that it's quite an early novel for her. Although she writes about a lot of Englishmen as well in other books. I think in one of those stories, that the character where there are occasionally characters, and she's familiar with the West, but maybe she felt that she needed to give him thoughts that made sense, that might be credible thoughts, and because he has this interior monologue going through him of Lao Tzu's philosophy that gives it quite a lot of depth, the novel.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think?
Yeah, I think it was, it sort of, I saw it as a bit of a leaning on Lao Tzu to have this character. So yeah, but this is how I saw it.
Yes, I think so. I would say that's fair. That's fair.
Well,
fair comment.
Altaf Fatma, if she was alive, she would have made a comment, but
Altaf Fatma was quite strict about the book when she gave it to me to translate. When she gave me permission to translate, she said, you can't change anything. I said to her, Urdu is such a, it's quite, what do you call it? It can be quite wordy, the books, and there's a lot of repetition in Urdu literature. And then what happens is that you tend to say the same thing again and again. And she said, no, you can't cut anything, because they made an adaptation of a novel quite early on, In Pakistan, TV was still in its infancy, and she didn't like the adaptation at all. Mm-hmm. Although the serialization ran for many weeks and it was very successful, she didn't like it. And this happens with novelists. Who likes a novel to be broken up into pieces and translated? How many of you have seen adaptations that you enjoy? You don't really. A novel is a novel, and if you saw what they did to A Suitable Boy here was criminal, Although it had some good qualities as a thing. So she said not to change anything. So that was a very strict rule I had to observe. And that was the condition of the permission, which I took, which I respected.
Mm-hmm. I think we don't have much time left, but I just want to ask a very quick question about that a lot's been written about partition and the difficult times and traumatic experience that we had. In history, we have seen, and in India, how is it different than any other pre-partition, partition story? And if we compare it to Manto's or any other writer who has written very explicitly violent imagery and very surreal, so how is this one different?
I think she does a very good job of it, because actually a lot of partition novels can be very bloody and violent, and you have all the fear of the violence and you don't see it directly. So you're not exposed to a lot of the bloody scenes that you might have seen in some of the Manto stories or maybe in some of the other partition books. But I think that it reflects the true story of women at that time. Women stayed in the home and were not involved originally, but they then had to rely on their resources to cope with things. Because what happens is, as soon as the partition violence hits, and the violence is conducted upon the women often, then they have to work out a way to survive. So this is how it goes, I don't know. I would love people to read it. The whole idea of the translation is that it should convey a whole world of from a different perspective, from a different generation. She was a little bit older than me, so I think she might have been about the age I am now when I met her about that time. or maybe a bit younger than this, I don't know, I can't remember, but I think...
She was born in 1927.
1929, I think, huh? 29 or 27, so that's a decade at least, or mid-decade more than 2 decades. Achha, sorry, my maths is terrible, Amir. Thank you, Amir. Okay, so I mean, yes, that's more than 2 decades. But she was on, I know she was going to retire at that time, and she was living alone, and that in itself was an act of bravery in that day, in those days in Pakistan. It still is quite difficult for women to live on their own. You know, people who are familiar with the culture, it's not so modern, and they don't like women to remain single. One of the statistics I remember reading in 2000 or something in the census was that only about 2% or 5% women remain single at the end of their lifespan, which is really shocking. So,
and the interesting thing is that she herself translated a book, To Kill a Mockingbird, from English to Urdu. Sorry?
She translated the Marathi stories into Urdu as well.
Oh, also, really? And she taught at the Islamia College for Women in Lahore and the Afua College for Women. She died in 2018, so not too long ago.
Not too long ago.
May I just add very quickly that this book, Roxana's book, is available in the foyer in case you'd like to get a copy, and maybe Roxana will sign it.
On that note, thank you very much, Roxana, Maliha, and Amina. We have a round of applause at least before the questions start. So unfortunately, we're on a very, very tight schedule, so we only have time for like 2 very short questions. So if we can have from the audience, if anyone does want to ask. There's one, so if you can.
It's a kind of question, and it's also an appreciation. Thank you to Roxana for the wonderful work and the translations that you've given us, including this one, which really, I think the work that you've done with that in terms of speaking to both diaspora audiences and how younger generations think about feminism and the evolving conversation that is coming through in these stories. It's really, really important to have that contribution from you. And this was a lovely conversation with both you and Maliha. So the question I had really was about translation, because you said about being loyal to the translation and about having the instruction from the author about the translation, and also about, you talked a little bit about adaptation and the fact that something is lost in adaptation and something is lost in translation as well, as you said. So I suppose the question is, as a translator, at some point, you are creating a new text, and therefore, what is that journey? At what point do you decide that this text is yours? Do you make that decision, or is it always someone else's text with that sort of instruction in your head that you must stay true to what I've asked you to do, when you know that this might not work in translation? So that's the question.
Okay, quite a difficult one. I think it's a borderline answer, and it's an answer that might be different for every translator, because ultimately you want the material to be readable in the target language. And there is, as you know, no equivalence in the languages, so there's always difficult decisions to make about translation. And you do that with the trust. I mean, I feel very loyal to because I write myself and have written original work, and I hate having things changed. So I think you want to stay loyal to the original, to the extent that some people would describe me almost as a slavish translator, but you have to keep it, you have to allow for the fact that the material should be readable in English. So that is the problem that you always confronted with. Thank you for that good question.
With that ends the session. Thank you very much, everyone. I hope you have a lovely evening. So a round of applause, and the next session starts. Thank you, panelists, for the great session.
I'm very sorry. I should have acknowledged your presence here and said thank you to everybody for coming, because it's so difficult to choose at a conference like this. which sessions to go to. So really pleased to see everybody.
Thank you. May I ask the panelists to please head outside because they have another session here in 3 minutes. So. Please settle down. That would be really appreciated.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Can I just remind you all to either switch off your phones or put them on silent now? Welcome to this session. It's a very interesting book we're talking about today. It's Asad Qureshi's 165 Days Prisoner of the Taliban. Now, some of you might have attended another session, which was also a hostage memoir, Shehbaz Tasir's book. And this is also a harrowing account of captivity in 2010. So we'll just talk a little bit about it. We've only got half an hour, so we're going to go straight to the point. I'm Amber Khairi. I'm a journalist. I've been with the BBC Newsline Herald. Asad Qureshi, who's the author of the book, is a documentary filmmaker, and he has written the book, and it's his account. With us also is Ahmed Jamal, aka Allu, who is also a filmmaker and a media person who's been at the forefront of producing multicultural content in Britain since the 80s, I would say. So, and you were part of the team, and just fate would have it, you got sick and you went back. And yeah, so Asad, if we could start with basically, it's a difficult thing to write a memoir like this, because it's an extremely harrowing experience you've been through. So how did you come to this point to be able to write it? What was the process? How was the decision? And did it revisit your trauma?
Thank you for coming, everybody. I appreciate it, and I'm honored that you're here to listen to me. Amber, I felt the story had to be told. There was no cathartic intention or anything. I felt this story has to be told because there's so many people who are doing these bad things, and somebody has to wake up and say, look, this is what's going on. And these people just create so much trauma for innocent people.
Well, how difficult was it to come to this stage after, this being in captivity for this long?
My main problem was concentrating on writing the book. I think I must have spent thousands of hours just playing solitaire on the computer because I just couldn't concentrate. It used to take months to write a chapter, and I think the writing of the book took about 5 years. But it was, once I put my mind to it, I could bring out the text, but I didn't feel, it was a dark place to go, but I wasn't thinking of it as it's going to help me get over it, because I'm over it. I didn't realize, I think of it as an adventure now, but at the time it was difficult to escape mentally from that place, as it were, which is what then I realized I have to do as a form of survival.
Okay, that's interesting, because the PTSD would stay with you for a long time, really. And the book, do you think it was cathartic, or you had to revisit a lot of things, which you...
One of the easy part was I had kept a diary in captivity. So once you write an incident, and even though they took them away from me, I remembered better, because I'd written it once, so it was rewriting it. Regards cathartic, no, I didn't see it like that. I just had it in my mind, this story needs to be told. That was all I thought.
Mm-hmm. So when, Asad was abducted in March of 2010, and 165 days later was lucky to come out alive in September. Mm-hmm. And it's really a story worth reading, because it gives a picture of how murky things were. You really didn't know who was doing what, who was in control of what. And I think at one point you thought the abductors were actually the ISI, and you were sort of relieved to find out, no, it's not them. But you had this thought that they might be the abductors. Then at the same time, it's this murky, it's basically criminal gangs doing abducting and calling themselves religious militants. So there's stages where the Afghan Taliban and the Al-Qaeda are the good guys, because they're against abductions and ransoms, and they helped in the handing over when you were released.
Well, yes, in my story, Al-Qaeda played the good guys in handing me over to my family. The TTP are criminals. There's no other agenda for them, I think. They're criminals.
Mm. Yeah, and this comes out. It was basically a commercial enterprise also. One group would abduct, they'd sell you on to another group, and this went on. But it was, the murkiness is great, because there was two people with you, Khalid Khwaja and Colonel Imam. And they had basically been linked with the Mujahideen and the ISI, and they were both kept and murdered by the abductors.
Yes.
But again, the whole thing was very murky of what was going on, who was in touch with whom, and it's a post-Lal Masjid scenario.
Correct.
In which there were groups pushing one thing, there was enormous amount of suspicion. Now, do you think, it was a kind of a fateful day, it's a dramatic story. They could have turned back at a certain point, and they were advised to turn back. And one person said, no, we'll go on, I've arranged everything, and then they were abducted. So that turning point, do you ever think back to that?
Many times, yes. If only we turned right instead of left, we would have been okay.
Yeah.
See, on your way back from Kohat, there's a fork in the road. No, sorry, on the way back from Bannu, there's a fork in the road, left for Kohat, right for Islamabad. And that's where it all took place. I wanted to turn right, he wanted us to go left, and I said, okay, it's 4 days. I'll be home in 4 days.
Yeah. And yeah, it's fate, isn't it? I mean, also fate that you were not with them and you got sick and you had to go for surgery, Hannah?
Yeah, a little bit of the context of what happened is that we had done a film for the BBC's Panorama called The Battle of Swat Valley. And a lot of the troubles in Pakistan at the time began with that, because when the Taliban were kicked out of Swat, this area, Waziristan, was like a stronghold of all kind of people who were in Afghanistan before. So that's why it was murky. There was every intelligence agency in the world was there. And we were promised an interview with the Haqqani network. And when we went there, we were told to go back. But unfortunately, the situation was that we were told that it's been sorted out, so they went in. So the whole thing was like they were renegades from different parties, so we didn't know who was with whom. And that was the context of when the Pakistan Army decided to attack. So we did a story before that about South Waziristan, but this was the second part called the North Waziristan.
And it was a no man's land, basically.
At that time, the army hadn't taken action, like Shahbaz was describing what was happening in Miran Shah and all. They were all, everybody from Uzbeks to Chechens to Somalis, and everybody was there. And you walked into that mess.
So in going back to the book, I mean, you are the protagonist, basically. But you saying the hero is your brother, who was actually negotiating and managing everything on behalf of the family.
Definitely. Yes.
And a lot of the story is how that happened, and the communications that were received, and the trauma for the family as well. Yes. So I don't know if Farooq Saab would like to say anything about that here, or maybe later. But maybe later. It was, how difficult was it for you to reconstruct that in the book? Did you have to go back to the emails? Did you?
I consulted some of the emails. There was my brother's colleague, Nudrat. She'd kept some notes. And because I had compiled so many, I kept a diary. So I had, even though twice, well, the diary started when the production started. And so I went all along, and then they gave me writing books in captivity, which I filled everywhere, like the page, down the sides, all over. And only I wouldn't have known how to decipher all that. Then one day they took them away and tore them up and slapped me around. It was difficult. Then I think on another day they upset me a lot, and to placate me, they gave me another book to write in, which, so because I had that information and I could sort of, I wrote it in a style that told the story the way it was and what they had said, hence it stayed in my mind. And it was just like from memory I was writing. So I didn't really feel it was cathartic in that sense, as I said before. I felt it had to be told, the story. See, I shouldn't have been there. It was a plot for Colonel Imam and Khalid Khwaja. They were wanted by those people.
Essentially for Khalid Khwaja, though, because even Colonel Imam came along at the last minute.
Last minute, yes.
And now Khalid Khwaja had engendered a lot of distrust, I think.
Also, I think he was kind of on the CIA watch list.
Okay.
There was a case of 5 Pakistani Americans, or of Pakistani heritage. They were caught in Sargodha, and he was fighting their case. And he said to me he will not talk to anybody below the rank of, I think, Secretary of State about this case. Mm-hmm. So he was already thorn in their side,
Okay. But yeah, because he was an ISI operative. Before that, he was in the Air Force. And then he got very involved with the missing persons, the people who were being disappeared.
Yes.
But even there was some distrust with the other people who were, because they weren't sure who he was working. Yeah. It is all extremely murky. I mean, to read this, you will understand that things are not simple, they're not black and white. Because for your release also, I think you had to go to various jihadi elements. And the person who kind of oversaw that was basically, Kashmiri jihad ke bane hue, and, with the madrasa and everything. And you had to go that route because somebody approached your brother and said, I think this person can help you.
Yes, yes.
And then there was this whole process. So it's very kind of non-clear. Must have been a minefield to navigate.
Oh, yes.
And you must have learnt of this later.
Oh, yes, yes. But I must say a good turn. If you do a good turn to somebody, it'll come back and pay you back. So this person who approached my brother and said he can help, he had gone to my brother's office and said, I need some money. So he was given some money, and sometime later he read about me in the newspaper and led for my brother to the man who helped negotiate. So a good turn does pay.
A good turn does pay, and I think
Yes.
in Pakistan, personal contact
Yes.
will give you a lot of mileage.
Yes.
वो एक रख-रखाव में लोग काफ़ी चीज़ें कर लेते हैं, so that is also interesting one. Alu, any thoughts on?
When Asad started writing the book, I was a bit skeptical because he had never written a book, and it was challenging for him as well. But I must say, when I read the book, it was a riveting read, and I finished it in about, I think, two or 3 days, although it's quite a thick book. But it's the way it's set out. It's like a very dramatic scene. So I think you've read it too, and that's why I think people should actually read the book, because it is a very good read. But I mean, it's an awful story. You know what I mean? 2 people lost their lives. But the good thing is the people that we were particularly responsible for, which is Asad and his assistant, they came back safe at great cost, emotional and otherwise, to other people. But
It is, you're right, it's a harrowing story, but it's very interesting. And there are details because being a clean freak, as you describe yourself,
Yes.
extremely fastidious and a vegetarian, and being in custody, there was,
I was terrified of creepy crawlies. They just, and one day, I think it was cockroaches crawl up my face, and I could feel the hairy legs. Or we used to be chained all together from the legs. I was chained to Rustam, my assistant, and Rustam was chained to Colonel Imam. So in the middle of the night, I'd go like this because there's a mosquito going past, So I pulled Rustam's chain and he's pulled Colonel Imam, so they're all up, and then sign saying, is one mosquito, and he's up. So that was a problem for me. I couldn't bear mosquitoes, and then I was stung twice by a bee, and I learned that, the shackles have this metal pin in it, and Rustam rubbed it on quickly and it cured it right away. This is something I learned. But yes, the weaknesses I had, or hang-ups of cleanliness, creepy crawlers, all that kind of stuff, it was difficult. And then not being able to wash as much as I'd want to. That was very difficult.
Yeah, and then the mental torture, basically, the beatings as well as the mental torture.
Oh yes, the biggest worry was obviously my family, how they're coping, which was, that was what kept me alive.
It keeps you alive, but at the same time, there must have been a sense of guilt that because of you, they are going through
Yes,
this
very much,
trauma.
very much, very much. It's. I was only saying to somebody yesterday how much worry I've caused my parents because of my adventures. Going off to film in difficult places. Like many years ago, I went to Mount Everest filming, and while I was there, I fell asleep near a what do they call those? Near a glacier, and my mother came in my dream, and she sort of woke me up, because there, if you go to sleep, that's the end. You get hypothermia, etc. And she woke me up, and basically, by remote, she saved my life. She rescued me. So these are the thoughts I had in captivity, that I couldn't possibly do anything, because she saved me once. Now I owe it to her too. Even though it was easy to, I know how to do hangman's knot. to hang myself. That'd be it. I'd have escaped them, but I would have left the pain for my mum and dad. Even though when they said, we're going to kill you, I said, well, if you're going to kill me, don't behead me, shoot me. Because, my mum won't be able to face a headless, son. So I had to say that and make that decision.
They conveyed that to your brother, that he's told us that he doesn't want to be beheaded and he wants to be shot, which is a pretty harrowing detail to give someone as well. So I saw you at Shehbaz Tasir's talk as well.
Okay, right.
So what he was talking about, how much did that resonate with you?
A lot, because the captors behave as if they're the tough guys, and they got guns, we don't have anything. And but I think behind all that facade, they're pretty much cowards and stupid. But anybody who has a gun will behave as if they're the tough guys. But there was nothing upstairs, no logic, nothing, but just brainwashed people.
Allu, do you want to come in with at all?
No, I just think, apart from all that, knowing Asad personally, the small things were bigger torture. Like getting food and sharing with 4 people.
Yeah.
And the other guy that was with Asad was not good in hygiene, so he had just picked up a rat, and there was an argument that you have to wash your hands.
And that was your assistant.
Yeah.
Yes. So he's like, oh my God, he's been handling my camera all this time.
Yeah. And because for someone like Asad, who's incredibly into cleanliness and having his own food or his own things, they used to give a bowl, and you all had to eat from that bowl, so, and you had to eat because, otherwise you'd starve. So those little things, those would wear me out rather than, and then as a result of that, he got whipped with chains. These are chains that come off a truck's fan belt. Yeah. So it's like serious
So
torture.
often when you come out of this kind of experience and you've been a hostage, the trauma continues. And, relationships break up. It's very difficult to settle back into your old life. How did you find that? How difficult was that coming back to what was your old life, your real life?
Well, I still say that I got over it faster or sooner than most people would have thought. Because it's an after-dinner story. It's 1 or 2 people who've known me before say, oh, you're much more angrier these days. And I said, no, the same old me. It's not at the forefront of my mind, this incident. It happened quite a while ago now. So I don't think about it like that. It's, okay, we've written a book, we're planning to go further, but that's about it.
But it changed you?
No, I don't think so.
No?
No. Here's my brother asking, do you think he's changed me?
I think he's mellowed down some.
Yeah.
No, but that's age.
The funny thing is, we had started a film about the re-education of the children who were caught in the SWAT operation due to
potential suicide bombers.
Which was later made into a film the BBC showed called Diffusing Human Bombs. And I'd got the money for it, but Asad was he was a hostage. So I had to wait. But I knew that once he comes out, he won't be able to do it. He shouldn't do it. He can't go back. The guy released from I'm saying his resilience, and he released from that captivity, came to Pakistan within 3 or 4 days, came to London within 3 or 4 days. Next month, he went back to Malakan to film these guys.
Now that's...
that is from, but as he's saying, he didn't let it affect him. That was something that happened.
And that's a kind of a defiance of the fear.
That is...
So
filmmakers are like soldiers. We have to do that job.
You have to be at the front line.
Yes, we have to do the job.
Yeah. Okay, we've got very little time because this was a really short session, but if there's anybody in the audience who would like to ask Asad about the book and his experience, Rashid, we don't have a mic here.
I'll try to speak as loud as I can. I'm just trying to recall, because my memory is not what it used to be, this incident about which you have written is 2010, right?
That's correct, so yes.
Is this the same incident in which that
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes, this is correct, yes, sir.
So that's another murky.
Because I was editing Daily Times at the time, and I published that story, and Hamid Mir, of course, hit the roof because it exposed him completely. So
No, but this is Rashtab, this is another murky aspect of this thing, because I did talk to Hamid Mir about this, and he said there was a phone call, it was doctored, it was about me talking about the missing people, and so that went on. And, you know, I think there were several court cases, but he also says that Khalid Khwaja's wife wrote a book, and in that she categorically says that Hamid Mir had nothing to do with this.
I published the whole conversation, just look at it.
May I just...
but he says parts of that were from a conversation he'd had with a minister, I think. And that was a briefing about them asking him about Khalid Khwaja in the context of the missing campaigns.
May I just say that Declan Walsh has written a book about Pakistan. I think it's called The 5 Pillars of Pakistan. And in that, he has had Hamid Mir's voice forensically checked, and it checks out it is Hamid Mir.
Thank you.
It's just very recently.
It is, the thing is, everything is so murky, and I'd still say it's very murky, because I don't think necessarily a journalist would have an interest in actually doing that. And also, at that time, Hamid Mir was extremely unpopular with the authorities.
Hamid Mir believes that because of Khalid Khwaja, he was fired from the Daily Osaf, and that was the revenge.
Sorry?
Hamid Mir used to work for the Daily Osaf, and he believes because of Khalid Khwaja, he was fired. So he had an axe to grind with Khalid Khwaja.
Okay, wheels within wheels. Yeah. So any other, if you could...
I just wanted to know kind of what was your family's response reading your book? Just for them, because it's one thing that you came back and you had these to actually read that and
Well, my brother sitting in front of you, he refuses to read the book. My older sister won't read the book. In my family, my father read some of it. But before he passed away, he said to my mom, and this is that the one child we had no hope in has written a book. And that is how I end the book. So, you know, he read it, and he was very, very, very proud of me. And he was a bibliophile, and, you know, if he says okay, it's okay. And others, you know, in my family, because it's like this. I watched the film because I was there. They read the book because they didn't know. It's the not knowing how difficult it is for them. And I can appreciate that, you know, they suffered more than me. This is the truth because of the imagination takes you places. Whereas my imagination, when I was bored, I'd think of all the flowers I could think of, all the countries in the world, all the capitals, all the actors, filmmakers, to keep my mind busy. And then I would always have every night there'd be a trial. I'm the judge, and then I have George W. Bush, Musharraf, Condoleezza Rice, and I'm trying them every night. And then I would punish them, and the next night I would have the same trial again. It's true. And this went on for days and days and days, because I had to keep my head busy. I had to escape that particular place. And the only way to do it is to keep your mind sane, even though that's my anger getting out. So glad Musharraf died. I hope whoever's his fan here, I'm so sorry, but I was in there because of him. He led the war on terror, and that's why it all happened.
And in this, when you would...
No, I stand by it.
No, it's an opinion. So, but when you do this and, you know, play all these scenarios to keep your mind working, as a filmmaker, did you use different angles and different edits, or the same kind of
actually,
a trial
as
or
a
something?
filmmaker, I was worried sick that the film which started filming called Diffusing Human Bombs, I was praying, I hope to get out of it there to finish it. I just didn't want anybody else to touch my work.
So your mind was on the next thing.
Well, okay. When we were released or handed over to Al-Qaeda, and I asked these guys, who are you, what do you do? And they said, we do this fi sabilillah, we are warriors of God, as it were. said, oh, really? And he said, I'm with Al-Qaeda. I said, well, do you think I can make a film about you guys? I haven't got home yet. And he said, oh, well, we have to ask higher authority. And I'm sure they were talking about Bin Laden. So, but yes, we are ready for the next job.
Yeah, looking for the next story, next scoop, next
Yes,
interview.
yes,
Yeah.
So after you got out and after everything, and I know you moved on to the next project, which I think my voice is pretty loud. Thank you. Okay. So after you moved on, and I know it's okay. So it's difficult to process the trauma you've been through. And moving on to the next project is good because it keeps your mind busy. But there are points in our time that something happens and you go back into that trauma. How have you been able to cope with that? I'm not going to ask you about that, but how have you been able to cope with
what
that?
What you're talking about is like intrusive thoughts or trigger points.
Yes, triggers.
Okay? But I am very logical, and I tell myself, it's over, it's in the past. But before we get to that point, there's closure. In fact, the day I came home, my brother said, these guys won't see the new year. And this was September. And 2 weeks after I was released, they were killed. They
killed each other as well.
Oh, yes, kind of. So this guy who was a leader and his assistant, they were abducted by Hakimullah Masood's group. They had their legs broken with their rifle butts. They were shot in the face so many times. They were beyond recognition. That was closure. They said to me, we'll see you in heaven. And in fact, I thought I'll see you in hell. And they're gone. It's over. You know, it was so clean cut that I don't think about it like that. They lost.
So you had closure. So that
within 2 weeks.
So that trauma was processed through the closure.
I think your faith helps you.
Definitely.
I think this PTSD thing is a lot more acute or talked about in the West more. I'm sure it exists in our society, but people don't talk about it. But I had things to do. Can't live in the past. You've got to move on. You've got to do things. And, you know, so, I mean, this book was more difficult to write than the actual time because people expect something from you. Like Alu said, you know, I'd never written a book and he didn't know what was going to be coming, but he's what the compliment is the best, because if he can say it's good, then it's good.
So it's a harrowing read. It's a harrowing read, but it's sorry, one more question. Last question, because...
I just want to share something. I don't know if of interest or not, but anyhow, I was in the Air Force, and Khalid Khoja was at the academy with me, and he was our senior. And seniors, some of them are, you know, they bully you a lot, they punish you a lot. He was quite mild.
Oops.
He was mild by comparison, and I didn't meet him after we commissioned for many years because I was on the engineering side and he was a pilot and all. But nothing in his cadet life would have, prepared me for what I read. I'm not privy to exactly what happened, etc. But he was very mild, and I mean, I would never have imagined him to become so such extremist in ways that I read and heard about. It's just something that I just wanted to share. Yeah.
We have to wind up, but just in closing, Asad, if you'd like to, say what feedback have you got so far on the book?
On the book? I was only saying this to my brother this morning. There's only one person I know who didn't like the book. And that one person was traveling with Farooq everywhere during this incident. And he asked me, he said, well, why have you gone out of captivity and written about other things? I said, well, if I didn't, the book would have only be 12 pages long. You see? Other than that, very positive feedback.
Okay, what kind of things do people ask you?
Well, they've just said that they've liked it. It's very detailed, and that's again because I had already written it once, as it were. I've just had good feedback, which I'm very happy to say.
That's good. Well, it's a very interesting read, and it's harrowing, but we know it has a happy ending, so that's a good thing. So, I mean, I encourage you to read it, especially if you are interested in this recent history of Pakistan and this whole militancy, because it just gives you an interesting picture of how complicated and how complex those scenarios were with all these jihadi groups and you know, this political confusion, this Lal Masjid post, you know, like various groups working against each other in Islamabad, various groups operating in, and the linkages. So, yeah.
And lastly, we do plan to make a feature film of the story.
Yes, well, the filmmaker, definitely.
Yes, yes.
Anyway, thank you very much, Asif Qureshi. Thank you
very
Ahmed
much. Thank you
Jamal.
for coming. Thank you.
For being here. I'd like you now to move towards the closing ceremony that will take place. And yeah, have a lovely day.
Thank you.